Hey everybody, welcome to Game Breaking News with me, Jeff Grubb, your host from GiantBomb.com. Thank you for tuning in. In this episode, we're going to be talking about trust in the US being permanently damaged, but at least we might get the Switch 2 pre-orders soon. It's going to be a good one because we have Turbo Sean McDowell on the show. Sean, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, GG's. How about you?
I'm doing good. yeah, it's Jeff Grubb with 2 G's now. That's how it goes. I don't know. It's been a week. It's been like 4 weeks in 1 week. Been a hell of a thing. Definitely
so damn busy, man.
Right, busy and annoyed at everything, and it's like trying to keep up with the news is, as always, as stupid as it's ever been. And then I'm just like, I get to the end of the day, and I'm like, I just want the Switch 2. I just want the Switch 2. That's all I want at this point. I want to hold the thing. I don't even want to play the games.
Yeah.
I kind of just want to hold it. Then I'll want to play the games.
You want to know that's real? When you said on the Bombcast the other day that the Switch Direct was less than a week ago, that was just... No, that can't be right. What are you talking about?
Yep, like 6 months worth of news. And like Switch 2 news specifically happened in that time, let alone everything else that had happened.
Everything's just been crazy. You know what? I'm in my comfort zone now. I'm proudly wearing my Combo Breaker t-shirt. And I'm looking forward to buying many, many more of these in the years to come.
We'll hopefully get everything kind of somewhat back to normal. Although, it's weird how things can be so messed up still. And we're like, well, this is better than it was, 6 minutes ago. So I think I'll accept this. That's fine. It's weird how it can go that way. I'm still just kind of keeping my ears open, waiting for them to say, here's what's going on with Switch 2 pre-orders. At this point, do they just like come up with a new plan and announce it next week? Or do you think that they've been like waiting in the wings? Obviously, we have no idea, but I guess what's your hope?
Oh, my hope is that everything goes back to normal. I know that won't be the case. I know way too much to know that won't be the case. But yeah, I just hope that we can get resolution, because everything just seems so uncertain for a variety of reasons, not just in games, but in everything else. And I can't just... You're right. One of those things is just like, hey, video games, this is what I know. It would be cool if we can get this figured out on our end while all of this is all messed up.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's explain what we do here. Most weekdays, I, Jeff Grubb, will help piece your gaming life back together. That includes breaking news and maybe even some of our own original reporting. For all these topics, I'll get the input of a bona fide expert who will make me look smart. If you're watching live on Twitch, welcome. You can always listen to the show later on podcast feeds by searching for Game Breaking News, or find the RSS feed on GiantBomb.com. You can also catch the show later on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. All right, we have a lot to get into, so let's start the morning mess. There, I did it. I knew I was going to do it. It's been a minute. Let's break some gaming news.
It's a mess, let's be real.
Absolutely, it still is. With Switch 2 price remains in limbo as new tariffs reduced and paused, with one major exception. This is from Eddie McHugh at GameSpot. In the wake of a crumbling global market, U.S. President Donald Trump announced today that he is scaling back his original tariff plan, lowering tariffs significantly basically everywhere except China. It remains to be seen what this means for the Switch 2, which was supposed to begin U.S. pre-orders today, and this story's from yesterday. Trump said on Wednesday that tariffs in most places will be lowered down to 10%, but China is facing an increased 125% tariff rate. Both rate changes take effect immediately. Overall, Trump said he is initiating a 90-day pause to new tariffs. 90 days from today would be July 8th. So maybe Donkey Kong Bonanza can get in underneath there. Everyone wants to know what this means for the Switch 2, and we don't know. According to the Financial Times, after the first Trump presidency, Nintendo shifted some manufacturing to Vietnam and Cambodia in response to Trump's position on trade with China. And like the timeline there is, they started doing that in 2019 because they weren't sure if he was going to be president again. They thought it could get worse in China, so they started building in those costs at that time. The report said 50% of Switch 2 production has now come out of Vietnam and Cambodia in recent months. The tariff rate for these countries as of last week was 46% and 49% respectively. Those were the new tariffs that Trump was putting on those countries. But now they're both 10%, which is still more than it was a couple of weeks ago. It's still more than what it was. Let's see. That's effective immediately. In theory, this would seemingly help Nintendo keep the Switch 2 price at $450, or at least close to it. But no one knows for sure, and Nintendo is yet to comment. as we get to noon Eastern time here on Thursday, Sean, still no comment from Nintendo. We are now a day past when pre-orders were supposed to begin. It is, it feels like, okay, back to normal, although obviously this is still such uncharted territory, still the unprecedented times as everyone's so sick of hearing, and still only a 90-day pause to these tariffs. And we know how this president is. He gets bored and wants to go back and causing mayhem again because it gets him attention. And I feel like if you're a company trying to plan a release, a launch, you'll take advantage of this, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But can you make any long-term plans, which is the whole entire idea of running a business in this moment?
No, definitely not. Like, again, uncertainty may be overplayed, but that definitely is the word right now. We have no idea what's going to happen because we're usually not in a situation this messed up, is maybe the polite way of putting it. And so I have no idea what Nintendo's plan is going to be, or any company for that matter who is trying to put something out there, trying to launch anything along those lines. Maybe they do take advantage of this window, I guess, to like stick with the original plan as closely as they can and keeping the price low. But again, it makes more sense from a business point of view to just have the higher price, and then you have baked in all of your risks associated with adjusting the price from there.
Yes,
which Nintendo has done for Nintendo reasons. Like the 3DS isn't selling, so we're cutting this from what it was $230 down to $170, I believe it was.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I can't.
Or $250
remember.
Down to $170. It might have been $250
I think
down
it was $250. Yeah.
Yeah, what a wild price for that thing. But they do that because, this thing isn't selling and we need this thing. We got to scramble to get these out the door. It's not because everyone is put in this position where we can't put out goods. We can't put out things at prices that people expect because people don't have the money to pay for these higher goods. It's the politics of it all. You know, politics are everything right now. Unavoidable. That's what we're going to do. Wages are not going up to match these increased tariffs because the tariffs are going to trickle down to the consumer because these companies aren't going to eat the cost. Smaller companies cannot eat the cost, and bigger companies, they're bigger companies. Yes, sure, agreed, if that's what you want to call it. But that's what they do. Yes. It's what we should expect.
I mean, if I was running a big business like that, I would do it too. Like you got, like that's the way the system's set up. You can't be the one company the one company eating the cost. You can eat the cost a little bit, be like fair, like meet them in the middle. But everyone's going to make the customer eat some of the cost.
Yeah, because hypothetically, if the increase was 50% is the tax on everything, if your profit margin is like let's say maybe $30 hypothetically, let's say like you're making $30 on these consoles,
sure,
and suddenly 50% of the cost needs to go up, you're not going to go from making $30 to napkin math here, losing 200 or whatever the hell it would end up being. You're just not going to do that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think Kyle Orland over at Ars Technica talked to some analysts, and they're like, we do think that they built in the 10% to 20% tariff risk, especially on China, into this $450 price, or $450 price. God, I'm like, that can't be right. That's too high. Nope, that's right, $450 price. And of course, they also built in a lot of other risk in there. And it's like, okay, well, at this point, you might have to just say, this is the risk that we're now covering with that $450 thing. And if anything else happens, we kind of just have to hope things go well everywhere else.
I think people saw that Doug Bowser quote of like, the tariff news is fresh. And so people were saying, see, they didn't bake in tariffs at all. No. That's what you were getting at the Bombcast. Like, they build in all of these things when setting a price, because you're not going to have Nintendo of America specifically, a company all about, as you put it, the law firm.
Yep.
They're not going to look at everything that's going on in the world and say, well, Trump's president now. Yeah, we're just, nothing's going to happen with these tariff talk. We don't need to bake that into it. They're not going to ignore what's happening in the world. They baked in a set amount, and it's just way higher than we were expecting.
Yep. let's see here. Let's kind of just go along with all these stories here because they're all related. Nintendo Switch 2 U.S. price is unlikely to rise if Trump tariffs remain at 10%, according to analysts. This is from Chris Scullion at VGC. The U.S. price of the Nintendo Switch 2 is likely to remain at $450 if President Trump's global tariffs remain at 10%, an analyst said. Last week, Trump introduced a blanket 10% tariff on all imports, with countries like China, Vietnam, and Japan, which Trump calls among the worst offenders, getting larger tariffs of 54%, 46%, and 24%, respectively. Since most of Nintendo's imports in the U.S. come from Vietnam and Cambodia, Trump's decision to apply a 46% tariff on Vietnam could potentially have an effect on the price of Nintendo hardware, most notably the upcoming Switch 2. As a result, last week, Nintendo said it was delaying Switch 2 pre-orders, blah, blah, blah. However, while Trump has since increased China's tariffs up to 125%, and honestly, I feel like maybe it's gone up since we started the show, who knows, he has decided to pause all other tariff hikes for 90 days, meaning his 10% tariff applies to all other countries affected, including Vietnam. According to a new report at Bloomberg, Trump's decision to pause the hikes means it's likely that Nintendo will keep the U.S. Switch 2 price at $450, at least until the 46% tariffs kick back in. Does that sound right to you? Because I think they obviously can't feel good about it, but I do think this takes away their card of fully, like, people will go, well, no, there are. I heard there are no more tariffs, and of course there's a 10% tariff, so it is going to be more expensive for them. And then there is the sword of Damocles, and I never used that phrase, right? But the sword of Damocles of the 90-day a time bomb of these tariffs returning, hanging over them still. And, if you are a betting man, if you are someone who's like looking at this, it's like, I think it's 50-50 that by 90 days from now, so much can happen. So many other scandals could start. So many other distractions could happen that 90-day thing happens and no one even notices because he doesn't bring it up and he just lets it ride. And he's like, actually, we're not going to do that. Forget about it. Or 90 days from now, something else is happening. And to distract from that, he does say, hey, we're back and the tariffs are back exactly what I said they were. You have no idea as these companies, but I do think that this is right, that they will have a harder time raising the price in this moment because they were already like asking a lot from consumers who has like, we know all the reasons why Nintendo did the prices that they did. We can lay them all, lay them all out in front of people. And yet if a mother's going to the store to buy a Switch 2 for her kid and she sees that price, I'm not going to be the guy that pops out from behind the counter and saying, this is why it's so high. Like, how does that help her? That doesn't help her. She doesn't give a shit. That's Nintendo's problem, not her problem. So, and Nintendo has to deal with that as well. So I think in this moment, they are probably going to have to just ride with these prices and get these Switch 2s into people's hands and hope that they can make it up selling games, which they very likely will be able to.
Yeah, that's a very good point because, in our little bubble here where we're talking to the audience and we're trying to like convey everything, explain everything, I can hold up a Steam Deck and say, hey, it's around this, y'all paid $400 for this. You're getting a better device here. A little bit more isn't like a crazy thing to do. Yep. But you're right. You can't do that to the mom who walks into Walmart, sees $450 and says, didn't we pay like $300 or less for the last one? Why is it so much more? $450 is probably the maximum that they wanted to do.
I agree.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Nintendo being Nintendo. They would have wanted $400 because it's a more attractive price, but they're like, we don't do loss leaders, buddy. So they did the $450 instead.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm having trouble following any of this, to be frank, because it's so confusing and distracting.
Tariffs, people in chat are letting us know.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
145% tariffs now on China. So
145?
Yep, 145% tariffs. I mean, obviously, you just can't sell things from China in the United States anymore. Not without laundering them somehow, finding some other way around it. That it's just going to be straight up impossible. So. Okay, so what is the answer if you're Nintendo? Well, again, there are no good answers, but there are some maneuvers they can make. That leads us to this next story. Nintendo stockpiling Switch 2s in the U.S., even though it could still be selling them at a loss with the current tariffs. So, this is from Ethan Gotch at Kotaku. The Switch 2 is shaping up to be one of the messiest console launches ever in the United States, at least from Nintendo's point of view. The company's new $450 console is set to come out on June 5th. But it's also being forced to navigate a chaotic circus around tariffs that could torpedo the rollout at any moment. Bloomberg now reports that the Mario Maker has been diverting Switch 2 shipments to stockpile them in the US before tariffs potentially skyrocket again. But even in the current environment, some analysts believe Nintendo would be selling the console at a potential loss. And that seems unavoidable at this point. Vietnam, where the majority of Switch 2s are manufactured, was set to be hit with a 46% tariff earlier this week, but President Trump backed off at the last minute as the stock and bond markets went into freefall. And you know what? They still aren't looking very good. I mean, the stock market bounces back, but the bond market's still looking very scary. Those reciprocal tariffs, reciprocal, including 49% on Cambodia and 24% on Japan, were paused for 90 days and replaced in the meantime with a flat 10% tax, blah, blah, blah. It now appears that Nintendo has been moving extra Switch 2 shipments to the U.S. in recent months to try and get ahead of the current upcoming tariffs. There's a analyst that Bloomberg talked to that says it seems like now what Nintendo's doing is taking every Switch made in Vietnam and sending them to the United States. If they're made in China, Cambodia, those are going to the rest of the world. But everyone made in Vietnam is going to the United States because in this moment, today, for now, that's a 10% tariff. And they're like, he's got a 90-day pause on it. That, of course, we know that could go away. He could get annoyed in the next couple days and say, screw the 90-day pause. They understand that, but they're going to just hope, against hope, that stays, try to get as many Switch 2s from Vietnam into the United States in that 90-day period. And then if something changes, they will have to adapt at that point. But in the meantime, this is the strategy. And, they don't want to be spending their energy on this, but they kind of have to in this moment. United States is a market you can't ignore for video games, especially if you are a console manufacturer. That's like, the console market kind of lives and dies by the United States market. Obviously,
or console specifically, we're by far the biggest, right?
Yes, and there are obviously other very important markets, but you kind of can't make this work unless you have the United States, and the Japanese Nintendo leadership absolutely understands that. That's
now when you're planning to do international launches and everything, worldwide launches.
So they're trying to figure it out, and I'm not getting my hopes up that this means that nothing's going to change in terms of the price, other than all the things we just talked about how it's going to be difficult for them from a public relations standpoint. But I think they're just going to have to accept any losses on this console for now, and if those 46%, 49% tariffs return, then I'm expecting a price increase at that point. What other choice do they have, Sean?
Not much, really, because like we said at the top of the show, you can only lose so much before in the console space it no longer makes sense. People do like to bring up that the other console manufacturers do sell the consoles at a loss. Eventually, maybe they break even or make a little bit of money on them as manufacturing costs go down. But you start by selling the console at a little bit of a loss, or maybe a big loss. Not console per se, but that's what Gabe seemed to be implying with the Steam Deck, the entry level one. And then you get people in your ecosystem, get them buying games, and you make a profit on those things. But if you're taking a huge loss on the console, the problem is attach rate. And in this first year of the Switch 2, what will the attach rate be, especially when games are as high as $80 for brand new Switch 2 games or Switch 2 versions of games?
We don't matter Nintendo, that, right? Like I'll probably buy 3 games, 4 games. I might get nuts by more than that. We know that we are the exception, and that the attach rate is determined by families, more casual players. And they're going to get maybe one $80 game. Maybe. That's
exactly what tends to happen with these games. Like, you see Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold. It's some astronomical number at this point. Isn't it like 50 million or something?
I think it's like approaching 60 million. I actually lost track. So, it's a ton.
And maybe they're counting bundles. I actually forget how Nintendo does that. Yeah. Okay. But either way, that's a lot of copies of that game. But then you start to see the sales numbers drop off as you go down the list of best sold games. And that's what happens, is because everyone gets Mario Kart, but then they don't really need anything else. That's their game. And then they buy another one, like a few months down the road if something catches their eye. They're not like us picking up basically every first-party Nintendo game. So you can't rely on that. They can't rely on that. They can't build that into the strategy right now. So I guess this is a weird point that we're at, where maybe Nintendo does just have to suck it up, right?
Yep. It's Wizard of Blah in chat says, I just imagine cargo ships having to keep making U-turns in the sea depending on the tariffs. Lol. And it's like, you're not that far off. It's like so
Not
weird.
that far off,
It's so weird to like, because of this job, like start paying attention to like how shipping ports work. But apparently what's happened is there are massive ships with cargo on them, you know, these massive cargo containers, and there's hundreds of those, and they each have like 40,000 tons of goods in there that are sitting in ports just waiting like for the green light to unload. And that's causing backups, that's causing other issues. So it's like even Nintendo trying to get as many Switch 2s here as possible are going to encounter just logistical problems. And you know, there's also apparently like different fees that are also going up simultaneously, unrelated to all this stuff. For when you bring ships to the United States and you go to a port, you have to pay fees, and apparently those fees were going up. So what they've started doing is like, instead of like hitting Seattle, Oakland, and then LA, they're just all going to LA. And so that's also causing a backup at the LA port, which is the biggest port in the United States, other than maybe at least on the West Coast. And so that's also causing logistical issues. So there's other reasons why we might not have enough Switch 2s, why they might have costs associated with that. It is a complete mess across the board.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
No
of course, you know, the tariffs are directly related to those companies just keeping those cargo ships there unloaded. So, yeah, it's, I don't know. I you know, Nintendo's might have to just grin and bear it here for a little bit. They might have to just say, okay, I guess this is, you know, we'll grimace and try to pretend to smile and talk about how all this stuff is worth it because Mario Kart 8 or Mario Kart World is so special and has so much stuff. So of course it's worth this price. And that's how they talk to us. So it's not going to be satisfying when they actually come back with the their answer for what is happening with pre-orders, the price, anything else. But whatever. I'm still that sucker, Sean. I'm still that sucker who needs the Switch 2 so bad that I'm willing to do it, but I don't blame anyone who is feeling like I need to just sit this out because either I don't care enough about the games, that price is too high, all this news is depressing, even that's not Nintendo's fault. I can get why you're like, I don't want to deal with this, and then Switch 2 makes me think about it, so I just want to sit it out.
Yeah, I try to think of it the perspective of, you know, like 2 years ago before I had this job, what would I have done in this situation? Oh, you know, when I was buying every game, buying every console, you know, I had to be responsible for all that. And the thing that I would give up is everything else, because that's where I am. I want to play Mario Kart World. I want to play Metroid Prime 4 in the best quality that I can. I want to play Bonanza. I'll give up everything else to play the one thing that I want. And I think maybe that's just what people have to do at this point, as much as that absolutely sucks, because y'all, we're still in Nintendo jail enough that I'm still buying all this myself, by the way. Like, that's still going to happen. Yep. I'm just lucky enough to get the other stuff for free.
Yeah, I'm like even like debating, like, should I even ask for a Switch 2? I mean, I will, but I have not yet. And it's just
doesn't hurt to ask.
It doesn't hurt to ask, but I'm not expecting
I'm going to be doing what everyone else is. You know, I'm going to sell my Switch 1. I'm maybe some games that I'm not playing. I'm going to do what makes sense for me so I can get that hardware and play the thing that I want to play, because the world is crumbling around us, and I just need a little more escapism, you know?
I'm going to Klarna that shit. Give me 4 payments. I don't care. What's the interest rate? Don't tell me.
Oh, yeah. I'm putting that in the PayPal, you know?
Yeah, PayPal. Pay in 4. Let's go.
Oh, I ain't doing the pay in 4. I'll take the 8% APR or whatever, man. That's what I got to do at this point. Jesus Christ.
All right. Sean, let's take a break. Let's come back. There's a little bit more Nintendo news, and we'll get into some other stuff after that. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. All right, I think if I hit this button, everybody, the intro should not play again. Let's find out together. There we go. All right, let's do it. Here we are back in the show. Switch 2 edition titles contain both the game and upgrade on the cart. Nintendo clarifies. This is from Chris Scullion at VGC. Yeah, right? This is like a little bit of a... Okay, this is the opposite of what we heard last week. It just seemed like so much was uncertain. Nintendo did a bad job, I think, with the Switch 2 news. Put all the price stuff aside, all that, you know, messaging over in a box, just telling us how things work. They were bad at it. they just straight up caused so much confusion, and there was a lot of like dark clouds around things that didn't need dark clouds.
I think for some things, yes. For other things, it was also people misinterpreting things,
for sure.
and then that snowballs. No shade, so I won't say names, but like I saw someone very prominent quote the like $90 physical thing, and it's like, well, that was just someone's assumption, as far as I know. So let's not report on that as news.
But they were letting the press do their dirty work a little bit. Nintendo,
yes,
where they're like,
and that's how we get into these kerfuffles is by them not making things clear. Which
exactly.
Is very fair point.
Yeah. So here we are. Again, Chris Scully and VGC. Nintendo has clarified the situation regarding physical Switch 2 edition cards. Confusion arose last week when a Nintendo customer service representative told one user that the Switch 2 edition games would include the base Switch 1 game as well as the upgrade in the form of a download code. Nintendo has now stated that that is not the case and that the Switch 2 edition games will contain both the game and the upgrade on the cartridge itself. In a statement to Vooks, a Nintendo spokesperson said, physical versions of Switch 2 edition games will include the original Nintendo Switch game and its upgrade pack all on the same card, i.e., they are exclusively Nintendo Switch 2 game cards with no download code. Alternatively, some publishers may release Nintendo Switch 2 edition games as download codes in physical packaging with no game card. That's still the quote there. So they're like leaving room open for third party to do what third party's going to do. But for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Nintendo Switch 2 edition, you're going to get a Switch 2 game box, and inside there is going to be a Switch 2 game card and nothing else. It's not going to be the Switch. It's not going to just be a Switch 1 game card and then a code so you can get the DLC for that, or the upgrades through a code. It's just going to be one game card, which I think is what most people were really hoping for here, because they just want their game card to be sort of a long-term thing that just works for forever. Right.
It's a peace of mind thing at this point. I think everyone's starting to realize that physical games, as great as they are, this stuff happens to them. Like, you can't count on them forever. We are in the age now where a Blu-ray that has everything all on the disc is going to last probably for the rest of your lifetime. But some of those older ones, stuff happens. I think what's interesting here is that, I definitely didn't see this coming. I definitely expected it to be just a Switch 1 cart and then a download code for the expansion pass, or the upgrade, whatever the hell they're calling it, the Switch 2 version, Switch 2 edition. And people thought some people were going, that's wild, that's weird, why would they do that? Game companies have been doing that for a decade. That's been a very normal thing for a lot of video games, where if there's like a cross-gen version, if there's a definitive edition. I remember I think Destiny, was it the Taken King, the first expansion or whatever it was? Even that, it was the disc itself was just like a patched Destiny 1, and I got a DLC voucher.
Yep.
And
I was expecting that because I'm so used to seeing that at this point.
Yeah, Nintendo even has been doing that with like, at least here in the US, it's actually different internationally. But here in the US, they will just include like the Zelda expansion pass in with a little thing, the card that has Breath of the Wild on it. So if they sell a bundle to you, they pop that in because they can keep manufacturing the Switch 1 version of the game. That's the baseline. That's what they can put in the Switch 1 box, and then they would be able to put it in the Switch 2 box and then just print off a bunch of codes.
Exactly.
But
cheaper.
This is even better to see. This is cool. I like that. For the sake of preservation, for the sake of, especially this way, you can trade or sell that all-in-one version of the game. You don't have to worry about, like I was talking about with, say, Destiny or something, where I've already used the code, so the value of the game has plummeted because I just have like basically a 1.0 version of the game and then nothing else in the box. So that's cool to see. It makes the game retain value,
Yep, I do wanted to point this out. Kane Highwind reminded me here that separate from the upgrade stuff, apparently, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition does not include expansion pass content. So, like the DLC, Nintendo.
It's DLC.
Yep, and this is not a Game of the Year edition, although just about any other publisher on Earth would have just included that stuff. But hey, Nintendo.
I think Sony's also does stuff like this. Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
So not like you get a director's cut, which is the all-in-one edition, but I think other ones do the DLC separately. I could be wrong about that one, but I'm pretty sure I've seen that.
When you so the cards themselves are red, is that right?
Yes.
For Switch 2. When you see a red like game card, cartridge, CD, DVD, What do you have a game that comes to mind? Because I do.
Doom on Super Nintendo.
Doom on Super Nintendo is definitely like right there. I think
and
it was
Maximum Carnage.
Maximum Carnage. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yes, that's not
because those are the two on Super Nintendo, right?
And they just like blare in my brain whenever I think of a Red video game. Regvalos is saying Pokemon Red. Yeah, there's Popple Tree and Mechanized saying Maximum Carnage. Yep.
It stood out so much in that sea of gray cartridges sticking out of your Super Nintendo to see, what's that red one?
All right, how about Blue? You have one for Blue?
Well, Blue, I do think Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Games, but also Tony Hawk on N64.
Pro Skater. Yep.
Yeah. Pro Skater 2, I think specifically.
I thought it was one, but it could be
maybe
two.
It was one.
It's one or two. I can't remember which one, but I thought it was.
That's another one where I didn't have it on N64, but when I would go to the N64 section of a used game store, I'm like, what's that blue N64?
You have to check it out.
What the?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then yellow would be Donkey Kong 64 for me.
Yeah, and that's another one where Pokemon Yellow is so obvious, but DK64, yeah, definitely.
All right, micro SD Express cards sell out in Japan a month and a half before the Nintendo Switch 2 launch. This is from Alberto Garrido at Game Reactor. We're less than 2 months away from the launch of Nintendo Switch 2, the next generation console that will bring a host of new features while maintaining the hybrid format that made its predecessor so successful. Forecasts, despite discontent over the price hike compared to the previous generation, remain positive, and it is expected to be the most successful console launch in history. There was a revision, it's not going to be quite as good, but it's still going to be the most successful launch in history. And it seems that some of its add-ons also include that this will be the case. And it seems that hang on, I'm sorry, I messed that up. And it seems that some of its add-ons also indicate that this will be the case, such as the storage expansion in the form of micro SD Express cards. It turns out that these micro SD memory cards, different from the ones that could be used in the Switch 1, have already sold out in Japan, as reported by Japanese portal GDM. The Express cards are out of stock not only in shops in Akihabara, but also across the country, and this has caused a stir that has even appeared in the Japanese mainstream media. I for sure, I would imagine that there probably weren't already a ton of micro SD Express cards in retail shops, especially in any country, even Japan. Although, Akihabara, you expect to have quite a few, but people are going to run on these things. You're going to need them. I'm not 256 gigabytes, which is what's built in, I believe, is not enough for me for sure. I like to have a handful of games. I'll probably just install Zeldas. I'm at least one of them, but probably both. Just try them out, both of them, right at launch, and those are going to be pretty beefy right out of the gate. I guess they're not huge, but that's going to run out pretty quick. So I'm going to want one, but I'm probably not going to get a 1 terabyte. Yeah, what are you thinking?
I'm buying physical, bitch. I don't gotta worry about that.
Right? Yeah, that's you know what? The Switch 2, you still don't have to install the games.
You don't have to install, dude.
Actually, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
That's
why it took me a long time to get a big micro SD for my Switch 1.
Yeah, and the game cards they're going to read faster. I think they're almost certainly using similar improved storage technology. So that's a good sign. I like
if I was getting codes for work, obviously it would be nice to have higher storage capacity. And a lot of people are going to go digital only with that. And this is kind of, you could say, the digital tax, on top of the fact that digital is still as expensive as physical, which is hilarious. It should not be that way. But yeah, having to buy the storage to go with it, because as we've gone over, this is really fast storage, so the price is going to be at premium until manufacturing can go down. But yeah, if I'm buying my own games, I'm just going to buy the physical copy and just toss them in my carrying case if I'm on the go.
Yeah.
Now, granted, third-party games are going to be huge,
and the game
because
key
they're
cards,
huge on everything,
right? Not that
game key cards. So which is primarily third-party games. I don't think I've seen a single Nintendo one have
I don't think
that
so either.
Yeah, so it's going to be your stuff like Street Fighter 6, which is like a gigantic download naturally, and that's what I'll use the storage for. Those few AAA games that I might want to play on the Switch too.
See,
but also there will be exceptions. I saw Cyberpunk. They're actually going out of their way. They did this with Witcher 3 as well, I believe. They're going out of their way to get the 64 gigabyte. Finally, Jeff, you're getting your 64 gigabyte cards
it's
for
real.
Cyberpunk. It's real now, yeah. We can say it.
Yeah, I think that so Zelda is 18 gigabytes or the Tears of the Kingdom was 18 gigabytes. Breath of the Wild is 13.5 gigabytes. You ever get the sense that Nintendo specifically designs their games working backward from only using the 32 gigabyte card? They're like, we got to figure out a way to get this stuff down as little as possible. No ideas that are going to require bigger storage.
Textures in Nintendo games aren't that big, Jeff.
Yep. Yeah, they have
art
their
style
methods.
goes a long way in both getting the game to run as well as storage. Because some of those Wii U games, going back a little bit, HD, but boy were they tiny,
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, according to CDPR, the 64 gigabytes is the max, but that might just be for third parties. I bet it's the max that they would. Maybe this generation we get 128, but I don't think so. That would be so expensive. They're just going to 64 gigabytes will be the max, and then if anyone has a game bigger than that, it's just going to be a game key card.
It would need to be roughly as fast as those SD cards, and there's not a chance in hell they're going to have 128 ones that are easily accessible to people. No?
Yes, and that it would definitely significantly increase the cost. That's why we didn't get 64 gigabyte cards on the Switch one, even though they were there as an option. So technically, real.
Okay. You still haven't proven that. I'm still looking for the evidence.
Zelda Wind Waker Switch 2 GameCube release doesn't rule out HD port. We heard about this yesterday. I don't think we talked about this on the show, though. This is from Liam Doolin at Nintendo Life. Last week, Nintendo confirmed The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, would be sailing onto the Switch 2 as part of the GameCube library at launch. And still, Sean, when I read that was just last week, I'm still reeling.
That can't be right.
It's still just last week. If you're worried this might rule out the Wii U HD version of the game making a return one day, it seems there's still hope. Tim Geddes of Kinda Funny Games spoke to Nintendo of America's Senior Vice President of Product Development, Nate Bildorf, and was informed all options are still on the table. Here's what he had to say via VGC. I also sat down with Nate and got to ask a whole bunch of questions, and in typical Nintendo fashion, we didn't get too many answers. But I did ask if having the Wind Waker on Nintendo Switch Online precludes it from the Switch 2 getting the actual Wii U port at some point, and he was very quick to say no, all options are on the table. And I guess there are other examples of games coming to getting remasters after hitting Nintendo Switch Online. But I'm looking if they mentioned that here in the story. Geddes also acknowledges how there are already examples of games available on Switch Online that you can obtain in other ways. Obviously, nothing's confirmed one way or another, but there are many examples of games that are on Nintendo Switch Online, and you can get them in a different way, whether it's a remake or the same port version or whatever it is. But essentially, it was never say never. So, I'm still not holding my breath.
Yeah, I feel like this is because it was maybe, no shade to Tim, maybe a bit of a loaded question. Because when you ask a Nintendo person specifically,
say something will never happen.
Will this never happen? Or give me a definitive statement.
Especially Nintendo of America.
Especially Nintendo America, they will always say, well, we can't really comment, nothing's off the table. They give these types of responses a lot. So I wouldn't necessarily read too much into this one, but yeah, it is just a thing of, anything can happen. The news here is that, yes, just because a classic game is released into the service doesn't mean that it could not be available as part of an enhanced version elsewhere. Zelda is just the only example that would really make sense for us to be talking about right now.
Yeah, my read on the kind of what happened here is GameCube seemed like the kind of thing that they were going to save as one special difference for the Switch Pro, and they were going to be like, if you get a Switch Pro, just kind of like they did with was it something only worked on new 3DS? Was it Super Nintendo? There was something.
Yeah, Super Nintendo games.
Yeah, I think they were going to do that, and so when they started planning that out, that put the HD ports to the side. Something that again I heard years and years ago, even before the Switch Pro stuff, that was basically done and ready to go. Although they have a lot of those that we still haven't seen. And so I think they've just been we want to focus on the service. Having this service be valuable is important to us. That this is a way that we, they told investors how important having regular income from these services is to them to help even out the highs and lows of transitioning between generations. And when they moved all that stuff to Switch 2, it was okay, that's already on the side. We're saving Zelda Wind Waker for this. And then Twilight Princess could get the same treatment, Yeah. The GameCube version could easily end up on NSO.
Yeah. Who knows what they're doing? Because you know, like it's become very obvious recently that some of the stuff that Nate the Hate, our buddy, has known for a long time now is first starting to come out, and he's the one who has been talking about that Fire Emblem game for a long time now. So May we're at the point where some of this stuff just doesn't make sense for them anymore. Who knows? But as far as we know, that's the kind of project that exists, and they're just kicking it around for some reason.
Yep. Yeah. It's really hard to parse like how Nintendo decides to keep these things on the shelf for years. Like Advance Wars, when that happened, it was like there was a war in Ukraine, and this game's about war. We would just feel bad releasing it.
That makes sense.
We can make sense of that. Fire Emblem being done. And being done like for at this point at least 2 years or around 2 years, but it's getting very close to 2 years if it's not
Zelda,
already that amount
those other Metroid Primes, whatever they're doing with all that stuff. It's like who knows at this point, I guess.
It's hard to figure out why they make the decision not to put them out. Obviously
and maybe some of the stuff, like Donkey Kong took us a long time to see Donkey Kong because it was a Switch 2 roughly launch game. Yeah. Maybe that's all that's happening here is that they have some strategy for it later down the road that we'll see it and go, got it. That's how it slots in.
Yeah, I think this is a part of an overall risk mitigation strategy of just like we want to have games for a rainy day. Not a lot of other companies can afford to do that. We can. We like to spread out stuff on a calendar anyhow. So we're going to put out something here and here. We're going to kind of have a big future calendar, and we are going to have a bucket that is like when there's a gap that like feels bad, we can pull something out of that and plop it in there. I think the Zelda specifically make it that has felt like they've said it publicly they want to have one Zelda project per year, and they've had one every year without fail and without having to go to the HD ports. So that feels like, hey, if we get to a point where it's like we are getting close to the next Zelda, and we were expecting that this year, we're going to save it for that time. I could see that.
Do you think
that would be my hope?
Maybe that's been one where they say to themselves, we don't need to release this. So it's if a project slips, then they they hit the button. Yeah, I think it's exactly. I think they have a plan for. All right, this year it is that Age of Imprisonment, and honestly, and the upgraded versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So that's quite a few. Yeah. But then next year, it's like I bet they have something else for Zelda. We'll see at that point. But like. A few years from now, they're expecting a new big 3D mainline Zelda, and they'll expect that for a certain year. And if that needs extra time, just like it always does, they have a game like the HD ports to slot in at that point. That would be, I think that could easily be how this all goes down. All right, let's get over here to Ubisoft says players suing over the crew shutdown shouldn't have expected to own the game forever. This is from Jordan Miller at VGC. Ubisoft has again argued that players buying video games shouldn't expect to own the game forever. This argument stems from Ubisoft's decision to shut down The Crew last year. In December 2023, the publisher quietly delisted The Crew from digital storefronts and confirmed that the online-only game would no longer be playable as of April 2024. After almost a decade of support, we will be decommissioning The Crew 1 on March 31st, 2024, it said at the time. We understand this may be disappointing for players still enjoying the game, blah, blah, blah. 2 players impacted by the shutdown launched legal action against Ubisoft, accusing Ubisoft of violating California consumer protection laws. At the time, the plaintiffs claimed that Ubisoft misled players by telling them that they were buying a game, when in fact all they were was renting a limited license to access a game that defendants choose to maintain at their own noblesse oblige, which I don't know, that's legal Latin, I don't know. Essentially, I'm bringing this story here because we have heard them make this argument before. But at a certain point, if you're Ubisoft, is it more important to protect your right to pull a game offline or not be the bad guy? Like, it's got to at some point just be like, why are you the ones out there making this case? Shouldn't you just be like, let's just settle and fade into the background or something? Why is it so important to Ubisoft? I know it's Thursday, but what Ubisoft needs to learn is about shut the fuck up Friday.
Yeah,
because
this is that moment for that.
Online games get shut down all the time. Online games that people pay for get shut down all the time. It sucks. It's bad. And yes, you could even say it's anti-consumer. I get that. What's happening here is Ubisoft is like proud of it. And they are like, no, we did the right thing here by doing stuff like removing it from people's accounts if you owned it digitally. And then saying, no, it was never going to be here forever. Dude, just say, you know what? we did everything we could, but the Crew 2, we had that, and the Crew wanted to get shut down. That's how it works. You can't be kind of pompous about it,
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And I think that is a bigger problem for them, is being seen as this pompous, arrogant corporation that cares more about just, running a game out there, making some money, and then taking it away from players. And you already have an image issue as Ubisoft. You already have, they don't trust that your games are going to be good in the first place. And now they also don't trust that they're going to be there for a long amount of time. So, I don't know. If I'm Ubisoft, I'm just like saying, you know what? We hear you. We did mess up in this case. We're not going to undo what we've done with the Crew, but in the future, maybe we'll try to build our games in such a way that you will be able to have some access to the game going forward, and we'll just build our games with that in mind. I think doing a little bit of extra work in the process of making a game so that it can run when you pull the servers is clearly a better choice long run than trying to win court cases against the people who buy your games. It just, like, Ubisoft does not need to be the ones. They're already so hated by everybody.
Right. Or at the very least, like, leave it to the consumers. Sort of just laissez-faire. We're not touching this anymore. We're not supporting it anymore. Servers are shut down. But we're also not going to remove it from your account if people, like, happen to figure something else out. We didn't see anything. You know? Just look the other way, because even just saying nothing is better publicity than doubling down on your decision to shut it down. Just say, I saw in chat someone pointed out that you can just say the typical stuff of, this is how automotive games work. We have licensing in this game, it expires, can't support it forever. That's what happens with this genre of game. That's what happened here. It's unfortunate, but we're moving on from this game. If you just phrase it that way, just frame it that way, everything would have been better here, even if the exact same end result came out of this.
Yep, that's a really good point. I think, ideally what I would want from all this, obviously for the games to run forever, that'd be great. If you're going to have an online game, make it run forever, please. If you can't do that, then build in a mode that does just work offline. And then, I think the other ideal here would be you build the server client and you make it open source and you just release that to the crew, or to the crew audience, to the audience, and just say, hey, now it's on you guys. And I think there's people like, great, thanks, open source, we can handle it from here.
Yeah, back in the day, that's the kind of thing that would happen too when you get stuff like id Games, where they eventually release the source code because they're like, well, we're not really making money on this anymore. So screw it, like the server, browser, and setup and everything. Yeah, y'all can handle that. We're just, that's built into the purchase, I guess. That would be really cool. It's just, the word corporation has been said a lot this episode, and that's just where we're at with things,
Other Nintendo Switch Classic controllers are also said that they are only compatible with the NSO. This is an update to a story from yesterday where we mentioned the GameCube controller that they are going to be selling for the Switch 2 for NSO Classic games, Nintendo Classics. There was a little bit of fine print that said it's only compatible with Nintendo Classic games. And we brought this up because, as everyone, I'm like, all the other ones work with other games. You sort of just, sure, it doesn't have all the buttons, but if it does have enough buttons, the controller just kind of works. And it seems like maybe that this is going to be the exact same scenario, because apparently those other Nintendo Classic controllers, like for the NES, Super Nintendo, and N64, have all had similar fine print. And I think we all just kind of missed that. I missed that yesterday for sure.
I remember that after it was brought to my attention. I'm like, oh yeah, they did put a weird disclaimer on that. That's right.
And that's Nintendo loves to do that. They're like, if it's not going to work perfectly, we're just going to say it's not going to work at all. And then if people discover it, great.
Yeah, it's a nice little thing for them to discover. So that's, I don't know, maybe it gives me a little bit of hope, because if I'm going to be spending, was it $70 on this damn thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I would hope that at least works in games that have button mapping for GameCube stuff. Right. So, in Smash, I guess is that the one thing you're missing? Because there's the ZL. You can map it at system level. So
clicking sticks in. It might not have clickable sticks.
You're right. There it is. There it is. But even then, again, for games that have the mapping for it, like Smash, like Metroid Prime Remastered, it would be nice to use that one instead of having to bust out my Smash GameCube controller adapter, plug in the GameCube controller, and then make sure everything's set up properly as it were a Pro controller, which is how it usually works. So, yeah.
All right, that's going to do it for the headlines. Let me get the poll question up here. Actually, Sean, I don't have that ready, so why do that? Why don't you tell people where they could find you online and all that good stuff?
I mean, online, you can catch me over on Blue Sky, turboshawn.com, SHAWN, and otherwise doing stuff here, doing a lot of stuff here. We've been very busy putting a lot of stuff out. It's still, like we said at the top of the show, it is weird to think that all this Switch 2 stuff was the last week. We got a bunch of videos out on it if you want to go back and watch that. Obviously, we got good BCR and Bombcast talking about Switch 2. Dan and Jan talking about their experiences playing, well, Dan's experiences playing the Switch 2. And then, of course, we got more stuff here in the Power Block today. If you want to stay tuned, we'll have the GameSpot show after this. Jeff, you're going to be playing Blueprints later on in the day, right?
Yeah. I think, am I doing that next? Let me take a look at my calendar here real quick. I think I'm doing that.
It should be after the GameSpot show, right?
That's right. It's after the GameSpot show. GameSpot show and then Blueprints after that. That's right.
Yeah, so at like 1:30 Eastern. Yeah, so the plan is for you to start a fresh save file so people can just see what the game is like, and then like towards the end of the stream hop into like your regular save file so people can see the messed up stuff if they want to.
Exactly. If you want to stick around and see some stuff that I know what's going to be a spoiler and we're just going to avoid all that stuff, but there's some other stuff like you might be interested in or some other possibilities toward in the gameplay that you might not know is there, and maybe you weren't convinced. You could stick around if you want. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes, because I'm going to have to do some save management, because I don't think it has different save files, so I'll have to like back up my save and then bring that back into the game. So we'll see how it goes. All right. Poll question. Let's see. I have it right here from yesterday. If you can't afford a Switch 2, what do you want to say to Nintendo? I'll keep playing Switch 1, thank you, or drop the price. 37% says they'll keep playing their Switch 1. 63% say drop the price. We never really talked about like that Doug Bowser quote of, hey, for people who can't afford Switch 2, we still have the Switch 1. Very much echoing Don Matrick. It doesn't quite match Matrick.
It's a little different, because Matrick was like, basically saying like, you live in a country with bad internet, play the 360.
Yes.
Whereas
or you're like if someone in the Navy at sea and you loved having the Xbox 360, now you want to have an Xbox One. Well, too bad. You're serving our country. Yeah. Crazy things to say.
Whereas Doug Bowser is saying like, we know it's expensive. We made it expensive, but we're still going to support the Switch 1, and there's still a lot of good stuff out there. It's a little different, but just shades of Matrick.
Yep, maybe. Just a dumb thing to say. Clearly a dumb thing to say. Yeah.
Again, shut the fuck up Friday. Just sometimes you got to just back off a little.
Yep. Your normal bullshit of, well, we just made it so good it's worth the price, that people would just be like, oh my God, they'd roll their eyes at that, but it would not be the same sort of.
There's a lot of iPhones out there in the world, and they do the same thing. So you know what? Sometimes that's just the approach.
Yep, absolutely. All right. New poll question. Let's see here. Do you expect a Switch 2 price increase now? Yes, but a smaller increase, and no. We'll get the results of that, talk about it on GameBreaking News here on the Power Block with Giant Bomb tomorrow. Speaking of the Power Block, Sean went over it, but yes, stay tuned here. We'll go right into the GameSpot show. After that, I will be playing Blueprints, and then Sean, we'll figure out how we're doing voicemail dump truck. Jan's off today, everybody. So
I got it. I got it. Don't worry.
There he is,
got
everybody.
that.
Fantastic.
I'll figure it out.
All right. I saw Mike in chat. Mike, can you do dump truck? Thank you.
All right. Sean, thanks so much for hanging out with me today and talk about video games, man. I think we got through this one no problem.
Yeah, I think this was a fun time, Jeff. Always a pleasure being on.
Likewise, man. All right. Thank you all for watching and listening. You're the best audience in gaming. Until next time, have a good one. Take care of yourself, and goodbye.
What was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.
You're watching The Power Block. You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
Just missed him.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Well, it's gonna be done. But you're doing it for me.
GameFAQs doesn't have the code, but I know you do. What is the code? I don't remember!
I know who made Mario Kart World cost $80. Yeah, and what are you gonna do about it?
The GameSpot Show. Reviews, previews, and shocking reveals.
I am a proud Assassin's Creed sicko.
With your host,
Me, Kurt and Davina.
You betcha. Stay up to date on the latest releases and the hottest takes with The GameSpot Show.
Kurt, put Adamfall at the top of the board.
Thursdays at 10 a.m. Pacific. Only on The Power Block.
Oh, what was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.
Welcome to the GameSpot Show. On today's episode, Dan Reichert shares his thoughts on the critically acclaimed Blueprints, and Jake tells you why Look Outside is worth your time.
Hey there, sir. $1. Here we go. Thank you very much.
And now, your host, Kurt and Davina.
Hi, folks. I'm Kurt and Davina. Welcome to the GameSpot Show. It's going to be an exciting, thrilling episode because, let's face it, there's a few things in this world right now that people aren't too thrilled about. One of them being the Switch 2. But really, what are we switching to? That's right. That's what I thought. But you know, there's a lot of things to be upset about, and I would suggest that maybe you should just look outside. And I'm not talking about that literally. I'm talking about a game called Look Outside. So we're going to switch to a new segment called Game Spotlight with Jake Decker talking about Look Outside. Hey, can you dim the lights for me real quick?
I want to tell you about a little game called Look Outside. This is a cosmic horror turn-based game set in an apartment building. The whole idea is that if you look outside, you die, or something like that. There's some cosmic force taking over the world, and it's filled the sky. People have looked outside, and something wrong has gone on with them. They might still be alive, but you don't really know. But what you do know is that things like eyeballs are sprouting out of their chest, or teeth are growing all over their body. There's a bunch of other disgusting horror-like enemies that you'll fight along the way. But the game starts as you wake up in bed. You find out about this phenomenon through a character who is spying on you through the wall. After that, you are kind of free to do what you want. It's kind of structured like a day-to-day basis. So every time you enter a different room, time passes, and at the end of the day, you need to go to bed. And that way, it's kind of similar to something like Stardew Valley. So there are things you can do. You can cook, you can play video games to pass time, you can do crosswords, you can craft different things that'll help you survive. However, what most people will likely do, and what I did almost right away, was I left the apartment and explored the building itself. And this is where you start to see a lot of the horror elements take hold. As you're exploring, you'll find weapons, armor. I say armor, but it's more like a t-shirt or sunglasses. You'll find money, which can be used to buy snacks from vending machines, or you can find different shops throughout the apartment building. At least I've found one. I'm sure there's more, but I found one. So as you're exploring the apartment building, your character will start to lose sanity. And the way you get that back is by going back to your room, sleeping, showering, even brushing your teeth, playing video games like mentioned before. All of this is presented in sort of a top-down pixel art style, kind of similar to something like Earthbound, particularly in how the combat scenarios play out. So you don't see your character. So instead, those turn-based battles kind of take place in first person. You are looking at the enemies that you are fighting, and I think that's super effective because of how disgusting all these enemies look. Even though it is pixel art and not as detailed as something like Silent Hill 2 Remake or Resident Evil, these monsters are unsettling. I almost think the creator is sparing us by showing us these creatures in pixel art as opposed to highly detailed, scary looking monsters. If you're into horror games and turn-based RPGs, Look Outside might be for you. I think it's $10 on Steam right now. I definitely recommend reading the difficulties very carefully. The normal difficulty mode is very unforgiving in terms of how the save system works. So you could spend 50 minutes, 40 minutes exploring the apartment, and then you die, and you lost that 40 or 50 minutes. If you're up for that challenge, go for it. For me, I went with the easier difficulty just because I wanted to move along. I wanted to see the story, and it is kind of a long game. I was checking Steam, and it seems like people have put in around 20, even 30 hours in order to finish this game. So there's a lot there, a lot of puzzles to solve, a lot of really weird and interesting characters to meet, and some very creepy moments with a synthy soundtrack to back it all up.
Welcome back. What'd you think about that, Dan? Dan Reichert, Mr. Reichert?
Oh, I've been looking at a still frame of you looking at a different thing.
Oh, so you didn't see
my
it?
review of Kurt Indovina looking off frame is doing great, Kurt. Just killing it. 8.5 out of 10, I would say.
Really? What would
Yeah.
make it a 9? We don't do a point. We don't do a decimal system.
I do.
More
system? Nodding. I think more nodding, maybe the occasional, put your chin on your finger. I'll be like, ooh, yes, that's, yeah.
I rub my lips.
Yeah, it's not helping you.
But the nodding does?
Nodding's good, yes.
Cool. Have you looked outside recently?
Looked outside? Not really. I live in Minnesota, so for the last 6 months or so, it's just kind of a bummer to look outside, but we're getting there. Yeah.
Well, if you, based on Jake Decker's recommendation, you don't have to. It might kill you if you look outside.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff out there that can kill me. Yeah.
You're here because we're talking about a game that is critically acclaimed. I think if I remember, if my brain serves me right, because I pay attention, I really don't, but pay attention enough. People, it's considered the best rated game of 2025 so far, and that is Blue Prince.
It is Blue Prince, and that has consumed my life for the last couple of weeks. And I would say, without a doubt, my game of the year so far.
Nikes.
Oh, it's not like, here's the thing. You are seeing people post online about how this is one of the best games of all time. That's not hyperbole. It is the type of game that if someone told me my favorite game ever is Blue Prince, I don't think that's a crazy thing to say at all. This is one of the most singular, unique gaming experiences I've ever played, and also might be one of the hardest ones to talk about because it is easily spoilable. And so I'm going to try my best to talk about this wonderful game on this program and not ruin anything.
I'm going to ask you questions throughout this talk, and I will do my best to ask you questions that you can pose as non-spoilery.
Okay.
And I can't promise that anything I just said is true.
Great. Let's go.
Great.
Let's do it.
To start, Steve Watts reviewed it for us. Steve Watts gave it a 9, and Steve Watts messaged me, Kurt and Davina specifically, and was like, Kurt, I just got to a part in this game called Blueprints where you need a notebook. I think you'll like this game.
Need a notebook is way underselling it. So I started with a bunch of notes and stuff where I'm drawing graphs. I'm doing all sorts of math. I've done more math in the last 2 weeks than I've done in the last 20 years, easily. And I have a screenshots folder I'm looking at right now with over 500 screenshots I've taken. I've got a lot of pictures on my phone. I've gone into Microsoft Paint and Photoshop. I have a giant sprawling Google Doc right now that just looks like absolute nonsense. Like if I showed it to you, you wouldn't. I don't even know if it would register as spoilers. I shouldn't do that. No.
Will you spoil something?
You wouldn't know what you're looking at, but once you're playing the game,
you would
be like,
show me a note. On your
show
table.
you
on one of your little graph things. Just show me one of them.
Here, okay. I don't know if you can read anything here, but does that read as anything?
That looks like a serial killer. That looks like all Jack, no play, makes Jack a dull boy sort of jazz.
I'll read some to you. Face, ace, stage, stag, paint, pint, tie, time, cot, coat, cock, clock.
That's my favorite slam poetry I've ever heard.
I'm working on it. Yeah. That's my late career pivot.
Yeah. So I guess give me. I've understand. So first and foremost, it's called Blueprints, which after watching the trailer, I understand is like a pun.
Yeah.
Because the game involves blueprints.
That's everyone's first realization with this game. Yes.
And that's the one of many, or is that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So let me. I'll set the stage here when you start playing this game. And I have seen, understandably, after all of the hype from like media that's been playing it and calling it one of the best games ever, today, now that it's out, and also it's out on PS Plus and Game Pass, so no excuse if you have one of those, start playing it. And I understand how people, a few runs in, it's not really clicking with them. Being like, wait, I don't really get the hype. I don't really understand it. Because like initially, it's kind of like, okay, it's got this really nice art style and everything, cool tone to it, but it, somebody, Sean on our podcast said initially, like, it's just pipe dream, being like, oh, it's just you're trying to like basically place rooms in this house on this grid. This is it 9x5? Yeah, it's a 9x5 grid. And the goal being get to the 46th room, get up here to the top of the house. And so initially, the first thing is like, okay, well, I've got this room that you can go left, right, and up out of. I've got this one that's a dead end, but it's got 2 items in it. I've got this one that's just a straight hallway. The thing is, it just seems like that at first. Like you're just, I'm just placing rooms trying to get to the end of a house. And like, if that were it, I mean, I would totally understand being like, well, what the hell is this? Why is everyone raving about this? But it is this game that unfolds itself with incredible pacing. It's slowly, like, even if you're not meaning to, you are progressing more than you realize as you play this game. And okay, let me put it this way. I played over 40 hours of it, and I lost my save. It's one of the hazards of you're playing a game pre-release. Cloud saves had not been implemented yet. And then when they did, I opened up on my Steam Deck. Long story short, I lost my save. I went right back in, which I would never do that with like any other game, I think. But because it's one of those Outer Wilds type games where like knowledge is kind of your progress, I was able to kind of get back. It's like, oh, well, no, I've done the notes here. I figured out the puzzle here. I can just kind of get right back to where I was. And now I know people that are, 100, well into the 100 hours with this game. And I see myself doing that as well, because I've seen credits at close to 50 hours, and I feel like I know 10 to 20% of what's going on.
So the game keeps going when you finish it.
Yes, but, a lot of games do that now, and I don't always, like, for instance, Animal Well. I think Animal Well is a very good game. Animal Well got a lot of similar hype of like, oh, it's got all these mysteries. It's like, oh, when you think you're done, you're not done. I played Animal Well. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun aha moments with that game. But when I saw credits the first time, I knew I could play 40, 50 more hours and see the 8th set of credits or whatever. But I felt like I was kind of done with Animal Well after the first time. And with this, I saw credits, and I just feel like I'm getting started because there are so many, like, I've got like a to-do list on the top of my notes of like, I got to figure this thing out. I got to figure that thing out. And I know just from my notes that like, there's so much more to do, and I have to see kind of what the mystery is here. I'm deciphering languages. There are whole rooms and areas I haven't unlocked or anything yet. So it very much unfolds. There's a narrative that I feel like I'm just now starting to kind of piece together the characters and the larger world outside of this house.
So that's what I was going to ask you. What is the game about? Is it just purely like, hey, you got to get to this 42nd, 6th room, go for it, kid, and then that's where you probably can't tell me anything else?
Well, no, I mean, it basically starts with like you are a kid who has inherited a house. And as you walk into the first chamber each day, there's like a letter on the table and it's from the previous owner of the house explaining like, hey, I am bequeathing this to you, but I loved puzzles and I've set this up as a puzzle. And if you get to the 46th room, it's yours without any reservation or anything. So you basically inherited a house and, this family member that has passed on is like, challenging you through puzzles, basically. And the thing is, I think the moment that it'll get its hooks into a lot of people is you'll do kind of the pipe dream layout thing, trying to get to the end a lot of times. And then like your first big aha moment will likely be like, you'll realize that things you've seen dozens, if not 100 times, you're like, oh, I didn't even realize that was something. I didn't realize that was a puzzle. And that's when you're breaking out the journal, the notebook and everything. And that's the first of many, many, many realizations that like almost everything you're seeing matters. It could just look like a bedroom that you're walking in. You walk through this bedroom a million times and then you'll see something in another room 10 hours later and you're like, oh, I didn't even realize I should be paying attention to that back there. So everything matters. Certainly.
At what point did you have that? Like how many hours in did you have that realization?
I'd say within the first like 4 or 5 hours was one of my first big like, oh, I need to rethink everything moments.
And that 5 hours, like, was that still, because like you say that's kind of been like a growing pain or a speed bump for a lot of people. Was that the same for you, or were you like, I just want to lay out these tiles? That's how it works, right? It's like tiles. It's like a grid system sort of thing.
Yeah, it's basically like every time you go to a door, it's almost like like a deck building thing where it's like or a roguelite where you've got these 3 options. Like, do you want to do this hallway? Do you want to do this this nook, or do you want to do this billiards room? And the first few hours are very much figuring out like, oh, every time I go to the billiards room, if I go to the dartboard, there is a math puzzle here, and if I solve it, the dartboard rises up, and there could be a couple keys or a couple gems. So, like, there are certain like currencies, like these keys and gems, that will help you unlock doors, draft more advanced rooms, things like that. There's gold that if you draft a shop, you can buy things at. So those first few hours before you have those giant revelations, there still is this feeling of progress because there are constantly new room types that are getting served to you.
But what are those room types? Why do they, like, how do they change the gameplay?
So you've got some that are like just hallways, and so those are purely just to like open it. Because I mean, you can hit dead ends if you put the wrong rooms in place. But like, oh, if I get this hallway with 4 exits, that means I've got all these open-ended ways I can go here. And so like the hallways are usually like kind of gold colored, and so that's just for traversal. You've got the bedrooms you can lay down, and the bedrooms will increase your step count. So that's another kind of currency you have to watch. Is you start the game with 50 steps each day. And that basically means 50 rooms you can go. Like every time you cross the barrier between a room, you go down 1 step. So, but let's say you've set down this corner bedroom thing that every time you walk in that room, you get 2 steps. Or, I set down this one early. That means that every bedroom I place later will give me 5 steps. Or I find a sleep mask item. That means every time I enter a new bedroom for the first time, I'll get an additional 5 steps. So you're kind of managing keys, gems, and steps. And then there's gold as well. So there are these kind of currencies that you're managing throughout. There are the green rooms, which are kind of like the garden rooms that will only kind of pop up on the edges of the house. So it could be like this veranda or a patio. And a lot of those will have like, fresh dirt. And if you have a shovel item, you could like dig that up and you might find trash, you might find a key, you might find something else. So it's not just random, 3 each time. There's like, okay, well, if you've drafted this room, then these 3 rooms get added to the draft pool. So there's just a lot of learning. Even in those early hours where it's not this huge revelation bonanza or anything yet, you're kind of just like, oh, I'm realizing that, okay, if I want that room, I should do this, or I should be going on the sides of the house. And it's a constant learning process. I don't think there's ever...
Let me get this right. It sounds like you have rooms which unlock the ability to get items that can then be served in different rooms, and vice versa. But then while that's happening, there's a narrative, I'm assuming.
There is, yes. And a lot of that
you're gripping your way through.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like that narrative is told through, you'll find a lot of books. There's a library room where you can request to check out books. There's a bookshop where you can buy books that will, populate in the library. There's a lot of letters. There's a lot of photographs. And then there's things where it's like if you have a magnifying glass item, on everything you see for the most part, like anything readable or diagrams or pictures, you can bring the magnifying glass up and kind of look through stuff. And it's like, oh, wait, that thing looks really tiny without the magnifying glass, but oh, crap, that's a password if I do this. Or like, this scribbled out illegible thing, if you put the magnifying glass up, you can maybe ascertain what's going on there. So there's just a lot of like, the first time you get the magnifying glass, you want to go back and be like, I got to look back at all those books and stuff. There might be something there. And a lot of times there's not. A lot of times there's something that will open up a whole new area of the game.
What is your favorite room?
Oh, that's a good question. Favorite room? Oh man. The courtyard is nice because it's got 3 exits and there's a lot of dirt piles and a lot of times there's a chest in there. And if I have a sledgehammer, I can just bust the lock on the chest. So, courtyard, good exits and the opportunity for a lot of different little goodies.
What room makes you feel the nicest?
There's the ladies something chamber that is just a dead end room that you go into and you get like 10 steps. It's really nice. And then it gives you a bonus for future bedrooms. But there's a locked diary in there. And I know how to unlock it. And I know there's secrets in there that are going to help me, but I need to do it on the same run that I have the tomb because I need to be able to go down to the tomb to get the key to that diary. And I haven't been able to get them to spawn on the same thing. So that is on my to-do list. I am trying to unlock the diary in the ladies' chambers.
So no tomb.
I've been in the tomb, but not on the same day that I've had the ladies' chamber.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a workshop? There's a workshop where all your items, you can figure out, like, if I shove a shovel and a compass together, I can make a dowsing rod or something. And it's a lot of, like, anytime I have a bunch of items, I want to spawn a workshop and be like, oh, I made a powered jackhammer, like, stuff like that.
Wait, there's crafting?
In one room with a handful of items, yes.
Okay.
There's a finite amount of things you can craft.
Have you been to the Winchester Mystery House in real life?
No, but I have heard of it. I was curious. It was near the Bay Area, right?
Yeah, do you know about it?
The crazy staircases that go nowhere and gun people made it or something.
Yeah. I mean, the briefest non-professional history lesson. Don't take anything I say as truth, but from what I understand, it was like the wife or the person of the family who created the Winchester rifle, the gun that won the West, I think is the saying. And basically, this woman was convinced that all the people who were killed by the gun, their ghosts would come and haunt her. So she she continued to build rooms in her home in a way to escape the ghosts.
Did it work?
I don't know. I mean,
did she die by
dead.
ghost?
Did
ghosts kill her?
I don't know.
Was the cause of death ghosts?
Life. I mean, she didn't escape, the inevitable death, but I mean, I don't know if the ghosts were the cause. But those rooms lead to random places or stairwells to nowhere or dead ends or small hallways that lead to nothing. I've been there. They really sensationalize it up. They deliberately make you go through the back first, which is where it's all fucked up and wiggly woggly, and then you go to the front where it's all normal. I think, not that I'm a business marketing professional, you should start in the front and then watch the descent as you go. Anyways, it's when somebody was trying to explain this game to me, I kept thinking about the Winchester Mystery House. I take it there's no correlation.
Well, not directly, but there definitely are things where if you're placing a room with a bunch of exits and it's butting up against a room that doesn't have an entrance, it's there will be weird boarded up doors and stuff like that. So you can, if you want to design your own mystery house, you can, but you're going to do bad at this game.
Last thing, math.
Yeah.
Tell me about your math.
I was really good at math until it got weird. In school, because it's
start making weird noises and be
or symbols and stuff. The adding, the subtracting, the multiplying, dividing. It's yes, I can see the applications for these things, and then it just got a little abstract, and I was like, I don't care for this no more.
But this brought it back for you. Are there weird symbols in this game for you?
Yeah, it gets real weird, but it's tied to darts.
Darts.
It's darts math. Yeah.
Do you do the math on the dartboard?
That's correct.
So do you throw darts to do the math?
There's no actual darts. It's just a dartboard and a lot of math. And it starts okay, I get this. I think I've unlocked what this is. And then every day you go back, and every time you solve it, it gets harder.
Oh, okay.
And I'm at the point because I'm many days into this game, and it is insane every time. I hate the dartboard. I used to like the billiards room. Now I hate the billiards room. And there's also a parlor room where it's like 3 boxes. Like, I love logic puzzles, but these get crazy. Like, there's 3 boxes, and it's 2 of them, or there's always one true one, and there's always one false one. And then the other one can be either. So you could have 2 trues and a false, 2 falses and a true. And they will all have statements on them most of the time.
All right.
And you get 1 wind-up key. And it's like, so you got to read that and be like, the blue box says that the gems are in the black box, but the black box says the blue box is lying, and the white box has nothing on it. So what the hell do I do with that? So it's a lot of staring at boxes and math and rooms and paintings. And do you see why this is a hard game to talk about?
It sounds like a game that I really liked last year. A little game called Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
I thought of that many times while I was playing it because I know one Jake Decker is a big fan of Lorelei.
Yeah, Jake's shouting in the background.
I know. Look, Lorelei, I have deep respect for. I was not able to break through. Like, that was very difficult.
That game starts and you are not unraveling. I mean, you are not like being given small steps you can take. That game pushes you into a lockbox.
Yeah, you're in the deep end right away with that one. I do feel like Blueprints, you can go as deep as you want to here, and I do think it kind of like eases you in a bit. Because again, early on, it's very deliberate with like, hey, just try to get to the end here, and then you don't even realize it, and you're knee deep by the end, you know?
Well, I'm a big fan of Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. 9 out of 10, according to me personally. I reviewed that game. But hearing people talk about Blueprints, it just makes me think about another wonderful game. I haven't played Blueprints yet. I will be playing it. But if anybody needs a fix after and may have missed a little game, may I recommend Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. It has math, and you're going to need a notebook. All right, Dan, we have one last segment, and then you're free to go and pee again. It is the
Are you assuming I need to pee?
Yeah. Here you go.
Right. All right, yeah,
the GameSpot Power Ranking Board. You remember this, don't you? All right, so where does Blueprints go in the midst of this? The last you may have seen, Adam Falls now at the top of this. And you have to decide whether or not Blueprints goes all the way at the bottom, all the way at the top, or maybe somewhere in between one of these games. Can you see what these games are?
I can, yes. And I have full, I can put this wherever I want to?
Yes, you can.
Let me just go one by one. Is there anything on here that I would put above Blueprints? I feel weird coming in here as a guest and screw up your whole board.
No, that's the point. That's the point. This is the chaos of how it goes. You're the one to decide how this is a reflection of our chaos.
All right, well, Kurt, I'm looking at this right now. I like a lot of these games. Split Fiction, had a lot of fun playing it with my wife. Pyre Yakuza is cool. Assassin's Creed Shadows I like more than I expected, but Kurt, move a bunch of those things. This is going right to the top.
Wow! Get out of here, folks.
No question.
Every single time we're going to have a new game that somebody likes, it's just going to go directly to the top of the board.
Look, there are a lot of games I like, but Blueprints is like singular.
Singular. All right, well, if we ever do a retrospective, I'll just put Lorelei and the Laser Eyes somewhere.
Sure.
I want. All right, folks. Dan, thank you so much for being here. Can we do the handshake?
Oh, yeah. Is this
the other way? The other way.
It's over here?
Here we go.
Okay, let's do that. I'm going to do the double,
they call that the president handshake.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. All right, folks. That's been the GameSpot Show. This has been Dan Reichert. We've been talking about Blueprints. Thanks for showing up. Every Thursdays, I'm here to tell you about something new and game related. All right. See you later.
Yeah, Kurt, I think, at least from where I'm standing, I know that, everyone really appreciates your work, your vision.
Right, I don't think there's anyone else here that can touch the kind of, unique sort of voice that you have, and it's definitely special, for sure.
I'm always wondering, what happens if you change everything about your sort of look and style?
Get a haircut, Shave
the mustache, take off the denim jacket, and just, go to Nordstrom. Go to the rack and see what fits. If you can. I know you have like a strange kind of body shape. I'm not supposed to say that, but...
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Well, it's gonna be done. But you're doing it for me.
GameFAQs doesn't have the code, but I know you do! What is the code? I don't remember!
I know who made Mario Kart World cost $80.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do about it?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to a Giant Bomb Plays. It's Jeff Grubb from Giant Bomb hanging out with Mike Minotti. Sean McDowell is going to be hanging around in the background. He's producing this for us, so say hi to him as well. But Mike Minotti, we're going to play some Blueprints, or I'm going to, and you're going to play at the same time, right? Are you still playing?
I'm a professional. I immediately made a dead end for myself because I was talking to you while playing. So
that's how it goes.
Now I can just watch you. It's fine.
I'm deep into this game. Actually, you know what? Let's just bring it up right now so people can see my profile here. It does have a profile system, which I just never even interacted with, so I didn't know it was going to be there, but I'm happy it is. Day 83, 46 hours. Although how it's counting that because I've got some false starts on Steam Deck or whatever. But I have a daily allowance of 12. None of this is going to make sense to anyone except for you, Mike. I've got 2 red letters. I've not been going after those, although I think that's going to be my focus now. And
I don't think I've beaten this game. I've not gotten a single red letter yet. I think maybe I'm wrong.
You probably have 1 if you beat it, I think. And 3 achievements, basically 3 trophies. And then I got the blue ribbon there for getting credits on day 46. It said so. Yes, I am.
Ooh, I got credits on like day 30 something, so I'm better than you.
Yes, you are. Honestly, in the 30s, that was very impressive, Mike. But
thank you.
So much more left to discover in this game. But we're not going to be doing that. And we'll check in on my save later in the stream if anyone wants to stick around and see that, maybe. But if we do that, that would be, I would still be trying to avoid any major spoilers at that point. But we're going to start a new save. And we're going to see what we see. And we'll go through some stuff. And if we do come across stuff that me and Mike both know are like major revelations, maybe we'll probably avoid most of them, unless we kind of get to a point where it's like maybe we can find a way to discuss this.
If you're looking to go into this game completely blind, we're going to be avoiding major spoilers here, but there's some things we can't help ourselves with for sure.
Right. And that said, I do think you're going to be able to see someone play this game. And it's not going to matter until you do it yourself. Like there's a lot of stuff here that you kind of just need to do yourself to really fully understand, or even to begin to understand. And then the main thing that we're going to be doing here is laying down the blueprints themselves and actually going from room to room and playing the hand that we're dealt to try to build out this castle or this mansion. And that's the main core gameplay. So you'll get a good idea of what you're doing the majority of the time. So let's start it up here. And
I love this. I love the whole vibe, or even just hear this weird kind of creepy music. It's like ominous.
I haven't tried this
dare
mode. Yes,
a challenge mode intended only for without failing a single dare. Interesting.
You have to buy this boy to get this.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Interesting, huh? A lot of replayability here. I'm not even thinking about a new playthrough because there's still so much to do.
One of the trophies I saw is like get to room 46 on your first day. So that's why you need the other profiles.
Right. And that's the thing, like speedrunners what to do with these kind of games is like beat it in the first run.
Yeah.
I was like, is that possible in this game? And I guess so.
Yeah. I like now I think if I got the right RNG, I think I have a good plan for maximizing my chances of doing it.
Because it is about knowledge in a lot of ways, for sure. But there are some permanent upgrades you get that help a lot with that, especially just you'll see pretty soon that there's a step system in this game, and like every time you go to a room you lose a step. You start with 50, I believe, as the default for that. That's not too much of a barrier right away, but if you want to try to beat a run, then you're going to need some extra steps. You can get them as you play, but you also, like, one of the permanent upgrades you get is just start the day with 20 extra steps.
Yep, exactly. That's and that really makes a big difference. Then there's things you can do that go from day to day. You can do some stuff on one day that will give you 20 extra steps on top of that the next day, or go into a room that will give you an extra key the next day, things like that.
So, we have this cinematic intro, and there is a story here, and at first you think maybe this is all the story there's going to be, and you sort of realize, like, okay, like this family and all this stuff is more interesting, and maybe I don't even know if importance the word, because there's not too much of it I need to know to like beat the game, Jeff, but there's so much there and things that have been hinted at, and I'm like, what is going on here? And every once in a while, when there's not a lot of cutscenes, but when they happen, they're very effective.
Yeah, I got I was playing on the Steam Deck after the cloud saves got sorted, and I got a cutscene I was never even expecting to be there, and the game, it broke and was just showing me the colored bars. You get like a test pattern, and I'm like, oh my god, I have to see this. So I like shut the thing off and like I'm gonna make sure that doesn't save to this file.
This is like your main objective here is to get to room 46, whatever
in a
that
45
means.
room mansion, right? Yeah, it's a 9x5 playing field, so you can put one room in each one of those cells. And how do you get to room 46? Basically, this cutscene's just saying the guy that owned the house he died, and he's leaving it to you if you can get to room 46.
And you're pretty young, maybe like, I don't know, a 13-year-old.
I think he's 14. 14, yeah.
14. He's like a Boy Scout kind of a thing. So yeah, your grandnephew, not like a super close relative, but yeah, grandnephew.
Let me see if this is gonna come up. Okay, yeah. So here's some of my notes, but you guys won't see much of these. Don't worry about that. Let's see. I'm just gonna write down that date of 03. Was it 83? 83? Of like when he died?
It's 90s. The game takes place in the 90s, I believe.
Yeah. All right.
Early 90s. Like Harry Potter times.
Yep. All right. I'm like, okay, I could just walk right in here.
Yeah, the game looks good because it has the cell shading. You normally associate cell shading with kind of like, this game's trying to be a cartoon. And that's not the vibe here at all, but it's still very effective and very pretty.
Painterly, right? It's got like a painterly quality. I always go left first.
You see, I used to go right, and then I realized I like going left also. So yeah, so some of these rooms you're building are just straight up like hallways, and hallways can be good because they always have an exit. They're colored, and sometimes rooms are dead ends, but it's worth it because you'll get some good items. The den is a great early room because it has 2 exits and it gives you a gem. There aren't that many currencies in the game, but gems are one of them, and typically they're used to be able to access special rooms. So sometimes when you're drafting, a room might require a gem. The other important one that you're about to get here are keys.
Yeah, I'll grab that.
And keys are, they're used to unlock doors. The closet's a good example of a dead end room because, like, it's a dead end, so that's bad. But there's always items in the closet. It's like the sledgehammer will help you interact with some stuff. This dice lets you re-roll the rooms you got.
Sledgehammer breaks open locks on certain things. It can also interact with certain objects like this.
No idea. That you could do that?
There's nothing in there.
Idea.
There's one over there, though.
Is there ever anything in there?
Well, there's one over there. Right? There's so much to the game.
Okay.
I'm playing, everybody. Oh, hang on. Let me do my settings here. Let's go to controls and smooth look to make it a little bit easier for everybody to look at.
There you go.
All right. Let's see here. That's like a very basic mechanic, but yeah, that's the level of spoiler you'll have in the stream, everybody. All right. Parlor's good here. Man, I forgot that's what the regular parlor looks like.
Oh.
So yeah, this is another thing. You can upgrade the rooms and stuff like that, and that's part of like the deck building side of it. It's very light in terms of deck building, but you can customize the card set that you're selecting the blueprints from in certain ways, like how likely they are to show up, like their rarity, and then you can also get you could select from certain upgrades, things like that. You kind of make it your own a little bit.
Right. So this is like one of the one of the two like most
it's got a puzzle piece on here.
Puzzle rooms. Yeah. It's interesting. There actually aren't that many of these kinds of rooms. The whole gimmick here is that there's these 3 boxes. One of them has gems in it. At least one box is lying, and at least one box is telling the truth. Now there could be 2 lying, there could be 2 telling the truth.
Right.
But there's always a liar and a truther.
And the gems are always in one of the boxes.
Yeah, so you get to use those clues to figure out which box has the gems.
Right. So this is like just a tutorial one because it's like we know the gems are in the boxes. That's what that letter says. This one says the gems are on the floor. Well, that's clearly a lie. The gems are on the desk. That is clearly a lie. That means we know this one's true. Now, it's not always going to be in the true one, but we know it's true. What does it say? The gems are in this box. There we go.
There we go. And that's like some of the escape room-esque stuff that is in this game, and there is some of that element also. There's a room that requires gems, the courtyard.
I might just go with the spare room here.
Those bedrooms over there on the left, that's what can increase your step count, so that helps. Yeah, I said truther. Interesting choice of words.
So I'm like going deeper in here, and I'm like starting to think about maybe going back to the entrance hall and filling out over here, because the further you go in, there's some difficulties that increase. More likely to encounter locked rooms. There are electronic doors, and those are more frequent the further you get. Actually, each of these rows are called ranks. I'm on rank 3 right now. It goes up to rank 9. Certain things only happen on certain ranks. Some things like that being locked doors, or they increase in frequency. I guess there's a chance you could encounter a locked door maybe as early as this, but it's very rare. So what you want to do is you want to maximize your currencies, so you want to use these early rooms to try to get as many gems and as many keys as possible. That's like the card game, the resource management aspect of this. So I'll probably do that right now. Go back to the beginning.
Right. And again,
and I'm using steps.
Yeah, it takes steps to go back into a room you've already been. Every time you go into a room, that uses a step.
Go here.
Especially early on, like that might hurt a little, but you can make the guest bedroom.
Yeah, that'd probably
right
be worth
now.
it. Actually, now I'm like operating like I have more steps than I do because I'm so used to having 70.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's worth. Even when you go into a room, don't just think about that. Well, this is the room that gives me plus 10 steps, because there are going to be like notes or other things in the room that you can look at, and sometimes it's surprisingly important things.
I like the save corridor, but these other ones are dead ends. That's kind of
sucks. Storeroom's good because it gives you items, but then it's a dead end. They get so red rooms are generally negative effects.
Right.
So the lavatory is just a dead end with nothing in it. So that's
right.
Pretty bad.
I'm gonna have to go with corridor. It's the first run.
Oh, we could have redrawn.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Sometimes you get items that let you redraw. That's what we got from. I forget where I even got that from. But got a.
You got that in the closet.
Okay,
you got it with the sledgehammer, the dice.
All right. Well, still not great. God, I hate Maid's Chamber. So like this
redraw now.
Yeah, let's redraw now. Oh, boudoir's good, and pantry's good. Let's do that.
That's what. Yeah, pantries are great, especially early on. Disgusting, the apple, but. So gold's the other resource. There'll be shops and stuff. Pretty straightforward.
Oh man.
So chapel's a pretty interesting. It's one of the negative rooms you'll probably come across the most because it has the 2 exits. So it's pretty good. But every time you enter it, you lose a gold coin, and that's a bummer.
Sometimes though there will be coins, so it's a risk reward. And
yeah, that's.
And again, there's like other ways you can change up these rooms. I have that in my run, but how it's changed is going to depend on what you do.
Yeah, those were like. It's not like, there's always going to be gold coins in that spot, right? Like, so it is worth every time you go in a room, look around for just a moment at least, see if there's any items in there.
Here's a example of something you might encounter early. It's the breaker box. You might not know why you would interact with any of these things, especially this thing. And this is where you probably could find information elsewhere that could help you solve this, and then it might do something special in the house. I am going to turn off the power of the key card. Yeah, I don't have the card. I can come back if I have to.
It's a good example of like something you come across the first time. You're like, well, what the heck is any of this? What am I supposed to do here? How is this useful? And then through playing the game, through reading some notes or observing the world, you understand things you can
pretty
do
quickly
with that.
too. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's just greater chance of finding items in green rooms. That's kind of enticing at this point, but.
It's not bad. You have some gems to play with.
I do have some gems to play with. That might help. Hopefully get a shovel here. Nope.
Right.
That's okay, though.
So, yeah, if you had a shovel, you can dig in those dirt patches just for a chance to find some items.
Yeah. Workshop.
Yeah,
just to keep going.
You kind of have to just to make this path keep going.
And it's like, here's something. And,
yeah.
This is the kind of thing where I'm just taking screenshots, and I'm trying to figure out exactly like what I don't know what I'm looking at right away, it takes time to like piece things together and start to begin to make sense of everything. And that's where I'm like, I'm not necessarily writing down a note with all this information, but I'll take a screenshot and then eventually I'll see something that will make it make sense, or I'll have, more similar items and I could begin to decipher something from there. But like, me telling you that this is important, everything is important. Everything in this game means something. So don't be surprised when you pick up a music sheet and be like, well, obviously this is nothing. No, everything is important.
Yeah, it's not, the game's not randomly giving you numbered music sheets for no reason. Yep. Hey, broken lever.
Broken lever. And then
so like this is a good example, just a very unique room that with like just the one mechanic that's in here. Oh, you can actually.
If I have one more thing, I've done that before, and it's actually very good.
Yeah, so like the workshop, you could combine some items, so it's like a light crafting system. Don't think that like, oh, this game has crafting. No, this room has crafting.
Yes. Probably not going to get to rank 8 today, but I do that. Observatory with 1 star.
I don't think I drafted my first observatory for a while.
Observatory.
Day one.
So this does say +1 for each time you've drafted observatory, +1 star, and boy, that gets important over time.
Yeah, observatory is pretty nice.
Yes, exactly, but it's not going to make much difference here on our first run. So I'm probably just going to go dining room.
Yeah, dining room's good when you're if you have a run that's going pretty deep.
Yep.
Because basically you get a benefit when it says reach. So like it says rank 5 right now on that bottom right there. That just means how far up the kind of vertical grid you are. So you're on the 5th slot upwards now, so that's rank 5. And once you get to rank 8, they will serve a meal here. And that means you'll get a bunch more steps. So it can give you a boost needed to see and figure some more stuff out on a deep run.
Yep, and you could see, like, if you're wondering exactly about the details of any room, you could get in here, look at the directory. It gives you, like, it does have slots for all the rooms as you see them. Mike, have you ever seen room 8?
Actually, I don't know.
I've not seen room 8. So,
interesting.
Yeah.
It's traditionally a lucky number too, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what that could possibly mean.
Yep, exactly.
No, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna open mine right up. I'm like,
go ahead.
I
I really don't mind if you're playing just like kind of like just sprinkle in some stuff, and I can ask you questions. You could double check. That's not too bad. You can see there's a rarity there. There's ways to eventually adjust that sort of thing. And it tells you the type, the blueprint. Then there's bedrooms. They're purple. Hallways are this orangish color. Green rooms, these are going to have all the plant life. Shops, they'll be gold. And then the red rooms, which, yes, they have a potential negative effect, but it's not so negative that you'll never want to draft them. There's reasons to draft them.
Yeah, some of them are worse than others for sure, too.
And as Mike was saying, like, this is where if you get to rank 8, again, that's right here. Then you come back here. There will be food there, give you plenty more steps. And there's other ways to like get bonus steps with that. All right, let's try to go this way. 0
a little early for Great Hall.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, there's ways to make Great Hall make sense, but I doubt I'm going to get that.
You can't afford a dead end here. You got some other open areas.
Yeah, and the 4 items might be nice. And there's still, if I have to if I have to book it to the other side, I mean, it's a long way around. But I mean, I do have that exit out of that other bedroom.
Could do it. Man, I do not have a room 8. I don't have a room 7. Like, how do I not have room 7?
Now I want to open my save and even see what 7 is. I don't remember. What am I missing? Oh, the salt shaker. Duh.
Interesting. That was your lost shaker of salt.
There it is. Yep, I found her.
Yeah, there we go. There must be a woman to blame.
Yeah, probably. I mean, in this game, yeah. All right.
Oh,
yep.
The rumpus room. Do we show them that?
Because it's the first one, right? Like, I didn't glean anything from that, really. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah. This is I don't know. I really like the flavor of this.
Yes. So here it is. You've seen the movie Big with Tom Hanks. I'm sure everyone in our audience is familiar with that. There's no young people going, what the hell are you talking about right now? So you go up to this guy, insert a coin, and you get a cutscene.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping.
What the fuck is big?
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great
Alzar.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Yeah. So basically, what he said there is, come back here. If you get the rumpus room again, you could do this again. You'll get a different message. And
yep,
you know, they've helped somewhat.
Yeah, it's a good example. Just something like even the same room can have new information, different days. I just like the flavor of that a lot. You know, this game, you know, this is a very sincere game. I don't know if I've come across a single joke.
Yeah.
And I kind of appreciate that, right?
Yes,
like some games can't help themselves. They want to at least do a little something somewhere. He's like, no, we're playing this one pretty seriously.
All right, so the metal detector detects keys and money.
And you were able to break that chest because you have the sledgehammer.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you would need to use a key on that.
That's right. All right, well, now we're kind of getting... Could start to be a problem the way that this is going out so far here. Mail room. Let's do the drawing room, maybe, probably.
Probably.
3 gems would have been nice.
Drawing is nice. In this room, you get a free redraw on every door. Nope. And this is where you're going to start seeing more locked doors, so keys are going to become an important resource. Especially early on, for me, keys were my biggest barrier. I would usually run out of keys before anything else.
Yes.
That's what would kill my runs.
Have you ever found money laying on the ground when you didn't have the metal detector?
No. So I know. I'm like, part of me is like, am I just not observing it, or does it not show up unless I have the metal detector?
And I do sometimes struggle to find it when I do have the metal detector and it goes off. So I'm like, I must not. But it's been so long now. I figured I would have just seen one by chance. So I'm like, I think maybe it doesn't show up unless you have the metal detector.
I agree.
All right. Conference room could be good.
Dark room.
Yeah.
Interesting, but maybe not for this run. You have some gold. Commissary is not terrible, but it's also your last gem.
Yeah, but it could have gems in there.
You can redraw in this room.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go for it. Now it's gonna take me north too, which is not
example of a room with some notes on the floor, on the wall and whatnot.
Oh man, there's an upgrade disc.
Oh,
but I don't have any way to exchange it in yet.
That's what to say. It's so good, but you don't. Yeah, you do not have any computer rooms.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's buy some gems and a shovel.
Yeah, you had a lot of. If you ever have to like retrace your steps, you'll be going by a lot of dirt.
Yes, exactly. But I'm gonna have to start going backwards now. I don't have. Wait, did I get the key? No, I didn't get it.
No, I got the key card and was talking about it on my
exactly.
run. That's why you're confused. I thought for a second too. You have the key card. Like, no, you don't. I do.
All right, let's try going this way. Redraw.
You can redraw.
Yeah, I'm gonna redraw. Ooh, here we go. Now, I do
you
have
can
enough.
afford the office.
Yeah, but the office is just money. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is that gonna help?
Too bad you didn't get that upgrade disc.
Yeah, for real. Well, hang on. Let's do it.
Did you get the conference room?
Yeah, right? Didn't I?
Oh. I think it showed up. I don't think you actually picked it.
Oh, maybe I didn't pick it. That's right. Okay, well, that's fine. We're going to have to retrace our steps anyhow, and I have the metal detector. Okay, let's run payroll.
Yeah, so there's a few of these computer terminals, and they do some interesting things. From this one, since the office, they can manage payroll. And it's called like an employee incentive where it spreads gold in the estate. So now there'll be some extra gold just flung around.
And then there's log in the network. If you can find a password somehow, this is one I found pretty early on, but there's other ways. There's multiple ways to find it. And then you can look around here. Upgrade disc. I didn't realize that was here the first time.
Oh yeah. So there we go. This is how you upgrade the rooms permanently. So this is one of the first maybe permanent upgrade systems we'll see. And this was not like a huge one or anything, but it'll pick a random room and give you a choice of ways to upgrade it. Courtyard's a good one.
Yeah, I don't think I have an upgraded courtyard.
Yeah. So we can make it so that there's always 2 gems in there, 5 dig spots, or courtyard is always left unlocked.
Yeah, I like the gems. What do you like?
I like the gems. I know it's maybe the least sexy of them, but
yeah, but there's like
very useful.
Yeah, there's other ones where it's like I like playing it risky with the red rooms and not trying to make them easier, trying to make them more of a risk reward. And so for these ones, giving me some just safe currency, I like that. 5 dirt spots. That's what that said, Sean.
Dirt.
All right, and then like you'll find a drawer like this, and you got a note here. Please check if any of these books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. And Mike, I've still not figured out what to do with this note.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's got to be, because books are a thing here.
Yep.
And the note mentions that they weren't sure if it was herrings or hearings.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, something to do with that.
There's this guy on top of this thing that I just switched that right there. I've also not been able to open this. I'm like, been working on.
I did open this one.
Okay. I'm like, I haven't, like, I got early on, I saw this one and I'm just like, well, I'll figure out. This is one where I'm like, I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. And so I put it in the box of like, something will just happen and I'll just figure that out. And it's not happened yet. So I'm like, I maybe should focus on this one.
Maybe I opened a different one, actually.
I got the one in the boudoir for sure. Yeah.
It took me a long time to notice there was one in there, I have to admit, Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was this little hit in there. And I was like, no, there's nothing in there. Oh, see, out of keys. This is where I get screwed a lot in earlier runs.
All right, well, how many? I have plenty of steps, and man, that's got that. Man, if I could find a.
You still just go through the court. The courtyard needed a key, didn't it?
Yeah, if I could get a security room, we could open that, and we could get up here, and we could get food.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to be trucking it all the way back to that first path you made, that bedroom.
But let's do some digging.
Yeah, that's right. We can't start digging. There could be keys.
Hey,
easy.
Good luck.
Always lucky.
Yep.
What we got here?
Coin. All right.
Coin. Sometimes you get nothing, so that's pretty good luck. Oh, and there's some of that gold you spread around earlier.
Yes, and that happens pretty frequently, having nothing.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is going to go off. Did I get close? Nope. All right, so office is where I could go to use this key. This is good. Maybe I could start heading back in this direction.
Give us something good.
Give me something good. I guess. Oh wait, how far away is the utility closet? It's kind of far away. But whatever. Let's do it. So, well,
let's see. We'll got to walk in either way.
Yep. It's just one room.
So now we can't see here.
Yeah, 23 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's like one of the more obvious things you can do with that breaker box we found is that, well, we can go turn the lights back on in this room. Because otherwise, when you draft in there now, you won't actually be able to see what you're picking.
7 shit.
And obviously, a dark room, there's probably some good information in there.
You know what? Let's pick up some more money, maybe, hopefully on the way back.
Well, you're so close to level 8, then you would get steps from here.
Right, exactly. But I need that key card. Well, is the courtyard a room? Is that a key card one as well? Why would I not open that?
That's just a normal key.
Okay. Well, let's
forget. Maybe we never even went there.
So the utility is okay. Well, we're committed now.
Yep. It's too late now. It's on cost.
Yep. I'm gonna lose 2 coins from this room. I forgot about that.
Oh, the chapel sucks.
Yep.
All right.
So yeah, this turned off because we went in there. Now we can turn it back on.
There you go.
And the metal detector is not gone off. So, sweet.
Oh, right.
Hey,
we got our points back.
Got it back.
The church. Like, obviously, there's some rooms that can only be built in certain areas. Like this room right here, right? It's looking outside, so it kind of has to be built on the side of the house.
Let me look. I could see the door from here. That's a regular door. Let's see if we... Yeah, let's do that. That way we can come back to the dining room right here.
Yeah. If it doesn't need a key.
Oh, right. It does
Just
need
a whole...
It does need a key. That's what it was. Oh, it doesn't. Sweet. All right.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Conference room.
Yeah, conference room.
No, it's too late for that
it's
to
too
work.
late,
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not... There's no difference.
It's the same as the East Wing Hall
Yeah.
anyways. It's just with potential benefits.
Right, exactly. All right. We got that. Nothing on the desks.
Wait, we could use that key card.
Well, there's a code right there.
That's interesting. So there's something.
Ooh, kitchen.
Kitchen costs gems.
Yep.
You don't have that much gold to buy food anyways, although we do need food.
Yeah, but I mean, I can get back to the dining room, so I'm good now.
This is pretty impressive to make it up this far in the first
know,
run. Granted,
yeah.
there's some knowledge. Like, I did
of
not
course.
get anywhere close to this.
Oh, yeah, no, me neither. It took me a long time, actually, to get up to this point.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's a big part of the game, is that actually there is a strategy to the drafting. And you'll learn it by playing it. You'll also learn, because the game will eventually give you books from a library that just explain straight up, here's some good ideas for drafting strategies. Like the synergies we were talking about. Like, oh, if you have this, then you can do that. That's something that didn't occur to me until about day 15.
And just the fact that, I would not open earlier doors. I was just like, I got to get as deep as I can. So I think the fact that you did, then you had those resources, that's a big part of why.
Exactly. Resource management was huge. Yes. All right, so now we have that. I still don't have a key card, but that doors will turn up anyhow.
The conference room one was a door. I mean, you could afford to go all the way back to that bedroom and towards the beginning.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to do that now. All right,
it's gonna hurt, but
yeah, for sure. But maybe we get some.
At least you'll go through the guest bedroom on the way there.
Yeah, true. Well, no, I've already gotten those steps, right?
Sometimes you get
I think if you have there's another room that, like, if you go in there again, it'll reactivate it or whatever.
I was also reading it wrong anyways. You're not going back in there. Oh yeah, do you have... Is there anything you can make? I don't think so. Oh, what's this?
This is the dowsing rod that Dan was talking about on GameSpot that
I don't think I got
never made. Greater chance of finding money and much greater chance of finding money and keys while digging. Well, shit.
Nice.
All right. Well, let's see here. Let's plan this out.
I've never made one of those.
Yeah, me neither. Man.
Yeah, the freaking chapel's gonna take gold again.
Yep.
Oh, nice though. There you go. Something's in here. There it is.
Okay, and I go here, turn right, turn left. Okay.
Would you have liked it if there was like a mini map on this main screen? Because I do have to open up that map.
You know what? You know what I wish it was? A compass. Just am I facing north, south, west, or east? Or the secret fifth direction that the Catholic Church should keep secret from us.
Right.
Yeah.
It's messed.
Lousy messed.
Lousy messed weather. Something in this room. Closer to the door, I think.
Yeah. Well.
It's on the hand. Talk to the hand.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to do a gymnasium.
Yeah, so gymnasium, you lose two steps when you go in there instead of one. Now, there was a gymnasium thing on that breaker, so if you turn the...
I turned it off,
did turn the gymnasium off. So this room's not having the negative effect.
Well,
it's a lot of gems.
Yeah, the wine cellar, especially for this, which is basically going to be a dead end anyhow. Sure, there's a chance I could have had one extra room here.
Yeah.
But I think I might be screwed otherwise. Well, what is this? This is still... Hey, there's a key.
That's a key.
But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get back there. This is a security door.
Yeah, I think the key card is what's going to mess us up here. Let's try to get...
let's go for it.
Dang it. Let's go for it.
Like,
we have our super shovel. Maybe we'll dig up something good. Maybe you'll dig up a chicken dinner.
Yeah, there we go. Give me some floor tendies.
Flendies.
Yep.
I love this, how silent it is. I mean, the game is like Spartan with music and sound effects, so it's just really effective when that stuff happens.
Man, I have enough money now if I made it to the commissary, but I'm not going to be able to make it to the commissary. Yep.
Where's the commissary at?
I mean, I got 4 steps left. It's at least more. It's more than 4 rooms away. 3 steps left.
Oh boy.
Yep.
It's impressive to even have steps be your barrier in the first run, because it was not a problem for me for a long time.
Yep.
Again,
that's just like
dead ends.
Learning that you don't want to just snake up your way up to the top. You want to like use all this space. It's valuable. So I ran out of steps and I pass out. And then
medical attention when that happens to you, by the way.
I just go to sleep in a tent outside, apparently.
There you go.
East-facing villa. Yeah, it'll give you a name of like the kind of house that you've built, and it'll give you a little picture that sort of reflects the kind of house that you built up here as well. I always kind of like to see that, see what it thinks I've built here.
Yeah, I had up with a lot of greenhouses.
Yeah,
there's a lot of plant-based ones.
Yep. And then we go for another run. Tom says, seems like a jump scare is going to happen. The only jump scare is eventually a horn will start to play. Like music will change if something important is happening.
Right.
So
that's why it's an unsettling move, but no, it's not a scary game.
Nothing's scary at all. You never even see other people.
It's like, it is kind of that Mist vibe. It's just like everything's kind of still and unsettling. Not scary. All right. I always like an early nook. I like that.
Early nooks are good. Get a key. Look around in case it really does happen where I can find stuff with that metal
so like
detector.
that note in this room, because it's such an early room, it's just going to be a gameplay tip, but you'll get some of those in here.
Yep.
That thing will just, I think, explain what keys are.
Right. Yeah.
I guess now we'll see how this puzzle is different.
Yep. So I'll go grab this, and we'll try to solve it.
It'll change every time.
All 3 boxes are empty. Well, we know that's a lie. This box and the blue box are empty.
Possibility.
Yeah, that's possible. So the black box contains gems.
Those
So
will both
this
be
one,
true then.
Yeah, this could be. This is a lie, and these both can be true. Usually, it works out if it's like so. 2 are either going to be true or false, and then so if you have a situation where it's like, well, if both these can be true and this one could be a lie, usually that's how it's going to work out. In fact, I would say it's that you have solved it at that point. So if both these can be true and that could be a lie, the black box contains the gems. We'll go there. And there you go.
Money.
Where am I at here?
Well, saving the dead end now, you can just do the bedroom at
Yeah,
least.
that's what I mean. Try to get as many resources as possible and see if there's something over here and get a dead end at this point. Yeah.
Storeroom. Early storerooms, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Boom. 1 of each. I'll take it. Honestly, 2 keys and 3 gems at this point. That's a good place to be in. We're just going back here. I'm gonna try the middle.
Oh, well, you could make the passageway.
Yeah, I like to save the passageway for much later, usually.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing with the chapel is you only lose 1 coin right now.
Yeah. And
you don't even have to go in, I guess.
We don't even have to go in. See if I can see anything on there. See if
yeah,
the
right.
coins. Yeah.
I do peek sometimes.
Yeah. Den's harder to go against at this point.
We do remember Twitch Plays Pokemon. They're gonna do a Twitch Plays Blueprints.
I would watch that. That'd be fun.
I think that'd be fun.
Like, I think it would probably solve it in like a matter of weeks. Like, it would probably get credits, but like 100. I don't know if it would ever 100% the game.
No.
That's good. Like this. And in the meantime, let's go here in case I got a dead end.
Boudoir.
Yeah, let's do bunker room. Because that way we have 2 of these in case you get something that bonuses from bedrooms.
Free bananas. Those are not always there.
Yep.
Look at the kids' Atari.
Yeah, I know. I love this. And a hamster.
Hamster. I don't know what his name is. How's this hamster still alive?
This is the real final boss.
Yes. Well, sorry for the major spoiler, everybody.
Yeah. All right, well.
Ooh, banana.
Didn't give myself the best chance. Well, okay, I'll take it.
Hey!
We'll take
It's
that.
a good room.
Yeah, security room was my early, like, most frequently played room.
Yes. Also a cutscene room.
Yep, yeah, cutscene room.
Cannot put the hamster in the microwave, sorry.
Yep.
It's a different game.
Not basically unplayable. And this is your character, your player character.
So yeah, and Slane asks, do rooms repeat on a run? Once you build one, you can't build it again. That's like, again, where maybe is a little bit like, think of it as a deck. Generally, no. Once you play the room, you're not going to see that room again that day.
Yes. Yeah, just think of, the 45 rooms that you start with or whatever, just sitting there in a pile and you're pulling 3 at a time whenever you go to a door. There's ways around that, of course. The game has a lot of ways to modify everything. Yeah, it's not safe. You don't have doubles. Triples would be best, for sure.
That's my butt.
It's like the delay when we stream through Jan's computer now.
That was like your camera yesterday.
Yeah.
On Blight Club. I loved it. I wish your camera always.
On my side, it was just breaking out, so I didn't realize it was totally max headroom. I didn't think it was exactly like that. All right, let's see here. Let me get I'll get back down a little bit. There's a computer here. Again, there's log in a network, but you need a password.
Yeah,
we don't
this
have
is probably
it.
the first computer you'll come across. Jeff got a little lucky with that office.
That's right. Keycard system. I always like to change the offline mode. So the mode determines the default settings the security door will be set to if power is lost during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working on the estate. Well, I'm working on the estate, so let's set it unlocked. So that means if I get that breaker room again, turn off the power, and now those security doors will just be unlocked.
Yeah.
And then if we were to find that security room and do that, so now I'm in a situation where I want there to be security doors, we could set it to high, and they would show up more frequently. I just keep it at medium most of the time.
Yeah, early on I was like, I'll set it to low until I get to the breaker room, and then sometimes it's like, honestly, like you can get the breaker room not too difficultly, not a word difficultly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally. So I set it to medium usually, unless I get the key card, or if I have the situation, the scenario where they're going to be unlocked, then I set it to high so they show up a ton, and that way I can just get through those doors and not have to have another key. He says, that's why you guys called it a deck. Sean, you're right. Why didn't we just explain that part of it?
There's so much to explain.
Yeah.
Just let me get roasted in the comments instead. Thanks,
I'm
guys.
sorry. It didn't even occur to me that that is the thing that we were trying to say. I'm like, that's obvious, right?
No, I get though. Now I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, corridor. It's not great at this point, but whatever.
Yeah, commissary is like, I don't draft a ton of those sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it uses a gem, right? I do it. I'm doing it a lot more now because I'm getting every run. I'm ending with like 80 coins at this point for various reasons. So,
we have the breaker box, but we'd be dead. So this is a good. Sometimes you get into situations where this is your only path, and you gotta be making exits, or else your run's over for the day.
And I have the gem. I have to use it, and I have 5 coins. Maybe I can afford something.
Salt shaker. Maybe
worth it.
safe. Sledgehammers are much better though than salt shakers.
Yeah, I have plenty of steps for now, so.
Yeah.
All right, man. I am just not getting a lot of luck with this.
This is more like my first runs when I was playing the game. Like at some point, I'm just going to reach a dead end here.
Yep.
Because not only could it be a literal dead end, but the way that you are in the grid, that thing could just turn into a room that doesn't have a door aligned with it. So then it's a dead end. Really, you can't afford the courtyard. Oh, that's it?
No, I can afford the courtyard.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was 2. Oh, you get 2 in there.
Yeah, so it's gonna be worth it.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a great room.
Man, okay, well,
And,
hopefully we get that box. Let's get this. And then...
Nice. Free shovel.
This will be here.
Oh, this is a good courtyard. You got the shovel and the keys?
Yeah.
I mean, shovel and the gems. Save gems.
Gems. Pebbles.
Jeff
gems. It's like jock jams.
Yeah,
And it's hard to like do the observatory the first time.
It's also hard because it's
not worth it early on.
It's leaning towards it is going into unused rooms, but it's heading back towards rooms you've done. It's not moving forward.
Yeah.
The spare room, the vanilla spare room, is one of like the least useful rooms. It's just basically a glorified hallway. The hallways are better than the spare
Give me
room.
this when I have options. Jesus. I mean, I could do it now and go through this door, but
but I could technically.
I'm doing the hallway.
Yeah, no, I think it's a little risky. You can't rotate the rooms by default. No.
Let's see here. It says doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. All right. Well.
Okay. Oh, hey, look, it's locked.
And that's going south too. That sucks.
That's a rough one. I wouldn't start with
maybe,
that.
I mean, honestly, maybe this will give me a. Yeah. Okay. Gives me options.
I don't hate it. I thought I saw gold for a second too.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
just a lamp.
More likely to draw green rooms. Would be nice.
You can redraw.
Yeah, you're right. It's the drawing room. It's free redraw. I should just do it. Cool. Well, man, I kind of wish I was on the north side.
Well, you could do the observatory. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I guess I hope I get that gem back from something else, because this is only gonna give me what here? Oh, I gotta do it now.
Yeah, so a little bit of a puzzle you have to do just the first time you go in the observatory to set this thing up. You ever look through a giant telescope like this at like a university or something?
Yeah, they had. Oh, okay, it's stuck on that, I guess. Yeah, they had one at NASA in Cleveland that I went to on a field trip when I was in school in Michigan.
I went to University of Toledo for one semester, and they had a pretty large telescope, and it's like some case in 2006 where Mars was very close.
Ooh!
So I got to look at Mars.
That's cool.
Had to say, it was pretty. It was mostly just kind of a bright red disc. But still,
sure.
It's not like that's why like Saturn is always so good because you're not gonna make out a lot of details, but you can see the rings.
Hey, 1 gold.
Take it. So next time you come in here, the telescope will be set up. You don't have to do that every time with the telescope.
And like, I don't know. Should we just tell them what the stars do? I feel like this one's not like a puzzle. It's just a good thing to know.
No, it's just like every time you come in here, it's like, so this time there's 1 star in the sky, next time there'll be 2, the time after that there'll be 3, and you'll get different rewards based on how many stars are in the sky. So it's like one way where you get deeper rewards the more runs you go in.
Right, and then, hang on, I gotta do this first.
A terrible place for the bedroom, but not a great place.
Yeah,
the dark room.
Dark room. Show that off.
Yeah, we don't have the box yet. So here, this explains the constellations.
So like, that gave me 1 star, gave me 1 gold. When 2 stars show up, I can get some like the twins. But excuse me, eventually you'll get like up to 20 stars. But if you give like 19, maybe it'll draw multiple things in the sky. Yes. So observatory is like a very good resource thing, especially early on. Usually at this point, I'm in a place where it's almost always worth it. And then you kind of max it out eventually, and then it's very worth it. So I just always draw an observatory at this point.
So we didn't get the breaker yet. So yeah, we just don't know what we're drafting here. So this is pretty risky.
And the other one's
although this isn't a super crucial area anyways. Oh, not bad.
Interesting. Wow. All right.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, and I don't mind having a dining room. That was a pretty good break, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
It's been much worse.
Let me do this one first. All right, now give me the utility box. You bastard. Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, for a dead end room, that's great.
Yeah.
Because green rooms can sometimes cost a lot of gems, so now they won't cost any no matter what.
Gem up here.
It's also a very pretty room. I like this one.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, well, you know what? It's worth it at this point.
Yeah, it's still worth it.
If I don't see the other ones, and I don't have gems anyhow, so.
Yeah, I mean, you can still.
All right.
You can turn the dark room back on. You can turn off the things.
Museum. Here we go. You solved that VAC puzzle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Took a while.
Yep.
Took a while.
Yep. Hey, there we go. It's not a bad place for a conference room.
Conference room's gonna be a dead end.
I mean, it's all I can do.
They're all gonna... Well,
no, I don't have gems.
You're right. Yep, you're right. Whatever. You got to pick something. You can't be like, never mind.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I see some people like, oh, this looks like a lot, and like part of that's because we do have some of this knowledge about going in here. Like your first while, you are just going to be like, there's an exploration element in this game that's really fun that you aren't seeing through our eyes of just like, what is this? What is that? What does this mean? And you're worried more about that in a lot of ways. Okay, so all these green rooms are free. Ooh, the patio's free.
Yeah. And I have the conference room.
But the veranda,
I know,
with your other one, right? Greater chance of finding free rooms, and they're all going to be free?
Yep. Yeah, I love the veranda.
It's a wombo combo, as the kids say. They still say that, I think.
I think they do. And I have a way to go this way, so I don't need to turn that way.
You can get a patio right
after.
I don't have any patio right after it.
And that's going to put all the gyms in the conference room.
Yeah, but like if you get the veranda, great chance to find green rooms.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely. Yeah, that's just math. You're right.
It's just math.
That's just
I
math.
guarantee it.
Oh shit. Oh wait, okay. Yeah, I got the Mike Minotti guarantee, everybody.
Remember that time I guaranteed a Zelda blowout?
Yeah.
It happened for sure. Oh, you get the lever and dirt? Okay, jeez. Pretty good.
I think the one time I did use the broken lever on its intended place was when I got it out of dirt. Oh, man, that was lucky. Yeah. Well.
How many? You have a lot of items, actually, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go here. Let's see.
I have never been wrong. Ooh, the lockpick. That's good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
So the lockpick doesn't open any door, but sometimes it does. Can you actually make? Oh, what was that?
I can't make anything.
Broken lever with the sledgehammer?
Yeah, but you need another thing.
Okay, interesting. Lockpick didn't work.
All right. Well,
wait. Go back north from the veranda.
Yeah, I go to the veranda. Yeah.
It's where you're gonna get that patio for sure, like I told you.
Be nice. Damn it!
Oh shit. Well, if you could have opened the door. I mean...
it's my bad. That's my fault. You're right. You never said I'd be able to open every door.
I've never said that. I could open some doors for you, Jeff.
Man, in that dining room, if I would have just got that door open.
You can still make it to the courtyard relatively easily. And
oh yeah, we're good.
Plus, you have all these places with yeah, you can open those now. Does it work going to the conference room to set that thing to high? Do you see more of those? Security, yeah, it's a little down there.
Security, it's kind of far away.
Gymnasium won't hurt you now. Yep. You turn the lights off in there.
That's right. Yeah, and it's like the way me and Mike are talking, like, yeah, you will gain all this knowledge naturally over time. And that's why I was like, I'm not too worried about spoiling, because it might sound like a lot. But until you do it, it's like playing any sort of game where, like a roguelite or a card game, where you learn things over time. Come on, give me one. All right, there we go.
There's the patio. I promised you.
The guarantee.
You.
The Mike Minotti guarantee. You know, I'm going to go out here just because, there's an apple. Oh, there's this. We can go back to the workshop now and make a dowsing rod. Sure.
Right. Pebbles. Yeah. Not fruity or cocoa.
Every time I see that, I'm like, I want to tell my kid, because number one stuffy is called Pebbles.
Right. Does she know about the character Pebbles from the Flintstones?
I don't know if she does. She doesn't think about the well, should I just go back that way and...
I mean...
It's actually not that far. You know what? No, I'm on gyms before I open up doors.
That's true. You are very low on gyms.
Yeah.
By very low, I mean you have 0.
I have 0 gyms. Is that? Oh,
Click onto...
Yeah, I
where's
gotta
the
go
workshop? Is that going to be on your way?
It's up and to the right.
Maybe
so
I want to do that pit stop.
It's blocked off. I gotta go. Oh shit! I gotta go all the way around, huh? That's right. That's right. We did this loop-de-loop here. All right, that's kind of painful.
Oh, there. That's right. So when you see that one room spread gems throughout the mansion, but what the conference room does is any items that would be spread are instead just sent to the conference room.
Yeah. Oop.
And like this isn't a spoiler, but the one time when I got credits, when I completed my first run, I was almost out of steps.
Yes.
And I was like, I'm gonna try go there anyway, see what happens. And I forgot that I went to a room that spread fruit throughout the mansion. So when I went into the conference room, there was just a shit ton of like apples and bananas. And I was like, wow, this is actually going to make me beat the game now.
Yep. Similar stuff happened with me. I think I even had one like I ran out of keys and the lockpick worked on the last door, and then I had no gems, but it gave me the exact room I needed to go in the direction I needed to go. Also, like the wording. This is also what reminded me of a card game, is that the wording is very deliberate. So whenever items would be spread throughout the house, so not like if they're already spread throughout the house, and then you have to build the conference room first, then spread them. That's what activates it. There are others where it will be like, you know, a door is always unlocked if you have this room, even if it already exists in the house. So it's like the wording is very, you know, litigious. It's a very like legalese where the way it's phrased matters.
I was like, you know, you were looking at that room there, like how there's flavor text for each room, explaining what it is a little bit, just some history behind it. That's fun too.
Yes. All right. So I should go up to the veranda, so that way I can get maybe back to the dining room. Where's the dining room? Yeah, I should be able to make it back.
I believe. And a thing called love.
Just the rhythm of my heart.
Da, da.
That's clearly no. Gotta be the aquarium. Ooh, compass.
Aquarium's a fun room.
Ooh.
There you go.
And a key.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Is a good aquarium. Wish I was... You know you're rich when you have an aquarium in your house.
Did you empty the aquarium?
But, actually, no. I can. I just haven't.
Yeah, I did once.
Would you feel bad because you killed all the fish?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fish don't feel things. That's okay.
That's about the biggest thing about fish, is that they feel nothing.
Yes, of course. We all know this.
I am going the right way, right? I'm very low on steps, but hope we get maybe we get 30 out of this. Let's see. Probably not. Nope, definitely not. The showroom, yeah, I didn't see a showroom for forever.
I don't know if I don't know if I've ever seen a showroom. There's a few rooms that these things reference, like, I haven't seen that one yet.
I'm just now at a point where it's like, maybe there's a good chance I will see it at this point, but for a long time there, it's like, I'm never getting that 10-step bonus. Okay, so let's just go back up to the aquarium. That seems like the safest move at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just move our way this way.
You'll be making your way back to Blueprints. Did you know that it's called Blueprints? Like blue, and then like the royalty prince, and that's a pun on the phrase blueprints because this game involves designing a house.
You sound crazy. I don't know what any of that means. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's very hard.
Oh, blueprints!
Yeah. Hey.
All right, let me think here. It's spreading money, I guess, but do I have any? I guess I have a kitchen and a commissary. What was back in the commissary? There was Can I make it back there?
I mean, you could probably make it.
So I can buy food in the kitchen and.
Or you could just say YOLO and get all the gems. You have a lot of gems.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of keys.
I mean, you could just get the nursery, and that's whenever you draft.
Yeah, and I just don't have a lot of chances to draft bedrooms, and bedrooms are
a little
not
late for that.
No, yeah, it's a little late for that. I'm gonna do this.
The office is best, anyways. Yeah. Nothing else, just for the door you're gonna get from it.
Oh, of course. Now I find this. No,
wait,
deposit box safe key.
I don't think I've ever gotten that key.
There's a bunch of different one of those.
We're not gonna never gotten that one.
Yeah, it's
no. Yep. Okay.
All right. Spread gold in the estate. We could also try to run payroll again, but you can only do this once a week, and we did this on the first turn.
Right. We still don't know the password for the networks. Can't do that. We don't know the password for the safe, so don't worry about that.
Do I have?
Hey, wait a second. That conference room said something was the password. Remember?
You're right. The first safe, we can try that. What was it? 9083, I think.
That's right. 9083.
I'll try that. Let's see.
I have my note here. Actually, where I wrote that the first time.
Can't remember what this one is. There's probably no chance we get it open anyhow.
There's a lot of stuff in the laboratory, but
yeah.
Another computer terminal. You can show that whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking.
Or you could just take a shit.
That's true. What? I mean, there probably would be a key in here, maybe a dice, maybe a gem.
Yeah, the closet's not terrible.
I do it because I have the aquarium, then go across this way still.
I'm
just do that.
Yeah.
We'll let people skip the lab. But hey, I don't know, we don't need
the key
this.
card. That's worthless.
Yep. Great.
That's worthless now. Where I took that off. Key.
All right. Let's.
All right. 9083.
9083.
Well, what the heck?
That didn't work.
It's almost like certain things, maybe even a lot of things, are not as simple as they seem in this game.
All right. And like I said, I've not opened this one yet, so I don't know what the right one is. I have some ideas, but it's like I've not gone into, because there's so many other things I'm working on.
It's it's a point too. Like, don't get frustrated because maybe you can't figure out one thing. Like, we have asked by 100 puzzles and mysteries, probably just in this hour.
Yes.
And some of them are more important than others, and only a few of them are necessary to quote unquote beat the game. And I think Dan said it took him 50 hours to see credits the first time. I think it took you more like, I don't know, 25. It took me like 13.
Yeah, it was like 20.
So much of that is just that I happened to be pulling on the right threads.
Yeah. I was working on other stuff, and I accidentally was like, oh my god, I think I'm going to the last room right now. What the hell?
I'm not bragging about that. I'm saying specifically that I'm not any better than you. It's literally just.
It's like what puzzle were you working on at the time, and which one happens to be the right one? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Clearly, that's the best move right now.
Yeah, tons of steps in the guest bedroom. There's usually an item in here.
Yep. Not always, but usually. All right. So. I did spread the gold, so we should go to the conference room, then go to the kitchen, go to the commissary.
You can go through the workshop, too.
Yeah.
There's still a door there.
You're right. And I think I've received new items since then. I don't have all the things I can build committed to memory, so I always have to check.
No, me neither. I always just check. You have a lot of stuff. Wasn't the compass and shovel something? Or no, metal detector and shovel was something.
Yeah, it was. But I'm like, let me see if there's other things I can do. I think this needs a power source.
Chad thinks I'm secretly bragging about it. Wow. Wow.
I noticed there's exactly one vote for no.
Weird. I don't know who that was.
And that was me. Just me. Wow. Who would know best, though, right?
Oh, that's okay. So this is an actual dowsing rod.
I haven't made a dowsing rod yet.
Me neither.
Interesting.
So that other thing was a different thing. The shovel and the thing. Okay, interesting.
I'm glad that Dan was able to put this game at the top of GameSpot's The one that still doesn't have 2 Point Museum on there, they need to get me on the GameSpot show just so I could put 2 Point Museum on that board somewhere. Which was my game of the year until this.
You get a reviewer for GameSpot?
We did. Dan didn't have to review this for GameSpot. He just, went on the GameSpot show and ran roughshod.
Didn't they?
What's that?
Pay me money.
Oh, someone didn't do it. Yeah, that's true.
I'll write a review. Money.
Is that how that works?
Oh, yeah. Actually, yes, it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot we spread the gold.
All right, we are running low on steps, so we got to get to this kitchen.
I know we talked about this is our probably our favorite game of the year so far, and look, I don't want to be obnoxious and talk about game of the year stuff, but part of me is trying to think of what other games am I really looking forward to? Because to be clear, it could of course still be games that were not on my radar, like this game. But there's the three big Nintendo ones for me this year: the Metroid Prime 4, Bonanza, and Mario Kart. Even though I'm not usually a Mario Kart super fan, I think that game looks very good. What are some of the Doom Dark Ages? I beat Doom Eternal last night, actually, so I'm quite in the mood for Doom the Dark Ages.
Ooh, what'd you think of that?
It was great. It was super good. I even I guess some people complain about it, but I like the first-person platforming. I'm a sicko for that. I was disappointed there wasn't more of it. I was like, yeah.
We're Metroid Prime sickos, though, so naturally.
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing Jumping Flash, right? So I'm like, yeah, jumping in first-person games is cool.
Yeah, the meat hook is real good in that game.
The meat hook feels fantastic. So I liked it a lot. So I'm almost worried that the Dark Age is going to be too much of a reaction to the people who didn't like that stuff, but we'll see.
All right, everybody, time to play darts.
All right, so this is one of the other persistent puzzles.
I kind of want to just show them my game and not explain anything, but just do the dart game and not actually say what I'm doing.
So much of this. Let's not even explain what you're doing. Just solve it. We're not even explaining. You all have to figure this out. It's funny watching you do it because it does. It's like if you didn't know, it's like how does he know what to be doing right now? This is complete nonsense.
Where is it?
It is literally the most math I've done in my life since college. Was this?
Dr. Ryan, I'm sure you solved it on the first try. It's going to get fun. It gets crazy. Dan was like, I'm like, hey Dan, I'm to that point where you said it gets crazy again. I'm actually stuck for the first time, and I didn't ask for a tip or anything. But he's like, I have it if you need it. Let me know. It'll be obvious. And I'm like, so I thought for a long time, and then he says, I'm 5 concepts beyond that. What? There's that much more after it got it got crazy. And then it got so much crazier, and then there were 5 more concepts after that. And I think it just keeps going.
Yeah. Right.
I think it's much worse than even I've seen.
At some point, it's got a cycle. How many of these could they have possibly have made? I think it made a lot of them. All right. I just like looking at this game, man. I know at this point. Oh, here's your dowsing rods pointing towards the.
Why is it pointing to the laboratory?
There must be something in there.
There's never anything in there.
But there is this time, and don't you want to see what it is? What if there's a shit in
the
toilet?
Oh wait, my run.
Well,
the maid's chamber. I hate the maid's chamber.
Yeah, but it's your only option.
It's my only option. That's crazy. I kind of want to. Dan says he's never seen anything in there.
I mean, look, the run's gonna have to end at some point.
Right? Should we just see what it's talking about?
Let's see what's in the toilet.
Oh
wow!
What the hell?
Look at this.
How is this in here?
I was having a good time in here.
Did we do something to make that happen?
What's in there? What's in there?
Money and Jim. There was 8 coins or 6 coins and a gem. And right on the counter, right here.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh wait, there's more.
Oh what?
Just one by the toilet.
It's got to be because of the dowsing rod. I think certain items cause certain things to pop up in the rooms.
Right.
Dan, have you ever found anything on the floor when you didn't have a metal detector?
Yeah.
Okay, well, fuck you.
No, that's shit.
Yeah, there's stuff there.
Maybe this is one of those European toilets you have to pay for to use.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. All right, well, my run's over.
Like an Aldi toilet.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Oh, this game.
It's good stuff, huh?
Yeah. I like that I was able to just come in and fuck up their whole list and just be like, hey, fuck it, this is number one. But also,
that was
it
awesome.
didn't feel like a big swing. It felt earned, you know?
I mean, you were toppling Adam Fall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah.
That's also what everyone does on a GameSpot show, for what's worth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to have an issue with whoever does it with this.
What's your second favorite game this year, Dan, so far?
Avowed.
Yeah, I'm still been playing Avowed. It's very good. Jeff?
Yeah, Avowed's up there. What else has come out this year? Remind me.
Well, you have not played with Fiction.
Oh, yeah.
Was Tears of the Kingdom this year?
What was that, Dan?
Kingdom?
Was Tears of the Kingdom this year?
No, it wasn't quite. Well, it will be again.
No.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Deliverance 2, which I don't think any of us have really gotten very into. I love... oh, that's persistent. I love 2.2.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, he blew my mind with that too. Dan.
Whoa, what the fuck? Did he break that? Whoa, wait, hang on.
I know.
Is that just a normal sledgehammer gimmick?
Oh, Monster Hunter.
Oh, what the fuck? Hang on, I gotta go to my notes, Doc. Hang on. Break base
That's
with
really
hammer.
funny.
Holy shit.
You guys will be able to do something with it. Anyone else watching, it's gonna take a very long time before any of that makes sense.
Oh man.
Okay, good. I'm excited now.
I use the chapel a lot.
I use it every time now.
Yeah. Oh wait, do you have something special about it now?
Yeah.
What did you do to the chapel?
The chess game. I did that blessing.
What? You Protestant Reformation it or something?
Oh wait.
Wait, all right. You two are gonna get carried away.
I haven't done that one yet.
You two are gonna get carried away now.
I use the pawn.
Sure. That's good too.
Although I want to do the puzzle again and switch to the knight.
I do want. I kind of go back, but I'm having a lot of fun with the blessing of the bishop.
Oh, nice. Okay, so let me see where your math is at this point.
This is the second. This is only the second time. We've done
you
this.
started the new one, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, totally.
Grub, what's the most advanced crazy thing that is going on in your math and your shoot game?
I can't remember what. It's definitely we're past. I mean, if we say that is actually gonna, I guess I could say.
You have the red X's.
I just got to the red X's. Yes, that's I'm a little bit past that.
So much beyond that.
Yeah. Okay, that's incredible.
You got wavies, you got squares, you got diamonds, you got red X's. Yeah, you got way more to come.
Just insane. Yeah, I check back there every time. I feel like I found something there once.
I found something there once. Yep.
It's like I gotta look every time.
Dr. Ryan says, Dan, can I ask a question on Discord so to not spoil anything here? Yes, Dr. Ryan, you can.
I think what's, like Dan, Jeff, and I, we were like helping each other very gently now. And now that we've all seen credits, I think like we're a bit more like freeform with the help.
Yep. I don't think it's explicit.
Nothing
yet.
explicit so far. Yeah.
I don't want explicit.
Yep.
Explicit.
Like just mostly what you were saying. Like, give me some bumpers in case I'm like doing something completely stupid and wasting my time.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't think you thought you said you're like nothing explicit. I did explicitly help you out a bit there with some stuff
fountain?
when you were. Oh yeah, the fountain. Yeah.
Well, that was I see what happened there. I would have gotten there.
Yeah. You just had the blinders on for a second.
Hey, Grub. Apropos of nothing, is your big fat cat? Is that a ragdoll cat?
No.
Okay.
No, he's a Norwegian forest cat. Although
Okay.
I think if I were to get a cat, I would get a ragdoll at this point.
Yeah. They sound pretty cool.
And chapels. Well,
okay, are you getting a cat, Dan?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Ragdoll's like, yeah, that's the right.
They seem awesome. They seem like the cavaliers of cats.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
That's.
I'm very curious to see how your dogs interact with the cat.
It'll be great. Yeah.
Dr. French. Whatever. So Dan, how many red letters do you have?
1. How many do you have?
2.
Okay, I know there's so much more. And I only have 3 of the 4 permanent editions, so I got so much more to do.
I can't remember how I got the 4th one. Mike, I'll have to ask you if you can remember.
I don't think if I have any red letters, I didn't register it. So I
asked Schreier. He gave me a little hint.
Okay.
House history.
This has to be true.
Oh, I think it has to do with the lab. I need to get figured out.
Oh, that is what it is? Yeah.
Because I know the deal with that. I just need to get a couple rooms
Yeah, you just
together
need
to
the
make that
RNG.
work.
Yeah.
I've done the code.
So this is definitely true. This is true. So this is false.
It's also true. Excuse me. Good job.
You know, Outer Wilds was my game of the year for that year, 2018, and I like this better than Outer Wilds. So, I mean, this is going to be a big year between, you know, like Donkey Kong and Mario Kart and stuff, but I think this will be high on my list, if not number one.
Yep. Let's see. Right back around to the beginning here. It's a good amount of resources to start with. Wait.
I like the den.
Is that a really long way around? That's annoying.
I hate when you accidentally do that, where it's like, oh, fuck, I made this so it's like all closed off.
Yeah, but I'm just going to go back to the beginning now.
We are going to have to dump in about 10 minutes here, FYI.
You
better build a lavatory.
The host of the dump truck is coming in hot, so you guys got time.
Okay. Sean, you just let us know.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm playing around right now, desperately trying to find a sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah, I got to do that now, too. Shit. I think I'm going to play this all night tonight.
Yeah. Have you guys seen any cutscenes on the Steam Deck? Because they have not worked for me yet. I wonder if
I really haven't messed with the Steam Deck much since it erased my save.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I got a sledgehammer. Oh, my God. I got one so fast. Holy shit. Let's see.
I guess we didn't show what this can also show you if you're missing it. Oh, there's a key somewhere? What the fuck? That's annoying.
I don't mess with a lot of the computer stuff outside of the security key card
If I have
stuff.
a lot of rooms and I'm in the security room, I'll check the inventory to see if I'm missing anything.
Oh, sure. But it doesn't tell you where, right?
No, but I mean, I would like to know.
Oh, sure.
That's a waste of a gem, but I guess I want to keep going in this direction. Well, that's a lot of stuff. All right, let's see if I can get some money.
Okay. Ooh.
Sean, like hearing us talk and watching us play, is there any more appeal here, or is it like the game that you thought it was in terms of kind of like a lot of escape room puzzles and then a lot of the laying the rooms down to get to the end? Like, how are you feeling now?
Yeah. So, and that's the thing. This game for me it's basically the Dan with metaphor situation where everyone in your life is raving about this game. So you check out because it's like, yeah, well, why not? Maybe this is one I clicks. And like 15 minutes in, you're like, nope, this is just, I don't like this kind of game.
Yep.
I do not like this at all whatsoever. And there's nothing wrong with the game. Nothing at all wrong with it. It's just, it never was going to click with me.
Right.
I don't think it's for everyone. Like I saw Alex Perry was posting about like, you know, this type of game, like the making notes and stuff like that outside the game is not really for him. And it's like, if that's not for you, then
any of these games that you guys have been comparing it to, I'm just like, I ain't like those either. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Then this isn't gonna, like, I think this is maybe the best one of these, but if you don't like those, it's, yeah. I think this is a more accessible Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, you know?
Right.
Whereas I appreciate what that game's doing, but that was just a little too obtuse for me.
I think this game's one where it's more likely someone like Sean might be into it, but still not everyone like Sean's going to be
I was
into
certainly willing to give it a chance because I did, like I said, I put in like 3 hours. I was definitely like trying to say, okay, what more is there here? And it just, it never clicked. Whereas like with Lorelei, I was like immediately like, nope, this is way too obtuse for me right from the get-go. So this is definitely eases you in more, like Dan was saying on the show today.
Right.
Yeah, like when I was talking on the GameSpot show today, I know like Kurt and Decker, I think it'll click with them.
Yes, definitely. They're both going to love it. Yes.
Yeah. If they're willing to give a game like Lorelei the time that needs to really get going, like I feel like they're going to fall in love with this one.
Oh, yeah. We could do Game of the Year category Best Blueprints Room. Climax says.
Oh, yeah. It was tough when he asked me because, like, man, there's a lot. Let's see. Hit tab real quick. Let me just see if there's anything that stand out to me.
Where's
not big on Pantry. I like Den because it's got like a lot of exits, but also you get a gem in there.
Yeah,
right.
it's
Okay.
very nice.
Okay. No, I mean, billiard room I kind of dread, and parlor at this point, but I made it so I have 2 wind-up keys now, so the parlor I can just like 66%, but I still fuck up all the time.
Actually, you have a better than 66% chance. That's the Monty Hall problem, but still.
Yes.
Well, if you add Kurt Angle to the mix.
No shit.
Oh, chances of winning drastically.
Rumpus Room's good.
Rumpus Room is fun. I like the little thing you can put a coin in there.
We showed people that. Yeah, we showed Alizara.
Yeah, as long as you can deal with the dead end, the wine cellar is great.
Yes.
Workshop is very fun. There's some funky stuff you can make there. Aquarium's fun. Observatory I always do just because I feel like that's one of the few guaranteed persistent things.
Yep.
Dining room's awesome. I love dining room.
Yes. Yep. Dining room. Conference room is pretty handy if you get that early. That's what
I don't
saves my game.
lot. Oh, you got to get it early. Oh, and then when it spreads stuff.
Yes. It's crucial now because that's what I'll end every run now with like 80 coins because I'm doing something like that or something.
Well, so with the coin thing, like, when you find that one office one, do you run payroll and do the spread thing? Like, there's 2 things you can do with coins.
If I can do both, I do both. Because
you try doing both. You're only allowed to spread once a week.
And so running payroll,
running
payroll is going to put money in the servant quarters room. So you have to have their bedrooms
and the maids, right?
Yes, in the maid. Yes, the servants. Yeah.
Got it.
So it's not always going to be the best, but spreading the coins guarantees to put it in a bunch of different rooms, and then if you have the conference room, it all just goes in there.
But if you have the conference room already, when you do that, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's not like that one hallway one where it says always a hallway door will be unlocked. Like that's different.
Sure.
You can do that after getting the Great Hall, and then it will still unlock all the doors in the Great Hall. So
the foyer one?
Yeah, the foyer. As long as you haven't opened the Great Hall doors yet.
Well, the foyer is awesome. Then you go to the Great Hall.
Yeah,
I do the foyer all these fucking doors.
Yep.
Yes.
Foyer is my favorite, actually. It's also just fun to say foyer.
It is.
Yeah, foyer.
I like saying boudoir.
Boudoir, yep.
I
there it is.
Yeah.
And well, we can redraw.
Oh, Jeff, I think I heard your metal detector, and I started looking for something in the room. How is it in the game?
Have you opened the diary in the ladies' quarters?
I've not, but I forgot about it until you were talking about it. I'm like, oh shit. And then I'm like, wait, there's something in the tomb? What is he talking about? Now I'm like, I got to get in the tomb. I am trying to get in the tomb so bad right now because it's the core thing I'm trying to do something else. So.
Oh, right. Yeah, the tomb's got some stuff going on.
Yeah.
I went like probably 50 days without looking through the telescope.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. You got to want.
Yeah.
Have you ever
read the book?
Have you gotten to 50 stars?
Oh, I'm way. Yeah.
So you've had 50 stars. So okay, you did that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I looked at the book and I thought it was just like, oh, if you're on day 7, the stars are like this, and this is what you get. I didn't realize you had to look through the telescope.
Yes. Yeah, let's just do it. All these gems. What the hell?
The passageway's nice.
It just put 2 chests in the front room, but I have like no steps left.
4 keys. You do have the sledgehammer?
I do have the sledgehammer. Yeah.
I love having the sledgehammer and seeing chests. And being like, well, definitely fucking this up.
Right. Here's the boudoir. Like, there's like stuff you can look at, like pictures like this.
Oh, is that the boudoir on Christmas that you were talking about?
Well, I mean, no. If you like,
that picture is always there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right, but does it look like that?
It looks.
I have not gone there. Does that have to be just Christmas season or Christmas Day?
Christmas Day.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to see that.
Okay. Well, there it is.
Fart Ass asks, "Where's the garage?" That has to be on the left side of the house.
That's right.
I love the garage. That might be one of my favorites.
That's a good room. It's a useful room. Yeah.
Well, at least we can make it back to the beginning. See what's in those chests. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh. We are completely closed off, though. There's nothing we can do. But let's just
We're getting pretty close to the top of the hour. I know I could use a moment too before we start.
Oh yeah, and Mike, feel free to drop off if you need to do anything.
Okay.
I can go to a one shot. Here, let me just do that right now.
I'm in the middle of this run, anyways.
Are you streaming this from your end, Grub?
Yep.
Oh, here I can just turn mine on.
Oh, okay, great.
There you go.
Cool. There we go.
Hey, the woodpecker guy came today and installed an intimidator near the studio and patched up a hole. So if I hear woodpeckers again, it didn't work.
And when you say woodpecker guy, you don't mean a man who is also a woodpecker.
No, that's yeah. That's a Minnesota thing. We've got those here.
Yeah, you guys got those there. All right.
And those are their problems.
Look at this.
Don't
Bring
answer
it by
this
your
question
house,
if you
yeah.
don't want to. But how much money have you sunk into this woodpecker problem now?
Probably close to 5K at this point.
Cool,
bro.
Yeah.
All right, call it a day.
But it's better than my $80,000 wall that does nothing.
That's true. Well, it does a lot. It just
keeps
doesn't
my
do anything
house up, but it's
actively.
not like fun. If I'm going to spend $80,000, I better have some fun.
You don't get
It's
anything
a
out of it,
passive
but you also
buff,
don't
not an active.
Passive buff.
Yeah.
There it is. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. There's my mid-sized villa. 24 rooms. Couldn't get past. Ran into some bad luck there with the draws and with not having any gems. All right. That's the game though. It's
game
really
kicks
good.
Ass.
It's awesome.
This is one of my favorite games. This would be in my top 100 games, easy. Maybe top 50. Maybe I'd have to do it all again. But this is way up there for me.
I think if you are wondering, is this game for me? Even after all that stream, go to Game Pass. Go to PlayStation Plus Extra and just try it. You'll
yes.
Like, what would you say? You're gonna know if you find the core mechanic fun, you're set. You're good. Like laying down the rooms. If you find that that's a satisfying thing, you're good.
I would say give it at least 5 hours.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, there's someone in chat here who says it needs more meta progression. That's the thing. There is
so much.
You just won't see it for a while.
Yeah.
And it won't be apparent for a while. Like, there is more going on. It's not just the same thing over and over again by any means. Like, what the stuff I'm doing now does not remotely resemble what I was doing in the first 5 hours.
Yep. And
I would say, like,
yeah, go ahead.
I was drawn in right away though, so like, it's fine if it's not for you, right? If you think 5 hours, I don't know, because I did absolutely like it from the beginning, and I just enjoyed seeing it become more and more and more. So if you're starting from a base level of not having that interest, I don't know, but yeah, if your main concern is this doesn't seem complicated enough, well, don't be concerned about that, or this doesn't seem deep enough.
It almost turns into a different game. You know, when you first start, you're just like, I'm trying to get to the antechamber, and then it's just like, again, I'm not even thinking about that really anymore.
No.
You know?
And like sometimes I'll find myself trying to do them. Oh, I'm wasting my time. I got to stop trying.
Why
to get
am I doing
them.
this? Yeah.
And the meta progression is like a lot of other roguelites where there is stuff you're just learning, which makes the game different, but there is actual meta progression as well.
You will be able to upgrade rooms. You will be able to change
we actually upgraded rooms. We found the office in
rooms.
here, so we showed that off, and it's like you can do that a lot, and it really, I'm like seeing rooms, I'm like, oh, I forgot it was even like this at one point. So
yeah,
there's a lot. I don't know. Like, I think Dan's right. If you're not clicking with it immediately, give it 4 or 5 hours. But I don't think most people are going to have to do that. I think most people are going to be like Mike, where it immediately captured you. But yeah,
it did with me too. Yeah,
my game of the year so far. Yours as well, Dan.
Oh, not even close. Yeah,
you too, Mike.
Yes. Yep.
And and of course,
Sorry,
Sean, we know just absolutely gaga for it. So
game of the generation,
game
if
of
not
the
all
generation.
time. Yeah.
All right, thanks for running the stream back there, Sean. Thank you guys for all watching. Dan, Mike, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna get out of here because we got Dump Truck coming up here real soon. We'll be coming in hot with Backlar after this. So we'll see you in a moment. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
You're watching The Power Block.
Just missed him.
On the next Games of Our Lives.
Well, it's gonna be done. But you're doing it for me.
GameFAQs doesn't have the code, but I know you do. What is the code? I don't remember!
I know who made Mario Kart World cost $80.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do about it?
The GameSpot Show. Reviews, previews, and shocking reveals.
I am a proud Assassin's Creed sicko.
With your host,
me, Kurt and Davina.
You betcha! Stay up to date on the latest releases and the hottest takes with The GameSpot Show.
Kurt, put Adam Full at the top of the board.
Thursdays at 10 a.m. Pacific, only on The Power Block.
Oh, what was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.
All right, they should be able to hear us now.
Elon Musk dies in to Pillar of Eternity, boss.
That was so loud.
What the fuck was that, guys?
Jeff, you do the mic, or Grub, you do the mic checks for me while I do this.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Jeff Bacalar. I say, hey, I'm gonna go make you a sandwich. What do you hope I'm coming back with?
I hope you're coming back with prosciutto, grilled chicken, maybe some roasted red peppers, sun-dried tomatoes, a balsamic, maybe fresh mozzarella, like all that. I want all that.
Sure. I mean, and there's a chance. That sounds like a hell of a sandwich, but I'd be willing to do that for you, Bacalar.
Thanks,
Mike
bud.
Minotti.
Hi.
You are on the satellite of love. Are you Tom? Are you Crow? Are you Mike or Joel? And why?
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna, especially in that situation, the Crow side of me is gonna come out the most, right? Be a little reverent, be a little goofy. I could definitely see Tom Servo there. I mean, the guy is named Mike. I definitely am more of a Mike than a Joel.
Same.
But I think I'm gonna be Crow. I'm gonna be crowing it up in the satellite of love.
Dan, you go to the West Coast and someone says that is so Midwest of you. What do you think they're trying to say about that?
I think they are thinking they're insulting me, and I am taking it as a compliment.
I think you're probably
That
right.
doesn't really answer the question, but sure.
It's a mic check. Is that good enough, Sean? Are you good?
We got words. I'll take it.
Okay. All
Chat, let me know if everyone's sounding good. I think I got them dialed in. Reminder that I won't be on the show, so doesn't matter what I sound like.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can test this. Everybody hear that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, play that again? I did not hear that.
Are you got to be watching the thing in Discord?
Yeah, Discord's great.
Sorry, got it. Yep, got it.
Hear the intro?
I do. Thank you.
All right, excellent.
I'm getting waveform.
Yes, please. Audacity and time.is.
Check.
Waves. I have waves.
Bop, 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 bop.
I will
Okay, and
start
the
recording myself
time.is.
just in case I need it.
When's the last time any of you guys had someone do the thing where you cross your arms and they grab you from the back and cracked your back?
Yeah.
2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's been like
Feels
10
good.
years from now.
Decades, and I don't like it.
That's like a friend. A friend does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm tall and lanky. My back cracks all the damn time. I don't need that. All right, everybody ready to clap? Beep.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right, let's go at 50 and 55.
What is that? It's like NBA Jam or something?
It was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Oh, it's like a letter collection.
Nah, it's like a
when you do a
special.
Special
Yeah.
trick, yeah.
Mhm.
Sounds like inputting of a letter in NBA Jam too.
I could see like
doesn't
entering
it?
your name.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
record
Yeah,
keeping. Yeah.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
fade to black.
Doing just fine.
One
Thanks
second.
for
I
asking.
think we got
fixed
no
it.
audio.
Shut up.
Zero
I fixed
audio.
it.
So many people were yelling at us.
Don't look at the chat. You know what? Chat's always wrong. We ignore chat. Worry about what your
I haven't
producer
looked at chat
says.
in 17 years.
Oh,
Not
shit.
going to start now.
Christ alive.
Welcome. Oh, something just dripped on me, I think. I don't know.
Nice.
Welcome to the voicemail dump truck. Again, my name's Jeff Bacalar. My goodness gracious, we've got a crew together today to take out your trash. And let's be honest, we pick up the trash, and we just pour it in our own houses. That's what we do. That's what all trash collectors do. Pro tip, now you know. Dan Reichert, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. The woodpecker solution may be in place, and I think we're good.
I thought we were over that. That seemed to go
we're
away.
never over Not at all. It's starting to get nice out, and they came back with a vengeance.
All right. Well, we'll maybe unpack that a little more. Jeff Grubb, what's new in your backyard?
The woodpecker solution is the name of a mission in Hitman 3, I think, actually.
In Germany, I think, yeah.
Yeah, totally. I in my backyard, like actually the far part of my backyard, I saw a woodpecker and I was concerned. So
all right.
Stay within the house and we'll be good.
Pileateds are the ones you got to worry about. They're like pterodactyls.
I'm not scared of woodpeckers. Mike Minotti, do you even have a backyard?
I actually have a surprisingly deep backyard for the small size of my house.
Backyard.
When you say deep, do you mean thick or you mean deep?
I mean deep. It goes back further than you would expect. It keeps going back.
When you say further than you expect, do you mean that like you can't believe the boundary is not where it logically should be? Is that what you mean?
And where are you starting measuring from? That's important.
Yeah. Like, would I go in your backyard and be like, you know what, Mike?
Hey, Mike, I'm not confused about what you mean at all. I want to make that clear.
Thank you.
I have no question. What you said made perfect sense to me the first time.
Right, but when you say what you would think, to me, I'm thinking like I can see for a mile, and you're like, yeah, all that?
Okay, well,
that's
it's like,
mine.
I feel like my backyard is like 4 of my houses wide or deep, I suppose, right? And like maybe you would hope for 1, maybe you'd hope for 2. And there's a lot of property back there that I do nothing with.
Do you cut it? Do you mow it? Do you maintain it?
I have other people. I pay somebody to mow it. I feel bad about it right now because there are just a lot of like branches in there from the winter storm season. I still have to go and clean up. I hear there's a woodpecker back there, but my house has vinyl siding. I don't think they can do anything to my house. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
They can't hurt me. Hi, cat.
Oh, hello, cat. Welcome to the dump truck. You'll feel right at home because, don't cats live in dumpsters and shit? Isn't that a thing? Anyway.
Yeah, I think that's Heathcliff. This guy's too fancy for that.
Right, is Heathcliff a house cat or an alley cat? Or
I think he's an alley cat. You're right.
Heathcliff is so the Hydrox of cats, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think also wasn't he like there before Garfield, just like Hydrox?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Where does Doonesbury fit into this?
No, I'm talking about cartoon cats. Is that a cat too? Doonesbury? No, that's like a dog. Is that
right?
Is that...
He's a comic book dog, which is adjacent on the same page. Literally, is Heathcliff, right?
You couldn't be
I
more
don't like
different,
Marmaduke.
man.
I hate Marmaduke.
Marmaduke.
We gotta put that dog down.
There's no way that dog's alive.
Now, when you say put that dog down, do you mean insult it or
no? Kill it.
No, kill it.
Euthanize it.
Okay, cool.
Euthanize it. Sorry, euthanize it.
Yeah.
I was always confused reading the funnies as a kid because there were 2 strips that I confused, and one of them was about a fun dog, and the other one was about politics. But their names of the strip were one of them was Doonesbury, and one of them was Doonesbury's the dog, right?
Oh, Boondocks.
Marmaduke.
No,
is
not
the
Boondocks,
dog.
or older. Oh. And I think maybe the people had similar art style. It was always like about politics, and I was like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, give me Farsight and Girl. Doonesbury's politics.
I don't
Chat
know.
That's what chat's saying.
Marmaduke. Oh, it's Marmaduke and Doonesbury.
That's
Doonesbury is political. I'm still confused by it, apparently. Doonesbury is the political one.
That's what Mike said.
Yeah.
Marmaduke.
I was talking about Marmaduke a moment ago.
And that's what, Doonesbury and Marmaduke.
That's what got the neurons frying there, yeah.
Is there a Doonesbury dog?
I don't think I've ever read.
There's definitely a dog in Marmaduke.
See,
that's the whole thing.
I believe the dog is Marmaduke. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at pictures of Doonesbury now, and it's about like Watergate and stuff. And like I would read it thinking I was going to read about a fun dog.
Is it just a political cartoon?
I know this now. Now that I've seen it, I know it, and it could not possibly be further removed from Marmaduke.
I know, and every time I read Doonesbury, I expected Marmaduke to show up, and he never did.
Well, they were both in the newspaper, you see, Mike.
Yeah. I used to read all of those Sunday funnies, even though I only liked like 2 of them. But I would just read the rest of them because it's there. I'm like, that wasn't funny. That sucks. What's this weird one about Camelot? Weird.
I'm so fucking old that I would look forward to the weekend Far Side because that was in color.
Of course. Yeah. I still pop when I go
feels real rough, let me tell you.
When I go to PAX, I always still kind of weirdly pop when I see like the Foxtrot guy has it, like Bill Amend has a thing. I'm like, that's the guy who made Foxtrot. I used to read that all the time.
I do. I don't even read Foxtrot. I'm like, I think that guy is more famous than anybody else here.
Foxtrot guy.
He did comics in the newspaper.
I do like the idea of you like, well, I'm putting on my Sunday best day. We're getting color. We're getting color today. This is going to be good stuff for my family.
We're getting that real thick paper, you know what I mean? That real 2-inch thick newspaper, and we're
Going
looking
vertical for the Sunday funnies. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
This is why you can't trust chat. Colonel Sanders in the chat says Slylock Fox was incredibly lame in hindsight. No, he wasn't. That was the blueprints of the mid '90s.
I don't know what that is. What is
Slylock
that?
Fox was logic puzzles. It was fun.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me that thick paper. Give me all that thick paper. Last night, I think I talked about this a couple years ago. Perhaps this is the 1-year anniversary. I'm just failing to remember. But do you guys remember me talking about the chorus concert at the elementary school? Do you recall?
No.
Do you recall any of this?
No.
Where I had to go to this fucking 1-hour-long concert with a bunch of people who've maybe perhaps only seen instruments for the first time in a very short while, being forced to play in front of an audience of 200 parents who have to act like this isn't the most nails on a chalkboard, fucking abhorrent, unlistenable, fucking psychotic
Did you have fun?
sounds.
Are you sure this was you and not Nate Bargatze? This sounds like a Nate Bargatze bit.
How is this not your fire station moment?
Fire station moment? What do you mean?
Not with the babies.
You take him up on the offer.
Yeah, you could drop off Dib at any point in his before he turns 18 at the fire station.
I'm not talking about abandoning my son.
I would
Abandoning my boy.
I would leave halfway through that show and start talking to the firemen.
First off,
I don't think you can talk to him. I think you have to just leave him off and not say anything.
And run away like doorbell ditch. Yeah.
The problem is he can just follow you at that age.
Oh yeah.
He would. First off,
drive home,
leaving him with the fireman that I know, he's better off on his own. Okay. Number 2, Dib's innocent. There's no blood on Dib's hand. Dib is a chorus boy.
Oh, he was the one good singer. Okay.
No. The singing is easy. Grub. There's no stringed instruments in the chorus. They're all just, when you like go to a sporting game and everyone's like singing and it doesn't sound terrible just because you have like hundreds and thousands of people singing.
Yeah,
it's
Sweet
like
Caroline sounds all right.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like 30, elementary kids. But when you give them fucking violins and shit, it sounds like cats dying in a grinder. I don't know how else to describe it.
That.
It is like the most fucked up noise. Like
this happened a year ago?
Yeah, it happened a year ago again.
You're still
and they're like,
shoot hot about it.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, the beginner band is now the advanced band. Let's see what's happened in a year. Nothing. They've gone backwards. They've gone backwards. They have not progressed. They have not progressed. They have gone backwards. And they're like the music teacher is like playing the piano. So during those parts, you're like, here's someone who understands like music a little bit and understands and you're hearing that, and then all of a sudden the strings come back in, and you're just like, how are 200 people just not pointing and laughing right now? Like it takes all the energy in
like
my
the
body.
Scene from Home Alone 2.
And I'm also texting with one of my friends, and we're just like, oh, rough year, huh? Like stringed instruments. Oh gosh,
wow.
like I don't get it. I also don't get. Like, they sing chorus songs, and they're songs that nobody knows. They're songs that not a single person in the entire
Did they
audience...
sing Camptown Races?
No, because even I know what, sort of what that is. I saw Blazing Saddles. I know what that's, you know what I mean? Like, it's there was one song from Matilda that I knew, and that was it. Everything else is just like shit you've literally never heard of before. And you're just like, why are these 80 kids learning a song that no one knows any of the words to, or how it's supposed to go, or anything like that? I don't know. They did, and then there's like a bell chorus, right? They played the bells, and they did their own version of the Jeopardy song, and you start to hear the bells, and you're like, well, this doesn't sound like the Jeopardy song at all. This sounds like something else I've never heard before.
I like the idea of a bell chorus because it's like you only have to do work like every once in a while. Like, because you're.
Yeah.
I only have to ring this like every 4 seconds. That's pretty easy.
You got plenty of time in between cues.
Yeah, I can like pick up a hobby.
You can like look at your watch, smoke a cigarette. Like you are good to go.
I have to admit something embarrassing about vocal cords. I think talking about singing and stuff. I just always assumed that vocal cords. I don't know. So when you say chords, I do imagine like string instruments, a guitar. So I guess I assumed we all had strings somewhere in the throat, and that's what was making the noises that we produce. And then
Run the poll.
It wasn't until
what are you
I
saying,
had a
Mike?
congestion problem, and they literally shoved a camera up my nose into my throat. It was horrible. And they're like, "Look, there's your vocal cords." And I was like, "Well, not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting."
They're like
Did you expect
flaps, right?
Yeah,
Or
did
flaps.
you expect like frets and strings like a guitar down there? Like, what did you think
He
was
was
going to
expecting
happen?
like
There's a whammy bar.
when an
Yeah, those
X-ray
things
happens
were-
on Ren and Stimpy, and it
Yeah.
shows
Yeah.
like things
Yeah.
inside of people, and it's like just a guitar in there.
I think
Yeah.
that was the
Totally.
issue. I just be like, what happens if one of them snaps? Like, can they say some words still? As soon as I saw the flaps, I was like, that makes way more sense.
All right, that's a journey that I'm glad we could join you on.
You talking about kids and stuff, and like I just assumed that parenting was difficult based on everything all of my friends with kids have said. But I had like a taste of it yesterday, and it's not hard. Like there were two kids over here, like 8 and 6. My friends from college came over.
It's a nice story, but it's going to infuriate you. This is what he's taking away from it.
was
I'm
way
sorry, Dan.
simpler
Go
than I thought.
ahead.
They were like 8 and 6, and my friends from college, Derek and Kelly, came up, and I wanted to have cocktails with them, and I didn't want the kids around. And so I just took them down here and like put the girl in front of the Mister with the N64 core, and I gave
What, you never heard of a Mister?
She had not. And then I gave the kid my Ann Bernick SP gimmick and loaded up Yoshi's Island, and I just gave him controllers.
Yeah.
And then I went upstairs and made cocktails, and we just hung out, and there were no kids around. It was great.
Smart. Yeah, that's smart.
But back the amount of work as parents that we've done to get our kids to be like well behaved at other people's house is insane. The amount of work that takes to raise a child that's actually okay at other people's houses is you're not getting the raw deal, Dan.
Yeah, that kid is not bothering you because they don't know you. As soon as they were slightly comfortable with you, they would have been bugging you every 2 minutes for something.
Climbing on you, putting things in your nose. Like
we went to dinner afterwards, and they were fine. I ordered the same thing as the 6-year-old.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that.
Oh, I made the cocktails. So
No, that's a lie because the 6-year-old knew how they wanted their steak made. Okay.
No, we both got chicken tenders and fries.
You're like, I'll have what she's having. Would you mind ordering for me? Thank you.
And I bet that kid's going to go home and order a Mister and a CRT.
Probably, yeah.
That's pretty good, man.
She got several stars in Mario 64.
That rules.
Hey.
I love that.
Her mom went down at one point and came up, and I was like, how's she doing? She's like, oh, she was like shooting out of a cannon. And I was like, she got to bomb battlefield. I just set her in front of the castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that the idea of like grub, and you've had it twice as hard as I have. I mean, like, you have to teach a duality of like people to behave at other people's houses. It's
At a
like,
certain point, you do just let them like figure it out between themselves. Like that's been like they're 6 and 8 now, so they are at a point where they're 6 and 8. God, Dan said that. I'm like, is that right? No, they're 6 and 8, and it is at a point where, okay, well, you could stop coming and telling me everything, especially because all of your problems seem to stem from the fact that you do have a sibling. Work it out with her. That's where I'm at now. Just you two. This is with the purity of your lives, where I'm going to teach you to rely on your ability to solve your own problems, and that's been like this whole year so far, and they're getting better at it.
You've created like a buddy system, like a very reliable buddy system that is somewhat self-sufficient, which is nice.
And it's like there was like years there where it's like I could basically not go 10 minutes without them needing something from me. And now they will like take care of each other a little bit and kind of like be like, hey, let's go play upstairs. And they won't like immediately come down as soon as they start fighting. They'll work it out. It's beginning to happen. It's nice to see.
And if you're like speed running, they know not to bother you.
You guys saw me playing Mario with them climbing all over me.
I did.
Like,
it was like, very impressive, honestly.
Yeah, you should almost
just
be
so used to it.
You should almost be gifted like time for your handicap there. Like
Yeah, right, exactly.
I will go against that so hard. I will hire a child to sit in this room while I speed run.
Just because I don't understand birth control doesn't mean I should get an advantage.
Hey, you say you're going to give a child a job?
Yeah, exactly.
I do think kids should have jobs.
Agree, totally.
I come from a family grocery store where every child worked all the time, and we all got stronger and better because of it.
Interesting position, Dan. At what age?
Talking and walking.
Oh, so
Yeah,
like
I bet you're a really efficient hard worker too.
I think kids should work, and I think as a kid I would have liked to have more money, so I would have taken a job at like 6.
I'll float this by the 6-year-old and see what she says.
I mean, from the moment I was 14, legally could work. I have had 2 jobs at least since I've been like 14.
You've just covered so many years in between 6 and 14.
It's very different. I had a job at 14 too.
Yeah, I was mowing lawns before that. I was babysitting. I was
awesome. Babysitting's not a job.
No,
neither is mowing a lawn. Okay, but it's not a job. It's not a job. That's like gig work.
Well, then I think it should have shoot jobs.
Okay, so your position's even worse. What do you mean?
I think if you told Dylan he could work at a gas station, well, no, he's lazy. I don't know if he would. I mean, no, he's great.
I believe you're in the next chapter of appreciation for that child.
Yeah, where are you at with Dib right now?
What do you mean right now? You mean always and forever, Jeff?
Well, no, because he said that kid's great. I forget where we left off on the Dan versus Dib saga.
It was around the time I got a retro tank. I don't know.
Well, you're trying to get that expense.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It's not indefinite though, but it bought Dylan some months.
Backyard, don't you regret not letting us expense our retro tinks before they were going up by $5,000 because of tariffs? You really messed up here, bud.
Is it $5,000?
I mean, it's going to be a lot, but maybe not 5,000.
Yes, I do regret it.
Thank you for admitting your mistake.
I need you to. He's got a birthday coming up. I'm going to need you to maybe gift him something.
Me to Dylan?
Yes. Was I not clear?
Okay, I'll do it as long as I can pick it.
Yeah,
I know exactly what I'm sending him. Do you have a 4K? You have a 4K blue. He's got a PlayStation. Yeah, okay. I'm good.
He's going to make him watch Jaws in 4K.
No, he's going to send him another copy of MacGruber, which we still find littered around my house to this day. Found one in the beer fridge 4 months after you were here. Remember that?
That could have been anyone back. Like, there were a lot of people at that party.
You're right. We're all looking for the guy. We're all looking for the guy who could have done this. Yeah. Totally. Send him. I know, for real. It's got to be something good.
Yeah. The thing I have in mind is objectively good.
Got to choose my words. Got to choose my words a little more wisely there.
Something good that you think I, as a child, would have liked.
Yeah.
I'll send something that you could have benefited from, Mike.
Not what he said. I don't want a lesson.
Oh, sorry. The shark doesn't sing.
That would have helped. That would have helped.
and don't send him an application for a job, okay? Don't send him something like that.
But yeah.
He can't be doing one-off, knick-knack jobs. He's a growing boy.
Get him a job at Subway or something. Yeah.
No, they don't hire.
It's illegal.
Children.
What is the hardest job you think Dib could do? Because I'm trying to think, at 6 and 8, what my kids could actually do.
That's a good question.
They could probably, if there was a main person cleaning a house, they could probably help someone pick stuff up a little bit. That's what they could maybe.
So it's child gig work, right? That's
yeah. It's
Uber driver.
Oh, Dan, stop talking.
You have robot cars.
Dan,
what do you need the kids for?
It's just so stupid. It's not even worth entertaining. Yeah. Drive a car. Yeah, drive a car around town.
Marvel Snap while they do it.
Yeah.
Aside from I don't even think he can shovel someone's driveway yet. He's just not big enough.
What the fuck?
He's not big enough.
He can work at hockey sticks fine, but not a shovel.
Yeah.
My God, Dan, when's the last time you shoveled snow? Right?
No,
never. You don't exactly. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're in Minnesota. What do? You pay somebody?
Yeah. Oh, Minnesota snow. Yeah, I'm with Dan there.
But you try it once to see if you could do it so you could save money.
Wait a second, they snowed Kansas, right? All this talk about jobs are great. What? You never shoveled the driveway?
I guess there were a couple times. Yeah, there were a couple times when my car would be buried in snow in Minnesota. Well, that was Minnesota, but
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about shoveling a driveway.
I'm not believing this.
A foot of snow on a driveway is rough business.
No, of course it's a lot. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not rough, but you still have tried it once back.
Yes, of course, and I still do it. Even if there's less than 8 inches, I'll do my whole walkway and I'll make a path for sure.
Stop buying this whole setup that Dan's been trying to give us of really hardworking, full of gumption, super reliable child who did the things that he was told at all times.
No,
I wasn't. I'm just saying the kids today should.
Wait. So
you were saying
the kids that were working in the grocery store, you were not talking about yourself.
Oh no, it closed when I was 9.
What?
Before 9, you had not done any work at this grocery store?
They asked me, I would have. Grandpa asked me, I would have.
So no. Okay.
So you didn't do
Well,
shit.
no, he wouldn't trust me because of the time that I was there when they were closing up, and I found his spool of stickers that said like 10 cents or 25 cents, and I went around and I put them on everything in the store. He didn't like that, so I don't think he trusted me.
I do. This is the most boomer energy I have heard, though. It's like something I have not done, but these kids today should be doing.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's
No,
bullshit.
of course not. No, I know. I just like the most boomer energy thing. I get what you were going for.
No, but Grub, you're right. Even him like insinuating it in a comical way is upsetting.
Yes.
I know. That's why I do it.
Yeah.
It's like my dad thinking kids should smoke cigarettes.
Well,
Yeah, well, come on. Your that's a brain dead
No,
thing.
he's
to
a
think.
leader of men.
Sit here in your earth tone shirts and you judge us in the youth of today.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I want to comment on his shirt. It's a nice shirt, right?
It's like
how dare you have a nice shirt?
It's your Twitch overlay, Minotti. That's
It
what
is.
his shirt
It's literally
is.
the colors I like because I associate them with old Epcot. I love
he's a
those
walking,
colors.
he's a walking, talking figment attraction from fucking
Yes.
1978.
Well, it's also the POW symbol. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
It's more of a
yeah.
Universe of Energy vibe, actually. I think they used to have those colors on the outside of it.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh, it's the
You're like a
POW. It
Commodore
is the POW
64.
color, so I can expense that because it's like promoting.
Oh my god.
Oh God, you are.
I
the
bought it like 2
cheapest.
years ago. I got the receipt, maybe.
I don't say this out loud enough in a full, clear, like he's the cheapest motherfucker I've ever met in my entire life.
It's impressive,
Like,
honestly.
not
Shout out to
even
the
close.
woodpeckers.
Not even close. And I know some cheap
I'm
motherfuckers.
telling you, compared to my father, I am a million times better about the cheapness. I was raised with nuclear cheapness. I could not walk in or out of the house without him looking like, oh, just saw a quarter roll out, just saw a dime roll out. Oh, there goes a $50. Oh, wow, $1 just flew out. Yeah.
Was that okay? I remember being at your house and I walked out of the bathroom and I left the light on in the bathroom and you made a comment that reminded me of you saying that. Was that about like saving money? You like the lights off in a room when you leave it? Like,
Oh, no. My dad is absolutely. My dad will just sit in a dark house all day by himself because he doesn't want to spend the.
that's what it was, though. He's like,
in his car because it costs money. He says.
You grew up in like, so every time you leave a room, every time the light goes off. That's what that was.
He's gotten way more extreme about it.
But I'm saying you is
growing up
when you asked me to do it, like was that because
I don't
I walked out of your
remember asking you
bathroom
to do that.
It wasn't like a big deal. I just walked out of the bathroom. You're like, oh, you left the light on. I'm like, oh yeah, I totally did. You're right. And I went back and got it. But I was just like, it was
weird.
leaving the light on in the bathroom is not a big deal.
Bro, we have to be careful. We have to be careful when we do this. When we do the sort of like therapy of understanding his childhood and unpacking all that, we then become more forgiving. And we have to strike a balance.
We have to keep him in a place of hatred.
The scope, you would be
exactly. A scope I don't want to see, Dan, because I don't want to have more empathy for you.
Oh, you get a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think my empathy meter has been filled, and I don't need to add any more of those little
Listen,
bottles.
it's a weakness of the West. We shouldn't even entertain the idea.
You know who? Okay, so it's very clear who broke me, and you know who also got me on the right path will be unsurprising as well. It was Bonk. Whereas the nuclear cheapness was definitely still around when I met Bonk. But keep in mind, when she and I first met, she had just moved across the country, didn't have like a job yet and stuff. I was working at Giant Bomb. We're in San Francisco, and I was like, right away, I was like, we got to go to a Hood Slam show. And so she wasn't into wrestling or anything at the time. And she's like, okay, yeah, I'll check it out. We're dating. It's early. And then we go, and you got to go all the way out to Oakland. And then we lived in the Sunset. So it was like a long Uber back. And like in the Uber, I sent her like a fare split thing. And she was, and God bless her. She was just like, hey, just so you know, that's kind of weird. Like, we just started dating, and this is definitely like a you thing. Wanted to show me wrestling, and I don't have a job yet and stuff. And then I was like, yeah, okay.
What are you doing making me question Bonk now?
No,
you're questioning making me be like,
wait, you're questioning Bonk? I think she was in the right to do that.
No. She's for
she had an
tolerating
out.
you.
She
We're not
had an
just
out.
kicking you out of the
Oh,
car.
for tolerating. Oh, yeah. No,
She had an out, is what I'm saying.
Yes. But no, I got a lot better, a lot quicker.
I can't believe you even thought back on our bet that, like, well, maybe Bonk was in the wrong. Bonk should have paid that fare. Incredible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for making a meal out of that idiotic. Oh my lord, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys didn't know 20s, Dan.
Apparently not. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, like Derek who came over last night, who knew me, like lived with me in college. Like it's stark for him. You guys have just known Bonk.
So,
Dan,
had you seen these college friends in a while or what?
Oh, I catch up. Yeah, he's my college friend.
Oh, okay.
I got a couple that I like super keep in touch with. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, man.
Yeah. And he was the responsible one back then that like drove us around and dealt with our dumbasses. He was the one who lived with the guy who tried to stab me.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, oh, right. That old story.
Yeah.
Man, that story gets real messed up real fast. Okay.
I like the part where he hangs out with him again after the stabbing.
Yeah,
that's
where
the
he's
part
like,
that I get hung up on, Jeff.
Yep.
He's like, bygones, water under the bridge and all that.
I don't,
you know,
have any enemies, but if someone's trying to stab me,
We don't have to relitigate it, but it is like, Mike, for you, is it that like Dan is like scared of a lot of things? Why wouldn't he be scared of the man that tried to stab him?
That is a big part of it.
Because he didn't remember trying to do it, and so I was like, that was a different person. Yeah,
no, your danger meter needs a severe recalibration. Like it needs a factory reset for sure, my friend.
Well, I mean, he wasn't at my house yesterday.
Good.
All right, well, there you go.
That would have, that
Although he has
actually
like
would've been
20 kids now, so yeah.
That's a lot.
I don't have that many Amber Nicks.
If the man who tried to stab you was like, hey, we should hang out at your house, can I come over? Would you let him, or would you be
I've hung out with him 6 or 7 years ago, but
oh, that's way too recent.
Yeah,
I'm not okay with that. I'm going to call that stupid.
I believe there were some things that happened that maybe happened to a lot of people I knew in Kansas that went in certain directions that we don't really talk much anymore. You know,
there you go.
Yeah,
took care of it.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a part of the show where I am caught up on all things that I missed during the week. Is there anything, boys?
Not all things at all. I played the Overblood Scream. You had no idea what the hell that was.
Right, but I'm talking about like the stuff that the highest priority stuff. Like, what's the stuff I need to know? What did I miss?
People died, and we're sad about losing Peepo. That happened a bit ago. We're still processing.
Can you
the
recognize
loss
this?
Of Peepo.
Do you know this, Backler?
It looks like that Rob the Robot thing. No, I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty close actually. Yeah, it works like a Rob the Robot.
What Dan just held up like a little figure of like a robot.
That's
What is that?
Peepo from Overblood, which is what Jeff's playing on Blade Club right now, and he was our best friend, but he's fucking dead now.
Yeah, he's so fucking dead, bro.
Yeah, he's super dead.
Some friends we're gonna lose along the way, you know.
And a Giant Bomb fan will be sending me a 15-inch Peepo.
Okay.
Do you know that? Let me check. I gotta check my messages.
I gotta check mine too. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We're fighting over a 15-inch Peepo.
Yeah, we're fighting over a 15-inch Peepo.
Basically that, and we all like blueprints. Well, not all of us. Sean doesn't. That's okay.
Sean doesn't? Okay. All right. Can't win.
Yeah, but Backler's really behind. I think Backler just heard about Avowed.
No, I know about Avowed.
Okay.
And I know about blueprints for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, you'd be proud of us. And in fact, I think we should maybe get a little bonus because we destroyed Kind of Funny in that Monaco 2 competition.
I heard about that. Very good. Good job.
We embarrassed them, actually, I think. So.
And they were the ones who got paid.
Everyone knows they just suck at video games, is what I've read.
I think it's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, we're gonna let that one go.
Okay, Backler, I do want your opinion. For my robot lawnmower, should I have it mow in a checkerboard pattern or just back and forth in lines?
The checkerboard sounds cooler.
It looks real. I'm looking at it because I'm waiting for my kid's bus to get home. I have my Ring doorbell. I'm looking at my house came with a Ring doorbell. I don't endorse it otherwise. I'm looking at my lawn in the front yard, and it looks really nice on this camera feed. So
I think we should do checkerboard.
It's
like why not?
Right, I wouldn't do it if I was still mowing my lawn, but the robot, I have no feelings for that.
It doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, how does the robot feel about it?
I didn't ask, and I don't care.
It must take longer, I suppose. So I guess you use more robot energy.
Yes, it does. But I got a second battery pack because of the clipper gathering thing, and when it's not always gathering clippings, because you're right, Mike, that's not important most of the time. And so it just went. I said to do that. I'm like, well, I bet it's going to run out of battery or it's going to get stuck. And I looked outside, and it was done, and it was back and charging. I'm like, that was super easy, and it just looks great. So. Man,
you're pretty happy with this robot lawnmower, right?
I'm a big fan of it now. Yeah.
Do you call it Peepo?
I'm gonna call it Peepo.
You put googly eyes on it yet, or what?
No, Peepo doesn't have eyes.
It's been raining nonstop, so there's not been any opportunity for eyes yet, because it'll be too wet.
Weather has sucked. It's like not getting better anytime super soon. It's been so gray and dreary, and I want to go outside and walk.
If you're getting ours, you get ours a couple days later. It'll be good.
Yes.
We're finally like getting into the regular 60s now.
It'll get good as soon as I go to Florida. I know.
Here's my thing, though. I'm like kind of relieved whenever it's raining right now because I never know when like the water's going to shut off because the government's going to go away because everything's falling apart. And I'm like, okay, at least we still got water. That's what I need right now.
At least they're still letting it rain.
They're letting it rain, and I'll be able to drink some of this just in case. Like, so that's nice.
All right. Well, there's your weather report, and this is also a call-in show, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, about that. 707 Exit Flu is the phone number. We got Turbo Sean running the back end today. Thank you, Turbo Sean. How about we let Mike Minotti choose the first voicemail?
I go with Arby's.
Yo, I'm on a road trip and I just ate Arby's. Shit is ass. It's like I licked someone's foot that was like in the ocean or some bullshit. Bye.
It doesn't work that way. You have to tell us what you ordered.
Yeah, you can't just say the whole place.
It could be you're bad at ordering food. Like, you got to consider that.
Like, what did you? Yeah, come on. Like, what did you get? Like the turkey sandwich at Arby's or something? God, man,
It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, honestly, it's all pretty good. Anyways, I don't know, man. Almost nothing tastes better to me than a Arby's roast beef with that Arby's sauce. I don't like. It must be not to some people's taste, because it is a reoccurring joke with so many people how bad specifically Arby's is. But
you've heard Daily Show talk about that, right? They're like, they just picked Arby's randomly. They never actually were like, we don't like Arby's. It was just a funny word to say.
Arby's is different, and we like to make fun of things that are different, right? Because it's not just one of the burger or chicken or Mexican places. They're like, we're roast beef sandwiches and mozzarella sticks. And God, the mozzarella sticks are good. Holy crap, are they amazing.
Okay, Mike.
Chicken tenders are
They're
good.
good. They're good.
I have the tiny Arby's up over there. I have my hat. I love our Arby's started here. I am Mr. Arby's. You don't come to my show that I am affiliated with sometimes and talk shit about Arby's like you got some kind of funny vendetta. Get the hell out of there with that bullshit. We respect roast beef in this house. We respect curly fries. We respect Jamocha shakes. We are a pro Arby's website. Yeah!
That was
That's your
beautiful,
Independence Day speech.
Yeah.
I'm wearing an AK-47 in my basement right now.
By today's standards, you're at least qualified to be a senator somewhere.
Oh, for sure.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Are you guys familiar with Joe is Hungry?
No.
Okay. This was a revelation to me because I thought he was a huge deal because I did a Min-Max charity stream and Jacob Geller gave me a hard time like, you have to check out Joe is Hungry. And then I've heard other people in the games industry talk about him and John Warren and stuff. And I thought he was huge. And me and Bonk were
I know him.
Nikki's posting all caps. Let me on. How do I get in? Yes.
I know Joe is Hungry.
Joe is Hungry is amazing. I was showing Bonk this and she was like, yeah, how many views does this have? And I was expecting to see 15, 20 million. And I scrolled down and it was like 12,000, 13,000. And like, this guy is so good at YouTube. He's just this nice old man who loves fast food and has this incredible rating system for it. Like, watch any of his stuff. It's amazing.
It's interesting because he gets a lot of juice with like TikToks.
Oh, really?
You know? Yeah, I don't know like where a lot of his energy is like super focused, but yeah, his YouTube.
Do you know about the
is like,
Sneakadoodle Bites and Shadow Joe?
I don't know Shadow Joe, but I've watched his Taco Bell stuff before.
Yeah,
he's doing pretty well
tremendous.
on TikTok. He's got some, a good amount of videos in the hundreds of thousands, some in the tens of thousands, but he's doing pretty good.
Okay, because I was thinking recently watching this stuff like I should get Joe is Hungry on the dump truck.
Yeah, that seems like a good fit. And he's like super wholesome, like he's very
just a nice old man who loves. He just strikes me as a guy who loves video editing and fast food and just wanted to do a silly thing with it. Yeah,
totally. Like he found his woodworking. You know, like he found his whittling wood, and it's this.
Yeah, I like that he love his stuff. Yeah.
He appears to have a meat thermometer with him at all times, so you can see how hot the food is when it's there.
So that's in the car. He prefers them 140 degrees or higher, and then he takes the Sneakadoodle Bite when he first gets it, but you don't see it until he starts doing the review later, and then he throws to Shadow Joe to see what the Sneakadoodle Bite first taste is.
Interesting.
It's tremendous editing, too.
Here he is trying Arby's deep fried turkey gobbler sandwich.
I recommend. I just went in and just found stuff like, ooh, what does he think of the toasted cheddar street chalupas from Taco Bell, and like just cherry pick the stuff you like, and you'll get the sense.
I'm surprised. I mean, I didn't realize you felt that passionately about Arby's, Mike. I'm with him. It's very sweet. I guess I have nothing really against Arby's. There's
Mike,
not a lot
you
of
got it
them
close?
where I live.
I think I actually don't have my hat on me right now. Jeff and I used to talk about Arby's a lot on our show. So Arby's sent us meat sweats and hats one time.
Oh, they have meat sweatpants. Is that
yeah,
the joke?
and a shirt and like sweatshirt and sweatpants. It's a whole thing. It actually did start right here in my sort of location, Northeast Ohio, Boardman.
Yeah, I don't know
Ohio,
how
right
happy you
next
need to be about that, but that's okay.
No, it's great. I'm working. One of my big goals in life is to get a historical marker on the original Arby's building. They sell tombstones right now in there, but it was the first Arby's ever.
Oh,
yeah,
you want to get
tombstone place?
You want to get the government to put a plaque on that building.
Yes. That's correct. I think I can make that happen.
Are you in the process of doing that? Have you filled out the paperwork?
I haven't started it yet. The campaign will begin soon.
But we talk about it on our podcast a lot.
As if there's going to be a department that will handle that left standing.
Okay, well,
we better work fast or hold it for a while.
Like I feel like they have offered that job to maybe a 10-year-old. I don't know. Like
it's like whoever put the plaque in the elevator at the Bonaventure that says this is where Arnold Schwarzenegger rode a horse in this elevator.
Yeah,
I like that plaque a lot.
Yeah, that's
if
cool.
I just made a plaque and put it there, do you think like the people who own that building would be like, we gotta get rid of this plaque?
I think
would hear it?
Yeah. What do you
Like
mean?
Gorilla Glue?
Like stick it? Yeah, like an epoxy or something. You know,
I
that's
think it
what
would
you
be more
should
like
do.
a stand. It would be like a sign. It would come out of the ground.
That's
handwritten.
No. This has to be stuck on the
Maybe they'll
building.
like it. Maybe they'll be happy. I
think
what you do.
sticking a plaque to the building is a better move.
Yes. But I also think you should LARP as someone who would do that. Just call them up and be
I'm willing
hey.
to do that. Mike, are you willing to defraud this place? Because I am.
Or just be like
tombstones.
Or just be like
I think that tombstones is already a bit of a scam anyways. We're buying things for dead people, so I don't feel bad scamming them.
Okay.
Just wear like a reflective vest and show up and you'll be fine.
I would argue tombstones are for people who are alive, but okay, I get your point.
Sure.
I get your point. I understand.
I get your point too.
Yeah.
I don't like graveyards. I don't like tombstones. Just put me in the trash.
not
one
my
of those
favorite
people.
Yeah, throw me in the trash loose. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Man, why that Arby's things? I have a bunch of macaroni and cheese like hoodies and swim trunks and pants and stuff, but I bequeath them all to Mary Kish. So I don't have like all over food gear anymore.
I have the matching pants right over there. I didn't put them on.
damn
But
it.
yeah.
No, and they said in the letter they sent us, you can I think you could buy the hat, but the meat sweats have to be earned. So they just send those to
I've earned that.
influencers.
I've earned some meat sweats in my life for sure.
Yeah. Got them.
I wish I had that kind of loyalty to a brand.
It's
like
nice.
Like a food
it's
brand.
it's like harmless, right? Like other than the fact that some people come at you and try to insult your favorite brands, but other than that, it's harmless. It's good.
So it's the Inspire network of brands. I'm looking here.
Owns Arby's,
Baskin Robbins, Buffalo Wild Wings, Dunkin' Donuts, Jimmy John's, and Sonic are all part of the Inspire Brands network.
Some of those are good.
Some are good, but that's no Yum. The Yum portfolio is the best.
Yeah, that's the one you want to be a part of, right? Yeah. Hey, I think Dunkin' Donuts is fine.
Yeah, that's great. I like
my
Dunkin'
kids love Jimmy John's. I used to work there. I never loved Jimmy John's, but my kids
fine.
love it.
The 50-cent day old bread is the way to go, and then you go and put your own cheese on it.
Sure. And then you got people in your life that try to get too many old breads and try to bring them into your
free bread.
Try to bring them
I love free
into your
bread.
hotel room or whatever. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, caller. Dan Reichert, your turn.
Oh, yeah. Let's go with the Rizzler.
So I'm not on TikTok, and I don't know if this scans, but it occurred to me. Is Jason Finelli the Rizzler for Giant Bomb? I think so, if that's good. I hope. Anyway, bye.
I think they're just both Italian.
And I would argue that the Rizzler is the best of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Jason Finelli.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a good thing.
Yes.
You know?
Okay.
Finelli's interesting because he's like Philadelphia Italian.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, right?
different
Mike,
flavor.
Would you like to speak to that?
Italian. I don't know. I only know Ohio Italians for the most part, so that's I'm not sure.
Youngstown Italians too. So that's very specific.
We're very mafia adjacent Italians. I'm not sure what's going on with Philadelphia. I know Finelli can sing because I see he does a lot of plays and stuff. I don't know what his dance moves are like though, and that's important for the comparison.
Yeah. Huh. But I bet he can make a good TikTok.
Sure.
Jason Finelli. Yeah.
Speaking of Philadelphia, Man, the memes are running wild with just like every step of our fucking living nightmare, having the Always Sunny in Philadelphia guys kind of like represent the machinations of government. I don't know if you've caught any of these, but it is like spot on in a way where Charlie is just the perfect sort of scapegoat for all that stuff.
Is it just like the wild card episode over and over?
It's like wild card. It's like, you know, whenever they have, you know, when they team up Mac and Dennis, and like Mac is not like mentally ill, you know, like he's just he like turns into like a normal person for a second,
right?
And then Charlie is the one who has like a head injury.
Yeah, the one where they're like trying to explain to Charlie that he's not helping and he's being completely worthless, and he's like, "Who are we talking about?" Oh, yeah, I agree. And it's like, wait, what do you think is happening right now? We're talking about you, Donald Trump. Yeah,
it's just it lends itself so perfectly to all this. It really is remarkable, man. What a prophetic show. Unreal. Okay, thank you, caller. Thank you, Mike. We'll go to Grub.
Yeah, let me take a look at the list here. I got it here in the Discord. Let's go with being a furry.
Do it.
Okay.
Hello. Have you ever suspected one of your coworkers of being a furry? And also some other questions. What would you pick for your own persona or a persona for somebody else? Thank you. Bye.
I mean, I think we all suspect Dan.
No, not in a million years.
I mean, he does protest too much sometimes, doesn't he?
Yeah, right.
Low hanging fruit.
It's not the lowest hanging fruit for this question.
That's right.
I don't want to like. This is not derogatory, right? Like, this isn't a statement of like offense or anything. I'm not trying to say like you look like a furry person, but I don't think it would. I would not be surprised. Even saying I wouldn't be surprised comes off as like offensive, doesn't it?
Depends. This whole thing is a little bit, but keep going.
Who do you think I'm thinking of? How about that? How about we play that game?
I mean, I know that
out of our crew.
Yeah, I mean Sean. I mean, I mean, it's all good.
I don't think Sean would surprise me.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I love furries. They're so nice to me.
I also think I would not be surprised if you, Minotti, had like an owl.
That's just body hair. That doesn't count.
I would be an elephant. I love elephants.
You're right. This is offensive.
I would be an elephant if it makes you feel better. Like I could be an elephant and picture it so well in a way that like I feel it. Do you know what I mean?
I guess I'd rather be an owl than a fox. I guess that's fine.
Well, which are you in real life? I mean, which do you wear?
I'm a bear, apparently. I get emails about it.
Well, that's a different kind of. That's a different kind of.
The other day, Mike's like, "Do you guys get emails like this?" And me and Dan were like, "Nope."
I mean, to be fair, you are the beariest bear.
Like, without a doubt.
Whoever bared. You know, like, come on, bud.
He's like, "Just me, huh? All right,
just me. All right." I'm feeling it's some kind of archetype from certain people, apparently.
Get in where you can fit in, baby. You know, be happy. Be freaking happy. Let's go. But yeah, elephant for me. What about you guys? Obviously, Dan Woodpecker. Easy.
No.
Yeah.
Although, can I use the beak to like attack things?
Sure, Dan. Whatever. Yeah, we'll put a knife on your face. Whatever you got to do.
They have a lot of probably unused Woody Woodpecker costumes at the Universal parks because he used to be.
Is Woody Woodpecker not big anymore?
No, but he used to be the mascot for the Universal theme parks for some reason.
He had a 3D animated movie a few years, right?
Oh, he was a car racing game. He had a car racing game for PS1.
Brazil thing.
So. No, he was like an environmental activist in that one. Did watch that. No. Yes, and of course, in Land Before Time and all that shit, right? Like, yeah. But is Land Before Time environmental?
Probably.
I can't remember.
Anti-asteroid?
Not really.
It's not. No, it's not. But the Woody Woodpecker live action, yes, it was environmental. And did watch it a couple years ago, and it was real dumb. It was real bad, real stupid. What would you be, Grub?
My Discord broke. Can you still hear me?
No, mine too. Mine's spinning also, Jeff.
Okay. Is Dan dead?
Dan's gone for me, but I hear you and Illuminati. Now everyone.
Oh, this is good. Wait, chat can still hear me, can't you? Chat, you can still hear me, right? Okay, so internet is fine. It's just Discord. Got it. Got it. All right, now chat, Bacalar doesn't know what you know, so we gotta keep it cool when we get back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, cool. pull our audio back up. I remember this time.
How do you want us to bring it back in, Sean? Do you want us to just like
basically act like nothing ever happened, and I'll just fade when I do the edit.
Okay, I'll bring us in there. Just tell me when to start.
God, I hate this fucking overlay for Zoom. But outside of that, yeah.
You were asking me about my fursona.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That's what we were on.
Yes. Good call. Good point.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
Excellent. Yeah, just you're free to bring it back whenever, Backlar.
Okay. And Grub, your fursona, please.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I have not really ever thought about it. It's not like
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about it. Like it's one of those things that literally has zero appeal to me. I don't find it even like repulsive or repugnant. I just have never thought about it. So, sitting here trying to like, what animal would I want to? Okay, maybe I'm going through the lens of making it sexual. And maybe that's my hang up here. Maybe let me just.
I thought it was inherent. Is it not a sex thing?
Well, I think that to me, I view it as inherently sexual. I think a lot of it is, but
wait, is it?
I assumed it was a sex thing.
I didn't know that.
I don't think it has to be. So let me view it in a different way. I think it would be cool to be anything that could fly. I'll say an eagle. I want to be Jeff Eagle. That's my answer. And that's just because I think it'd be cool to fly. I don't know if that's in the spirit of the question.
I don't think there's any wrong answers here.
Velociraptor, like Jurassic Park style?
Like a furry raptor. A furraptor.
Oh, I guess. Well, yeah, they got feathers. They told us about that in Jurassic Park, but then they portrayed them as not, but that's weird. But
correct.
Yeah.
The documentary known as Jurassic Park.
Yeah, but I want to be like the Jurassic Park style raptor.
Agreed. Sure. I like that.
Yeah.
Good call. And I guess, do we want to know what Mike wants to be or is?
Do. Yeah, we've all answered. He has to now.
Mike, your turn, pal. What do you wear to furry convention?
Costumes are so hot. That's my big hang up about it.
Actually, put a fan in it. You could put a fan in it.
Sexually, he thinks they're very hot.
Right. How about look? I'll be a mouse. We all know where I'm going with that. There you go.
Oh, God. He doesn't look anything like a shoot mouse.
Somehow he answered in the worst possible way.
You think Sonic Fox looks a lot like a shoot fox, Dan?
Who's Sonic Fox?
The fight game furry who's relatively famous.
Mike, he's never heard of Evo. You're getting nowhere with that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that is either. I think
really.
Yeah,
Sean, they're older than me, right? I'm cooler than them.
Oh yeah, 100%, Mike. 100%.
Yeah, this is the barometer for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what I expected. That's my fault. I blame myself and I blame the caller. So I will pivot out of this voicemail and
send in your
merge.
calls correcting me about thinking it's a sex thing, please. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, like
I thought it was like a fetish, like wearing a diaper or something. No,
it's not.
Oh, Danny boy, I don't think so.
It's definitely a sex thing. I'll say that loud
you
and
think
proud.
It leads? You think it leads with?
But
I
don't know if it leads. I don't know if it leads a sex thing, and that I don't know.
I don't know if
things can become sex things. Of course.
I think it's definitely related to sex. I don't know if it leads with sex.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it like I would love to see
I think
some sort of
just
diagram.
don't know anything about this.
I want to see some sort of
I
report.
made some assumptions, is what I'm saying here. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll take us out of this conversation, and I want to talk about horror movie.
Hey, Dump Truck. This is Mike from north of the border. Hey, during Blight Club, Dan's talking about the credits theme to Robot Chicken. That is the mall music from my favorite horror movie, Dawn of the Dead. At what point in a horror movie would you survive till or be immediately killed off? Thank you.
That?
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah, right on.
I am the first. I'm not the first one killed off. I'm the first one who's killed off once the danger is identified. There's always a couple that it's like a big surprise, like it's random, like, oh, what's happening here? As soon as like there's the scenes like, well, now we know what's happening, and then somebody gets killed off immediately, then that's me.
Yeah,
I don't know if I understand that, but okay.
No, I get it. Yeah, because there's always that moment where like people finally realize what's going on and they recognize that they're in danger. Before that, there's always like a young couple like having sex and they're like the most promiscuous ones, and they die and no one knows about it.
Right. Oh, so you're the first to go once we've hit that milestone in the narrative.
Yeah, once like there's like a conference and like I'm there and like I'm not very helpful. But
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
scared.
You're definitely panicking maybe the most.
I may be the most panic and pathetic, and that's why I deserve to
Aw.
die according to the screenwriter.
I would obviously go off on my own and die. Like, obviously, just try to do things on my own and be like, oh, I'll handle this and split up from the group, and then I would die.
Oh, you just die from trying to survive on your own? Is that how you die?
Just be like, I would get like fed up and frustrated with everyone else and be like, look, you guys aren't making it happen. I'm going to go do this on my own. And yeah.
Did you guys see that Liam Neeson movie, The Gray or something? Or
Yeah, with the wolves?
Yeah, with the wolves.
He fist
'Cause,
fights
like,
wolves?
Right. There's that guy who dies, like, and some people die on the plane, right? And then it's like, well, now we got to do this dangerous trek. And there's a plane crash at the beginning. They're stuck in the frozen wilderness.
Got it. Hence the wolves. Got it.
Yeah. So like they're like, oh, we gotta be careful about wolves though, right? And then like there's like the one guy in the group who seems like he might be like the comedic side character, the comedy relief. He's the most pathetic looking. He's like the most scared. And then, like as soon as they start running and the wolves attack, he's just immediately the one who can't keep up and gets eaten by the wolves first. That's me. That's me.
I think I tried to escape due to cowardice, and like maybe like push someone in the way of the killer, and I run away. I got away, and then I get like I die, and then like a car hits me or something. You know,
Sure, right, unrelated, but
Yeah.
You're
deserved.
the lawyer
Yeah.
from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, you guys.
I'm
think
hoping that
we're-
the T-Rex eats the kids, and I'll go
Matt
take a
Clark's
shit.
Last Girl.
You're hoping the T-Rex eats Dim.
Yeah, instead of me. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
of
he's
course.
much more delicious, obviously.
Backbar, you would be last girl.
Last girl, yeah?
Yeah, you'd survive. You're innocent.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're
I'll take that. I think Dan, we're underestimating Dan's ability to survive against all odds.
Yeah.
I think
I talked the killer out of it. Yeah.
you're just a slippery shit, and you know you're just gonna wind up seeing the credits roll. I think.
Yeah, I'm back for the sequel. Yeah.
You know, well, we're gonna
You
kill off
die,
this,
you do back for the sequel.
We're gonna kill
Yeah.
off the guy that looks like he works at a bowling alley. What do you mean?
Right.
We're not
yeah.
gonna do that. We're gonna
No,
kill
no.
this carpet salesman. No, we're not gonna kill that guy.
Thanks,
Of course
Backler.
not.
That's
Yeah.
the nicest thing you've ever said about me. Thank you.
Yeah, you look
Yeah.
like you manage a Roy Rogers.
I don't know who that is, but I'll do it.
This is like an old fast food joint. Those colors
Hey, you
remind
never
me of
seen
Roy
a Roy
Rogers.
Rogers before? You love fast food.
No, I've never heard of it.
Really?
Oh, maybe that's like an East Coast thing. Like, wait, do you guys
Definitely
know
East
about
Coast
Wawa?
thing.
You guys know about
I've
Wawa?
heard only through you.
Yeah, I've
and-
heard about Wawa.
Ohio's getting its first Wawa. I know this. I don't know if it's near.
I don't
me.
even want
Oh,
it. I got
listen.
sheets. Stay out of
you
my
have
state,
sheets,
Wawa.
so you're fine. Wawa, yeah, I guess Roy Rogers was like,
There's to be a
it was like
cowboy.
fried chicken. It was like a fried chicken on the interstate sort of thing. It was all the Roy Rogers I know are now Wendy's. So take that for what it's worth. They weren't like absorbed by them. They just replaced them.
Yeah, I've never seen a Roy Rogers, and I've only heard it by name.
It was very much like westerny, like it was, obviously Roy Rogers,
Right.
Yeah,
I went
cowboy
there one
fried
time
chicken.
when I was driving to Topsail Beach. So yeah, definitely must be an East Coast thing.
I appreciate you saying that I'd survive pretty long. That means a lot. I thought I was gonna like reach a point in the movie where it's just like I survived this long, but now like you know what? This horde coming towards me, I'm just gonna pack it in, like
Maybe second to last. Like yeah. But I think you survive a long time.
yeah. All right, I had a good run. Wawa's amazing though. When it comes, just try out the subs. Wawa subs are
right.
really, really good. Give that a try. Okay, chat. It's your turn. The first voicemail. Hold on, let me open this. The first voicemail that I see, I will choose from chat. So where's it going to be? Where's it going to go? Okay, we've got Slurp.
Yo, dumpers. You ever take how big is this? A 48-ounce bottle of Mott's applesauce and just... You ever just
I can't
slurp it?
stop listening.
What other slurpable foods do you like to slurp?
Whoa.
Love you.
What did caller
Bye.
just do?
He slurped out of the applesauce.
Like the jug one?
Like he said, a 48 ouncer.
So that's like the one that has like the molded handle into it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it might. I mean, it could be like one of the glass jars too. But I mean, either way, he slurped it.
We're still talking about it.
I guess
Yeah.
you know what's good. You know what's good that I learned from Dib when he was a kid. cottage cheese and applesauce.
Yeah, cottage cheese and applesauce.
I've never tried cottage cheese. It freaks me out. I wonder if I love cheese, but it looks so weird.
You're doing battle royale with food.
I know.
How long do we have to think we would have to go between you and me before we named a food that made us react the way Dan and Mike have?
Because I'm normal and nothing makes me that ill.
Hang on. Don't throw me in with Mike. I don't like cottage cheese. I'm not taking my headphones off when it's mentioned.
I know, but you said you're like, I've never tried it because it's weird. And Dan, bad enough.
I would try it for $5. Mike said no amount of money would have him eat an apple.
Dan, think about, you know what cottage cheese is? You love polio string cheese so much, right? Like put it's basically polio string cheese in a blender.
It's so good.
It's kind of that.
Really?
I mean, it's kind of only good with applesauce, but it's good.
It's good. You dip fruit in it's good. You can put apples in it. It's
okay. So don't put me on the Mike level with food stuff. I'm not that.
Sure.
Look, I understand like cottage cheese is like inherently kind of fucked up looking.
Yeah.
And
It
you're
just
like, what
looks
is this?
curdled. It looks like something went bad.
It's
No,
not.
when
It's just the
something-
same
no.
process that all cheese goes through, except it hasn't been compressed as
Yeah.
much. It hasn't had as much of the whey taken out of it. That is just a stage of cheese, actually.
Yes.
Or it becomes another cheese. So there's nothing wrong with that compared to normal cheese at all. It's just
Right, and that's your dairy report by on the scene reporter Mike Minotti.
His whole family
I'm
works in the
reporting from a dairy farm, and I will tell you. No, but for real, Dan.
Yeah.
Are you saying it looks bad, like how milk will curdle? Is that what you
like
mean?
that type of thing, like that idea of curdling or food going bad. I know no one likes that, but I really
the way we make cheese is that
I don't want to know.
you intentionally curdle the milk.
Yeah.
So that the milk solids get
Have you ever had
separated
cheese
from the
curds? I know we
water,
said
and
this.
then
love
you
cheese curds. Cheese curds are
curd
incredible.
No,
apart
cheese curds and all
press it
right.
together into cheese.
We're just not going to do this. But
I know it's dairy adjacent, and I don't need to know anything else.
Not
you're
dairy
fine.
adjacent, it's dairy.
Dairy.
However you want to put it, tomato.
You're fine. You're fine. Everything's fine. Perfect podcast. Mike Minotti, back to you, sir.
Oh yes, vertical.
Hey, duders. First up, long-time listener. I just wanted to find out, what's the most vertical you've ever been? All right. Thanks. Love you.
I missed the very first part because I didn't have the right tab open.
What's the most vertical you've ever been?
Like, is that just saying like the most hyped up you've been?
Yes. Yeah. Becco, do you need to be caught up on this? Okay. So
a little bit. I thought it was just a height thing, but sure.
Maybe you could answer that too. When we're doing like talkovers now, I have the vertical video thing on OBS, but I never remember to get the clip for Tom. And so I always tell the guys, tell me when you're ready. So I have the vertical clip, and Mike's like, oh, I'll tell you when I'm going vertical. And so now during shows, he yells, I'm vertical when he's really excited. And it's a good bit. It makes me laugh every time.
It is, because it's also like a bonery thing too.
Yeah, right. Totally. There's other implications there.
Didn't think about that. Wow.
Yeah, I've gone vertical.
Symbolism? Jeez.
So now when we're excited, we call it going vertical.
That's funny. That's good. I'll endorse that bit.
Yeah, the most vertical I ever got was the Mega Man reveal trailer for Super Smash Brothers for Wii U at that time. I like Smash Bros. A lot. I love Mega Man. That would have been my dream. It was such a dream character that I did not think it was going to happen as soon as it did. And it was this gorgeous CG trailer where Mega Man is like throwing metal blades at Link. Oh, it was the greatest thing ever. I still feel things when I watch that debut trailer. So that was my most vertical.
So it's more of like a hype thing then, right? It's
that's what we're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
I got two. I remember the Mario Odyssey reveal when we were doing the trailer where like you threw the hat on the frog and all that stuff. So I guess technically the second trailer.
I went pretty vertical for that one too.
That was just so much, just one crazy thing after another that I absolutely loved. So probably Mario Odyssey, and also when I was at WrestleMania 31 during the main event when Seth Rollins' music hit and he was cashing in. I just remember that just being like the whole arena just losing their minds, and I just remember like jumping up and down and like really marking out. So
you guys, video games and wrestling. I was the most vertical when women got the right to vote. You guys are embarrassing.
And you were alive when it happened in Ohio in 1989.
Grub, you're right, and better for it. Yeah.
No, mine's also a video game. It's when I in The Witness, and I know, fuck Jonathan Blow.
In
If I
The
ever met him, he'd
Witness.
do all the Tai Chi at me once. I beat him up. But in The Witness, I couldn't help it that this is the truth. And that one puzzle on the ship, when I solved it, it was like a miracle. And I like screamed, and my neighbor through the window was looking at me. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, how vertical have you ever gone back alive?
Maybe the least vertical person I know, Jeff
Yeah.
Beckler.
Play horizontal emotionally.
Listen, I've gotten excited before.
I've known you for a long time. I don't think I've ever seen you excited.
For real? Jesus, that's dark.
Most
Really?
memories we had to
Don't
pee
worry
that
about
one time,
that.
and you were tickling him.
Oh
No,
No, I
that's
was
not
poking
vertical.
I was poking him.
aside, yeah.
There's nothing
Yeah.
vertical about pissing yourself, man.
No, it's pretty usually placid then.
The most okay, 1994 scene.
Last time he was vertical.
No, and then the one before that's even earlier. No, I guess like going to my first like big boy concert and seeing in 1994 at the Garden and seeing like Green Day headline was like a real big crazy thing.
94, yeah, hell yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be amazing.
It was nuts. It was December of 94. That was very, very cool.
The December of Dookie, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows that. For a video game, without a doubt, seeing the Wizard in a theater and then them lifting the veil on Super Mario 3.
Oh,
and I
sure,
just like,
yeah.
and I'm just like, you know, my dad's looking at me like, "Are you okay?" And I'm just like, "You don't understand. This is stuff my brain could not compute, and now I'm being delivered this information through a film.
Yeah.
What is happening? This is
And you knew it
marketing
was real,
working."
right? You knew it was actually the game, right? It wasn't just
Yeah.
for the movie.
Oh, I was like, yeah, I mean, when did The Wizard come out? 91?
90, 91,
89?
yeah.
Something like that? Whatever it was, never once did it occur to me like, this is fake.
Yeah.
You know?
I assumed it was real the whole time.
I assumed
It
like,
was. I mean,
because everyone was just waiting for the third one or some sort of like acknowledgement that it existed. Right.
right.
That is a
I definitely
crazy
knew
way to
Nintendo was
reveal.
involved. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that this was their commercial movie. I didn't
Right, I
know
didn't
that.
realize that
I
either,
was
yeah.
7. What do I know? Right.
Yeah.
Like, but just seeing that for the first time. And also, I think going to the Ninja Turtle movies.
Yeah, of course.
I think those Ninja
Two
Turtle
specifically.
movies. Yeah, were like, you know, because the Ninja Turtles 1 was like the darkest thing ever filmed in history. Like not a light to be found on set in that entire film. But then 2, they were like, we found lights
And Vanilla Ice.
and Vanilla Ice and like budget, and we're gonna make this be a thing that you're never gonna forget. And that's that made me vertical. Hell
I
yeah.
was like, I was so young then that I don't know if I saw those movies in theaters, but I remember my mom getting Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze on VHS. And probably one of my most vivid memories of my early childhood is still her coming home with that and how excited
God,
I was.
I could picture the cover of that and the
Oh,
first Teenage Mutant Ninja
sure.
Turtles on VHS laying on the
Remember the
floor of my
Burger
living
King?
room.
Yes.
The Burger King commercial in the beginning of it, where like the Burger King kids are like in the shoot kitchen helping
Yeah.
to like make stuff. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh my god, they're little.
I probably have more ephemera from TMNT, those 2 movies, just like the toys in my house than
Oh,
anything
yeah.
else. Like,
Oh, that's so
And the
freaking
cartoon.
good.
yeah, I mean, you know, even this morning, Dib was like talking about Ninja Turtles, and he's like, who invented this? And I was like explaining the comic book and all that.
Did you show him the picture of the guy that invented Turtles? Hang on, I'll put that in
You
chat.
guys
Give
ever
me a
turtle
second.
a pizza?
And
Turtle?
what? Turtle
Yeah.
a pizza?
Yeah, it's a fun game you play with either of those 2 movies. Everybody gets a pizza. You can get a medium if you're a coward, but should be at least a large. And you sit down, you put the box on your lap, and you watch the movie. And you're not allowed to get up until you finish your pizza.
Is this a sex thing?
This is like edging pizza. What are we doing?
It's not a pizza. It's a good. You're turtling a pizza.
Okay. Look, where I live,
I
we
they
don't
would be
treat.
more into this than this.
Where-
I gotta be
where
I want a
honest.
pizza in my lap, a whole movie.
Yeah, where I live, we don't treat pizza like that. Okay, we don't do that to pizza.
We're gonna eat it.
Ooh, respect it.
Actually, I think the most vertical I got in the 90s, I was immediately ashamed of because I was in 5th grade and I was very just quiet and didn't want anyone to notice me ever. And I remember they were announcing the winner of which lucky kid in the class got to go to Dare Camp. And they announced me. And I jumped out of my seat and I did a little like double fist taunt. And I go, I'm going to Dare Camp. And I remember like it was just like no one reacted. And I just had to like awkwardly sit down. And yeah.
I'm going to Narc Camp. Everyone.
Holy shit, Dan.
Going to Narc Camp. You're such a cop, man. You're a fucking cop.
I got to go to Worlds of Fun for free.
You cop.
What would the reaction possibly have been? Everybody jumping out. It's like, yeah, Dan, you did it.
Would a narc hold marijuana on the internet?
I love like, man, up until you're 30, you're just like, you're like rolling down the window after a cop pulls someone over and you're like, that'll teach you, you know, that kind of shit to people, huh? That's you. That's right. Get him. There he is, officer.
I used to, Kayla remembers, you could drive around the back of Target and you'd get there faster than having to go over the speed bumps in the parking lot. And sometimes there'd be kids like climbing a fence or going into like the back of the Target. And I would roll down the window and I'd just come like, I'm calling the cops. Like just to get them scared.
That's kind of funny.
It was funny.
That's a different kind of thing.
I didn't actually call the cops. Yeah.
No, that's different. That is different. Man. Just rooting for the cops. What a cool dude.
Look, I grew up in Kansas.
What an
Everyone
awesome
was rooting for the
dude.
cops.
You Kansas as a shield, damn it.
You can't blame this on Kansas. You can blame a lot on Kansas.
Probably a shield-shaped country as far as they go. Actually, Ohio kind of looks like a shield, huh?
Yeah, probably the most. Yeah.
It does actually.
Captain Ohio,
Ninja Turtles, baby, love it. Okay, who's up? I think it's Dan. Go for it.
Let's go with Unhinged Look.
Do y'all ever get lost in Jeff Grubb's dreamy blue eyes? Even when he's got an unhinged look on his face, I'm like, damn, those are some beautiful ass eyes. Okay, love you, bye.
I've always thought Grubb's just like a handsome dude.
Damn right.
And someone asked me the other day, they were like, does Jeff Grubb remind you of Jason Momoa ever? And I'm just like, you son of a bitch.
If he was made of ice cream and you left him out to melt, sure, yeah.
You know, you son of a gun.
I'm glad Jeff is getting comments like this while I continue to get my weird emails.
You're bears. I was just about to make that joke. Love it. Oh, perfect. Perfect job. It's true.
Oh, you have anything nice to say about me? I can maybe use it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for calling in, Mom.
Aw. No, hey, everyone's good looking in their own way is what I say.
Is that what they say?
That's what I say.
Yeah.
I have to say it. It's the only way I feel good about myself.
We still go to Turkey whenever you're ready, Jeff.
No, we can't. We can't. The tariffs.
Yeah, you gotta pay tariffs on your new hair.
Oh God, shit. It's gonna really go up.
Oh man, there was a good meme about didn't like the Turkey Twitter account post something like amazing?
No, did they?
About hair. I forget the fucking joke. It was real good.
Have I said on here about the time I got offered from Turkey?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it comes up on the show because you've mentioned.
Oh, sure, that makes
on
sense.
this
Yeah.
show.
It must have been this one. Yeah. I turned Turkey down.
I mean, there's good people that don't. Dan got offered the chance to go to Turkey, and they were going to give him like the really good turkey hair plugs, or is it
they were going to fly me out. They were going to put me up in a 5-star hotel with like limo service and stuff, and they were going to
Elon Musk has. They take a row of the hair like from the back of your head here, and then they implant it up here, and it works. It does work actually. The grows,
you get your hair
cut
back,
it.
But
yeah.
I never knew what to do with hair when I had. I never knew how to comb it or style it or anything.
I used to have such luscious, thick hair, and I did nothing with it.
I had really thick hair.
Wait, Mike, how long are we going back, bud?
Quite a bit. I was going forward in my 20s, but it was pretty thick and nice for a while there. And boy, what I would do to it if I had it now.
What would you do? Let's talk about it. What would you do? How would you style it?
Actually, I don't like. I definitely like shaggier look still, and I had that naturally. I don't want to like put it up or something. Yeah, I need to get one of those like magnet games, right, where you can draw the hair on.
Well, you are that character.
Woolly Willy. It's Woolly Willy.
I feel like Woolly Willy's designed after you, Mike.
Woolly Mitchie. I got a. Yeah.
I don't know what are we talking about. What is a Woolly Willy?
You don't know?
It's like-
Look, Google it. You'll know it.
Yeah, it's like they give you this little wand that has a magnetic tip, and there's like magnetic shards in an enclosed plastic case.
Oh, okay.
Like if
draw.
you ever been at Cracker Barrel, you've seen one.
Yeah, I've seen that. Okay, cool.
Okay.
And here I'll post in the chat. Man, my hair was just like I had.
I don't know. Sean just posted a photo of you, and like you don't got a lot of hair there, bro.
No, I'm already. It's already going there, and this is
What a
like
serious
To
man.
be clear,
Wow.
I'm like 24 in this pic.
Oh, really? Oh, it hit you early, huh?
It hit me. I had no chance with my
Ah,
hair.
buddy, I'm sorry.
I do like that pic though. I use that.
Your
pic
dad,
quite a
your
lot.
dad's bald, yeah.
My dad's bald. My uncle and my grandpa on my mom's side incredibly bald. So the only one I had was my grandpa on my dad's side. He had a thick head of hair till the day he died. He also drank a lot of wine. Maybe that helped.
Do you guys know anyone in your life or friends, family, whatever, where like they just for whatever cosmic genetic reason, like have gone completely bald while everyone else, every other male in their family has like full heads of hair?
That's kind of me. It's kind of me. Yeah, I don't really have bald dudes like my grandpa, my dad. Like, actually, yeah. Look at that picture I posted in the chat. Like, my dad still has he's got a bald spot, but he still has hair. And so my grandpa always had hair.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's wild.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a good friend who's like completely losing it, and his brother, his dad who's like 70, beautiful head of salt and pepper hair, like in a way where you're just like, God damn.
Yep.
I wonder if like the anxiety plays a role in mine, that like can that actually happen, like stress and stuff, and you lose your hair. Like,
yeah, but it's definitely male pattern baldness is just like it is a recessive trait, so it means that it was carried on your dad's side and your mom's side happened to have it as well, and it just happened to hit you. It's the the 4 boxes thing.
I have like not shaved my head for a bit, so it is like just like coming in more like the male pattern baldness.
Yeah, you got like a Bob Hoskins thing going on right now.
Larry David,
probably not a good look. I probably should just shave it more. Again, I don't know. It's laziness is the only reason that happens.
I've never looked at your head at this point and been like, oh, Mike's got to get his shit together. You look good. That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you got that going for you.
Yeah,
I can pull off the Bob Hoskins look.
Oh man, chat says, wait, was Paul hot like my dad? I have never seen the light leave a man's eyes the way I saw my dad once. We were at a bar in Nashville, and a lady started talking to us, and she was like sidling up next to my dad and stuff. And she was like probably in her 30s, and he was 50 at the time. And she goes, "Oh, I bet you used to be really attractive." And like, he just the rest of that trip just, I bet you used to be really attractive. I bet you used to be really.
I like he's also vain as well as all the other things he is. That's
It's worded very cruelly for sure.
Sure.
But it is a compliment in the worst possible delivery. Right?
But he's only 50.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll say it here. I will easily admit your dad is a handsome man.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
For sure.
Wonder what happened to you?
Yeah. He turned into a duck, apparently. I don't know. That's what happened.
Oh my God. Are you guys see this picture in chat of Bacalar as Hook and Mike as what's his name? Squeeze? Squaw?
What am I looking at here?
Yes, yeah. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm fitting into the Smee role pretty nicely there.
Yep.
Smee?
Smee?
Yeah, Smee? Oh, wow. Put that one in the memory bank there. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, chat. Really adding a lot to this program. Jeff Grubb, the only one with hair among us.
Hey.
From Sean, of course.
And don't forget, dreamy blue eyes, even though I have it on
true,
when I have
double
it on his
whammy.
book. All right, let's go with currently on the podcast.
What's going on, Dumpers? This is Charlie from Milwaukee, and I'm just wondering, how many Fortnite dances do you think you all know between the people currently on the podcast right now?
I know 3 that I can think of.
I can only think of 2.
And then
I think I only got one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gritty's-
that's 3 then.
Does it count like there's like the Wu-Tang dance that you can do, but that's not like
Sure.
it's
I
not
think
like a
that
TikTok
counts,
dance.
yeah.
It's just somebody dancing the cream like like
but
Mike. Yeah,
He
Mike.
didn't say
okay.
Fortnite dance. He didn't say
Yeah, it's a-
TikTok dance.
Yeah, it's a Fortnite
Okay, so the
dance.
Gritty, the Wu-Tang
Hey, Mike,
thing.
were you just trying to do the Wu-Tang dance? Is
He
that what you're
was.
just- okay.
He was trying that. Yeah,
That's what they did in Fortnite, I think.
you got to cross the
Oh, it's not a diamond. That's DDP.
That's DDP or Jay-Z. Yes. God, other ones. Fuck. There's the L, the like back and forth that the Rizzler does. Yeah.
There's the crazy arms thing that the guy does.
Yes.
Like
there's
that
the one with the David Bowie labyrinth ball.
Obviously, there's the floss.
I can
That's the
only
first one I
floss,
thought of.
of course.
Floss, you forgot. I forgot about the floss.
Okay.
That's all I got. I assume that's
I'm
really
plumb
out
out.
of fashion now, the floss. No one's flossing anymore.
Oh yeah, they don't even talk about flossing anymore.
Yeah, kids are
God.
into that for a moment.
I'm surprised flossing
Didn't
last.
Rizzler do the floss in that last video?
No, he did the Fortnite thing. Well, no, he did too. He stopped, and you could see his brain resetting, and he goes to the next part of his programming, and it's like, now I do this. You know.
I don't love the Rizzler. Just a little wind-up toy of a TikToker. Yeah.
Well, that was it. Like every time they showed him on camera when he was in AEW, you could just see like he goes from blank face to like run, Rizzface.exe.
Just like Microsoft Basic programming.
Yeah, when camera show Rizzler do Rizzface.
I forgot about the droopy dance. The droopy dance. You know that one?
Yeah.
No.
Like from Hanna-Barbera?
Gorilla-y kind of thing.
Did you all see us put Nikki's movement into Enzoy the other day when we were playing that?
No.
So like you can do things like take an image and it'll turn it into like a 3D object, and we did that with Lucy dressed up as Donkey Kong from Light Club, and it became a statue. She just like put it all throughout the world, and that was
that's awesome.
But then like we found one where it's like, hey, we can take character movement from a video. So Nikki just went and just did like some crazy movements like that, and it got translated perfectly into it. And if you watch the latest Pickle Giraffe, the character going like this when the dances are happening, that is Nikki's dance that we put into the game.
That's good. That's funny.
Yeah.
I also saw Pickle Draft did a reference to Kayla now thinking Devil May Cry 2 is the best one, which is just Hall of Fame weird Kayla opinion.
I'm just glad that I do know someone that has those opinions, like because it's like those people are out there that just like feel like they don't like the new Resident Evils or whatever she says.
No, she has the worst Resident Evils are 1 and 2 remake.
Yes, exactly. It's like I know there are people out there that have like their favorite game is something that no one else likes, and that's also her case, right? Where she likes Dynasty
Happens
Warriors.
frequently with her.
That is cool. Like I get it.
It's
That's
cool. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Like I'm not.
I don't know if it's
not mad at it.
I will say she is playing 3 now, and she appears to be liking it. So hope may not be lost.
More than 2.
No, but it's cool to know her is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like,
I love knowing Kayla.
I'm super happy I know Kayla.
Yeah.
Not because she likes Devil May Cry 2.
I know, but we need
fascinating
that.
human.
Fascinating.
We need that for balance a little bit, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, you guys
force.
need balance. Meanwhile, my dad and Kayla were the people I was surrounded by my entire life, and I'm me. Like it was just chaos.
They're not related.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing to me is they're not
Me and
related.
my dad and Kayla are not related.
Yeah,
I know.
No,
Crazy.
not at all.
They're so alike in so many ways.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's.
We all go to the bar. It's like that's my bar group when I go home. Basically, it's like me, my dad, and Kayla, and a couple friends. Yeah.
What's that an indictment of?
Kansas, right?
Kansas. It's back to Kansas. That we can blame Kansas on.
Yeah.
But it's not. Kansas is way more boring than that. Actually, I don't know. I had interesting people around me, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you, caller. We'll get to a couple more here before we must say goodbye. I'm gonna do Dippin' Dots.
I was so hoping you would.
Hey, Dumpers. John from Louisville. Is Dippin' Dots, is it still the ice cream of the future? Just wondering your thoughts. All right. Love you. Bye.
Has the future happened yet?
Well, it feels futuristic still. Like every time I get Dippin' Dots, I'm like, wow, they're so far ahead of the game.
You're still getting that? What do you like?
If you go to if I'm going to Valley Fair or Worlds of Fun or like a park,
I got Dippin' Dots in the last 2 years.
Really?
It was like
there.
That was the first time in like 10 years I'd had it, maybe even longer.
Okay,
but
that tracks because if I have the choice presented between Dippin' Dots and ice cream, I'm going ice cream.
Right. It was definitely
about?
like I like to engage in a gimmick every once in a while.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, because if I'm at a sort of sports arena, like I'm not gonna like their cheap version of ice cream. Like give me the Dippin' Dots. That's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it just little balls of ice cream?
Yeah, freeze-dried ice cream, little balls, and it's great. Especially when you get it really fresh and it's still cold and has like chew to it.
But you let it get kind of melty. That's the best.
No, I disagree
hard, but I'm like this with normal ice cream. I want my ice cream as cold as possible.
Oh no, everything gets a little melty before I eat it. Yeah,
you like yours chewy, right, Mike? Is that what you said?
I kind of like to chew on my ice cream. If it gets to that point, I think that's actually pretty good.
I want to keep my teeth like as little involvement with ice cream as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I want to be able to just like push it against the roof of my mouth with my tongue.
I used to get really upset at my dad because he would like take the ice cream right from the freezer and he would put it in a bowl and then put it in the microwave.
No, I microwave. I'll do 10 seconds in the microwave. Yeah,
I've seen that. I don't. Microwave's a bridge too far for me, but I get it if you're in a pinch. I get it.
You can leave it out for like 10 minutes.
It's called iced cream.
Well, yeah, it's still ice. It doesn't turn into a liquid.
Yeah, he's not making soup. He's not making ice cream with soup.
Melting.
It's just softer.
It kind of it starts. Eventually, it gets soupy, and you're just making that process. Look, I don't mind the consistency where it's like you're just licking it, but I want to end there. I don't want to end to the pool of just ice cream fluid.
That's where you'd like to complete is the soup. I get it.
Yeah. So when I start with like it's hard and I'm almost taking bites of my ice cream, I know that by the time I end, it's soft and that's still nice, but I am not getting to melt it. I can't stand melted.
My dad will take like a bunch of scoops of ice cream, put it in a bowl, throw like 2 Klondike bars in there, and microwave that.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's just a wee bit of sugar right there.
Yeah.
Still not as much sugar as Dan's had when he ate that pecan pie. But yeah,
that was unhealthy.
Wait, you ate an entire pecan pie?
Yeah, it was a Game Informer and a fan sent a pecan pie, and I'd never had pecan pie, and I was like, I'll try this, and it was super duper good, and so I ate like the whole pie pretty much. And then we were doing an episode of Replay, and at one point Reiner looks over, and I was just like, my skin went white, and I was like sweating, and like my vision was getting like black around the edges, and he was like, Dan, are you okay? And I was like, and it turns out I ate like, I don't know, 5,000 calories of pecan pie, or probably more. I don't know. It's not good for you.
No.
Just have a
it sounds like your body went into shock.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much that was.
Yeah, you're just like a dog sometimes. No, thank you. You're just like a fucking dog. Like
that's my
gonna,
persona. Yeah.
Like you're gonna eat until you throw up.
I've done that so many times. You have any idea how many times I've eaten until I throw up?
Yeah, you're a dog.
How many? No, how many?
If you're
times?
if you're having a good time eating something, you don't want it to end.
No, I have such little self control.
But I stopped.
But I've never eaten so much I threw up.
No, I think maybe I did it once in Italy. I did it once in Italy where I was just overcome with prosciutto and fresh mozzarella. Where I was just like, and I just went nuts.
I've told the story before. Like I put the 3 packets of Kraft macaroni and cheese into the macaroni and I ate it all. And I went to the bar and I just puked Nickelodeon orange everywhere at the bar.
Yeah, but you were drinking, right? The drink is the reason you puked.
I was feeling bad when I got there. We might have been drinking. I don't know.
No, Grub, he's a dog, dude.
You're right.
He's a dog.
Yeah.
And Dan, you're a dog.
I've got that dog in me, is what you're saying.
That's what they mean. Yes.
Yeah.
However you want to receive that factual information is
when they
your prerogative.
Say a football player has that dog, and then they're saying that they have poor self-control with food.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like there are a lot of, I have dogs, and I really do relate to them. I'm just like, I get it, Gizmo.
Forgive me for trying to unpack this just a little bit more, but I am sort of fascinated with this whole thing because are we saying out loud that like Dan is ignoring his body telling him to stop? Or are we saying that he lacks like the biological intuition?
I know how often I ignore my body telling me very loudly things?
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do that too. Like, I'm like, man, I know I'm not hungry anymore, but this tastes so good.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep eating.
But you don't, but not to vomiting. But not to vomiting.
I mean, for the last week, it's been hurting when I swallow and like my chest and everything hurts. And I still like yesterday, it's like my friend's in town. I'm going to get a big ass thing of chicken tenders and wing sauce and beer.
You have reflux, man.
Yeah, no, I assumed that was what it was. And I was like, I should probably eat fruit or something. And it's like, no, I went tenders and fries and went nuts. This weekend, I'm getting all sorts of shit. Yeah.
I mean, how many years are you away from just trying to stab your brain with a fork, telling it to shut up? Stop telling me to do things, brain.
I know it's
some Homer Simpson shit right there.
Yeah.
God damn. Oh my God. You got to listen to your body.
I know it doesn't. What does it know?
English.
I think you have to be dominant. You got to tell your body what's going on. You gotta be like, no, I know better than you. You're just a body.
I trust myself. Yeah.
I get it, man. Look, everyone's got weaknesses. You put a barrel full of Cheddar Bay biscuits in front of me, I'm probably coming close to puking. If someone put that in front of you and was like, "Hey, I'm an angel, and you're no consequences of any of this. Go nuts," Yeah, maybe we're puking.
Yeah, I've been seeing that nutritionist, and like we meet every like month or two, and I have to kind of report.
That's who I want on the podcast.
Oh my god, I've had to explain some things to her. Just like,
have you mentioned that you got married at a Taco Bell to her?
I think I did tell her that.
Okay.
Yeah,
because that's what you should have put on the form. I think.
I saw her
on the
Monday.
Application.
I saw her Monday, and I just gotten back from New York, and it's just like I'm explaining to her, like, yeah, if there's nothing going on, I'll do chicken breast and asparagus every night for dinner. But like, I travel a good amount and stuff, and I'm good at giving myself excuses. And I like ran down everything I ate in New York, and it's just like I told her, it's like. Every time I'm on a work trip, Backlar, you see the receipts. I go to a 7-Eleven and I'm like, I'm in work vacation mode. I'm going to get 9 things of Twizzlers and a bunch of Doritos and just a bunch of Mountain Dew and keep it in. It's for the hotel. I got to have my hotel snacks. I'm on,
There was
traveling.
There was an E3 in like 2016, I think, back then or so, where I think it was like the first time we really like hung out. And we were in the standard.
I don't know where this is going.
and you were explaining to me like what you had gone through that day, and like just like bags of Starburst and stuff like that. I don't think I knew you enough where I was like, this guy's funny as fuck, man. This guy's just like. Guy just like tells crazy stories about him eating like a pornographic amount of candy. Like,
good way to put it.
Where they vertical, brother? And then you come to realize like every word of that is absolutely true.
Yeah.
And at the Bombathon is when I really saw you like legit eat 400 Starburst.
And you could tell he's not even like realizing he's doing it. Like when he's doing it.
No.
I can be that way. I can be that way with candy too. So
that's your cigarettes.
I recognized it.
I will. You know what I'll do is like I'll go to like there have been times I've gone to Hanson's Lake Lot for like July 4th, and I'll be like, we'll all stop and we'll get stuff for the weekend, the July 4th weekend, and I will get the big ass tub of red vines. The giant clear tubs of red vines. I'm like, I'll get this for the group. And then the weekend will go by and the whole thing will be gone. I'll realize I didn't see a single person eat another red vine. And like I ate it all in like a day.
Man, I
definitely have a sweet tooth. Like, if there's a I love like, the whole Japanese snacks. I don't have an update on that, by the way. I'm still letting my sister-in-law pay for them.
Right.
But like there was these like honeydew chewable things. They're sort of like, what you call high chews, but they're like more like milky though. They're a little like milky.
Yep.
And if like a bag of those, like I'll finish that in like 2 weeks, maybe.
Oh,
which
I'm
is like
so lucky I don't have a sweet tooth. I think I'd be dead.
Oh, I'll go nuts.
Yeah, I love nuts too. Just to be clear, you said nuts. I had to say something.
Feeling healthy,
candy nuts are good though. Ooh, I do like those like candy pecans.
Yes, when you cook them in sugar. Yes,
sugar and honey. Yeah, it's real good.
Yeah,
It smells so good too.
It smells great. And walk to a place that's like making them. I'm like, oh my god, we are
the
getting
best.
those.
Yeah, do it to anything. Do it to cashews. I mean, last time I did this, someone from a listener from the show sent me an incredible amount of candied nuts. Anyway,
I'll take them.
Okay. I want to finish up because it was a good podcast. Solid podcast, really good podcast. I think we got something going on here. We're going to give chat the last voicemail choice of the day before we must say goodbye. And chat chose Hug Them.
What's up, dumpers? It's time for Social Anxiety Pick Your Poison, round 2. You have to pick one of these quirks and abide by it for the rest of your life. Either every time you end a conversation with someone and you are leaving their presence, you have to say out loud to yourself, fucking asshole, close enough for them to hear. Or every time someone goes to shake your hand for the rest of your life, you have to hug them. You can't explain either of these things. You can't apologize for either of these things. You just have to do them. Which are you picking? Thank you. Love you. Bye.
First, I love you too. First off, caller, you're amazing. Like, this is tremendous. You also sound a little bit like Johnny Cash in a really cool way.
I could see
Sure,
it.
yeah.
I think that's another fun thing. Without a doubt, it's the hug. Like,
It
not
is
even
the
a
hug, but I'm still picturing like, it's a lot of handshakes with friends and stuff, and that's fine to, do the hug thing. But like this morning, I shook the woodpecker guy's hand. I don't want to hug the woodpecker guy.
Oh my God, but you could like
bad.
What's that?
It gets bad. It becomes look, I'll just say it. It can become sexual harassment. That's how they got John Lasseter, rightfully, right?
Yes,
That
but
was one of
saying
his things.
fucking asshole to everybody is harassment.
It's all
also,
bad.
And also, we're gonna like allow this to exist in the vacuum of like this experimentational thing, right?
Can I
Like,
just do the I like doing just the quick side, just like that little hug thing, like not a full embrace.
Well, yeah.
That's not a hug.
Maybe we
I
got to
think
get.
you have to say it's a full hug.
I think so. It's a 2-hand hug. It's not just one of those.
we
like,
have to. I think
it's not
so.
to shake into a back pat.
No, I don't. I think it has to be a hug, like
Yeah, I'm not doing the
definitional
hug.
hug.
I'm still doing
I'll
that
take my
before I'm
chances
calling
with the
everyone a
asshole
fucking
thing.
asshole.
Of course.
It's for me. Nobody would take me seriously, at least if I called them an asshole.
See,
Wait,
I
is it
don't
every
know.
time you shake someone's hand, you have to do
Yes.
the asshole thing? Okay.
Yes. No. Every time
No,
you
no,
shake
no, no.
someone's hand,
No.
you
Every
hug.
every time you leave someone's presence after a conversation, you say fucking
that
asshole.
sucks.
Yes.
So, yeah, because
You call my mom a fucking asshole?
You're
every
leaving the
time.
drive-through. You got to say
right.
it.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why it's so clear what the choice is.
Just kill me.
It's so clear what the answer is.
Yeah, I would walk into a volcano. That's my
Yeah.
answer.
That's my answer.
There's no choice C. Death. You can't do that.
I can't the easy way out.
Wait, so you're immortal in this scenario?
Yeah. Here's the calculus. Okay. 100 times out of 100 times, with 100% accuracy, calling someone a fucking asshole will always be received in the worst possible way.
I know the answer.
Hugging
What?
someone, you got a better shot.
Hug, and you move to Japan, where everyone just bows. No one shakes hands. So you just move to Japan.
Oh,
that
you
is a
hacked
way
this.
out.
You
That
hacked
is
it.
a way out.
And like you're gonna maybe shake people's hands every once in a while, but you just don't offer it up first, and they'll just go for the bow. They won't offer the shake first.
Okay, but
Someone's
on
shaking
the
hands in
rare,
Japan.
Yeah, on
Someone's
the
doing
rare
it.
occasion
Yeah.
someone does shake your hand in Japan, though, does that make the hug even weirder? I don't know culturally
Probably.
how
I
that's
don't know.
accepted.
I didn't
you
think
know?
about it that much.
Culture there.
I didn't think about it that much.
Yeah, in those very rare times where you have to hug, it's just going to be that much more crazier.
People are saying fist bump. I think if you go for a fist bump, that turns into a handshake automatically through the magic of this question.
Oh no, I'm the most fist bump manipulator person, arguably on the
really?
podcast. Oh,
Tell me your tricks.
I lead with it. I'm always doing it.
Is that my way of like getting around? Like,
yeah, I think we need to. I'll teach us backlars. Like, show us.
am I
what
going
you
to become
do.
a fist bump guy?
So
let's do
you
fist
have
bumps.
to. It's a lot of reading the room because you have to know when the hand when the hand touching is gonna happen.
Yeah, because I can't. I'm bad at this.
You have to have to sniff that out well before anyone has the chance to first offer a hand. The second
gotta,
someone
like-
offers a hand, you're screwed because then you must reciprocate. You can't. Very rarely are people able to convert the hand offering into a
that's
fist
worse.
bump. That's a very difficult conversion, high level of difficulty. But if you are offering the bump first, that's almost got a 95% success rate. I mean, it is just like, and people are happy. No one's
love
ever
it.
going to be like, "Oh, fist bump. What is this?"
No, I like it every time I see
Yeah,
it.
I like it.
oh.
Every time someone's offering me one, I'm like, oh, this is a
Easy.
cool dude.
I know how to do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing more I would like than to give you the outside of my hand. 100%. I don't lick that part. I don't put that part on my face. Let's go. That's it.
I might have to pivot to being a fist bump guy.
It really
let's do
is.
it.
It really is just about reading the room and like getting ahead of it. Now, don't let that consume you because then you'll just be lost in the sauce.
Right, that's what I'm worried about, yeah.
Obsessing over when that moment's going to happen. You're not always going to be able to do it.
I
Yeah.
tried to get the forearm thing over during the pandemic.
It was okay.
Or the
with me. I
elbow
was
thing.
fine.
That was weird. Yeah.
That
It was
stuff didn't
fine.
stick.
I liked
But
it a little
but
bit.
fist bump. I'm so good with the fist bumps. Not to toot my own horn here, but hey, it's the voicemail dump truck.
You're right.
I think I've converted other people in my orbit who would normally do a handshake offering have converted into fist bump offering just by virtue of me training them, if you will.
Okay, wait. In chat, Chuckowski says option 3: you cross your arms and have to say Wakanda forever.
I think that would you work for like? Because you're like, oh, obviously this guy's just a jokester. That's why. But if you did that every time,
Oh, that's so good, Chuck. You silly, silly man. It's a good podcast, folks. 707 exit flu is our telephone voicemail number. Leave us a call and we will not call you back. We'll just maybe play it on the show. Thank you to all the chats. Thank you to everyone tuning live or however you're listening to the program. Means a lot to us. Thank you so very much. We'll be back with a brand new episode. Thank you to Jeff Grubb, Dan Reichert, Mike Minotti, and of course, Sean McDowell, Turbo Sean. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you next week with a brand new show. Bye-bye.
Oh, what was that? That was 2 clones, was it?
Yeah, again, that's like he has multiple attacks that have 2 clones.
Okay.
And one could be real, one could be fake.